Good morning. It's now 9:30 and time to resume this inquiry into an appeal made by Gladman Development Limited against the decision of Thanet District Council to refuse outline planning permission for the erection of up to 45 residential dwellings at land on the northwest and southeast sides of Shottendane Road, Margate. Welcome back, everybody. So this is day 4 of the inquiry. Yesterday, we got as far as Mr. Ball and his planning evidence. We did his evidence in chief yesterday afternoon. So in a few moments, we'll move on with his cross-examination by Mr. Upton. Just wanted to, housekeeping matters from my point of view. I've received the Section 106 material, so thank you for that, along with an email or 2 emails from Kent County Council, so thank you, I've got those. I think yesterday when we were talking about closing submissions, I think Mr. Dickman, you asked a question. Is Mr. Dickman with us? Yes, he is. You asked a question about would you need to provide a copy of those, and I think ideally from my point of view, if you can email a copy of what you're going to say to the case officer, Holly Dutton, at the Planning Inspectorate, then that would be most helpful to me. It's not, you don't have to do it, but that generally is the convention, and I can look at that rather than scribbling along.
Thank you for that information, sir. Mr. Hand is watching this, and I'm sure he will be doing that as we speak at the moment.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Before we move back to Mr. Ball, anything else anybody wants to raise in terms of general matters?
No, thank you, sir.
I've got a couple of hands. Councillor Farrens, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to check if I could make a small contribution to my closing statement, please.
It's not normally conventional for sort of other interested parties to make closing statements. I mean,
I'll send it. Shall I send it in an email to you, to Holly?
No. What I don't know. One possibility is I don't know how closely. And I don't want to say that you are closely aligned, but how closely you are aligned to Mr. Dickman and the Rule 6 party, and whether or not, if you are sort of closely aligned, anything would be...
No, we have thought about that, but this is a particular... It's just 2 issues. It would be very short regarding it's from a councillor point of view.
See. And of course,
so it wouldn't be appropriate. We did consider that, but
I see.
But I could.
I mean, it's not the rules don't say that other parties can't give closing submissions, but it's just not generally the convention. Mr. Williams, have you got any sort of views on it?
So the reason it's not done is because a Rule 6 party has a particular status which involves providing an opening summarising what its evidence is going to say, calling its evidence, having its evidence tested, and then making submissions in light of the evidence that's been heard. Whereas a third party, whilst fully entitled to be heard, provides its representation as a comprehensive representation, really. And that's why there isn't the ability to come back and have another go, if you like, because closings aren't about providing new evidence at the end of the inquiry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
It was about responding to a couple of things that had been raised. But I mean, what if I just put it in an email?
Well, I think, as I said yesterday, it is too late for me to start accepting sort of late bits of evidence. There's obviously been several deadlines. We've had lots of written representations, oral submissions. I think, and it's also very important that the appellant, as is the convention with all appeals and out of fairness, has the final comments on any matter. So I think that obviously Mr. Dickman will be giving his closing submission. But I don't think in this case I want to open up closing submissions for any other interested party, because I don't know where that's going to actually take us, because I've heard all the evidence. The appellant's had a chance to respond. No new evidence can be provided during closing submissions. It's absolutely not about closing, and not about more evidence being provided.
Yeah.
I would stop it if it was the case. And I've also very clearly heard from yourself and other residents, so I'm very clear what your position is, and we've had quite a full discussion on several matters, plus written submissions. So I think I'm going to have to say, I'm afraid that in this case, I can't allow you to do a closing submission, but I have got all your evidence and I've got all your submissions and everybody else's submissions, which are all very, very helpful. So I'm not sure what else it would really add, because we can't be introducing, well, I can't allow parties to be introducing any late evidence. So if you were to do one, it'd merely be sort of repeating what you've already said, and I've already got that. So.
Okay, I wanted to respond really, I think, to one of the things was Mr. Williams and his comment about will-o'-the-wisp, and I'm not sure will-o'-the-wisp decisions, and I wasn't sure whether we had clarified that issue at the time.
I've already heard comments on that already.
Okay.
So I mean, that's been referred to by, I think, maybe yourself and somebody else as well, which I've listened to. So I've, as I say, I've got to sort of stick to the formal proceedings and the programme. So I'm sorry, but it's not to say that I'm not sort of, listening to your evidence at all, but we have to sort of keep to the programme and the overall conventions. And I'm not sure allowing other interested parties to do closing submissions would really add anything from my benefit, because by that stage I should have heard all the evidence. Okay, thank you. Mr. Black, your hand is up as well.
Yes, thank you, sir. It was just regarding the site visit that we spoke about yesterday. I've had comments now back from both the Thanet Council and Mr. Hand of the Rule 6 party, and we've agreed the route to go through. So I'll sketch it on aerial photograph and email it across to Miss Dutton sometime this morning, and then we'll just have to arrange the time to meet up.
Okay. Good. As you're in front of me, and as Councillor Farrans is in front of me, I think Councillor Farrans, you indicated you want to come to the site inspection as well, which I'm presuming is still the case.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
So as you're both here, and everyone's here that would be involved in this, I think, in terms of my timings, I'll be coming by train. Not that that's particularly relevant from your point of view, but if we could start at 11:30, that would just give me travelling straight from home, and that would just give me a chance to get there without getting up at some completely unholy hour. So, is 11:30 acceptable for everybody?
Yes, that's fine.
And I'm hoping, it's always difficult to know how long these would take, but based upon what I did for my pre-inquiry site visit, where I walked around sort of all the footpaths, all the roads, and through the cemetery, and quite sort of and back from the station, etc. So that sort of probably took me about a couple of hours or so. So I'm hoping that 11:30 gives us a chance to sort of reasonably finish around about lunchtime, albeit it might be a late lunch for people, but just to give an idea that I expect sort of 1.5 to a couple of hours is probably going to be appropriate. And there's also, what I could also do, if I need to see other things on public land, and we've sort of got to the time where everybody wants to disappear for lunch, I can go off and look at those myself, sort of directed by the parties at what they want me to look at. So if there's some very distant things or whatever, then I can still look at those myself, which is what I would normally do on an unaccompanied basis. So I hope that's acceptable for everybody. And thank you, Mr. Black, in advance for sending through the programme, and to Mr. Dickman as well, so I know you contributed to that as well, as others has, I'm sure, as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good. Okay, we can move back on to item 11 on the programme, and Mr. Upton, you may now cross-examine Mr. Ball.
Thank you. And so, obviously, in terms of documents, let's see if I can assist so people have them to hand. And if we need to go to them, we have them. Obviously, I'm slightly conscious my list is a bit long in terms of the time limit, but we'll see how we go. Obviously, I have, Mr. Ball, hopefully your proof to hand in your rebuttal, but helpful to have Mr. Hester's proof in his appendices. and Mr. Caudry's rebuttal proof. And I think also linked to that is what we have as core document 2.22, which was his June 21 work. And then in terms of some policy documents, I hope you got access to the NPPF. I don't think we got it as a core document, but I just thought if questions arise, obviously it's worth having it to hand.
Yeah, I've got access to that. Just go back a second, sorry, because I've now realised I'm behind on getting my documents open. Bear with me a second. Right, core documents. Hang on a second, sorry. Right, I've got to the core document list, so...
Yeah, so just I'll start again. Obviously the proof, Hester's proof. But I thought also worth having Mr. Caudry's rebuttal proof. And then within the core documents, just in terms of, if I have to do it in terms of numbering, there was core document 2.22, which is that letter that James Lang LaSalle wrote. Right. And they'll hopefully have access to the NPPF.
Yeah.
And then I think the local plan, which is, I think it's given 6.01. I kind of.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. But potentially the design access date, which is 2.05. And then a couple of the plans, which is 2.07, which is the framework, though. If we need to go to the later one, obviously that may be relevant as well.
Okay.
That's revision.
Sorry, what was the design access statement core document?
2.05.
2.05. Okay, and then the
plan 2.07.
Development framework plan.
Yeah, and then the parameter plan 2.08, which, as we know, is revision C. And then I think, I'm hoping that will be the core of it, but also just mainly just talk about what's in the unilateral undertaking, but it's the general point, but it's worth having it hopefully available. Again, it's
got that, yeah.
We have it now, then we're not having to delay when we get to it.
Okay.
But it's sensible. Hopefully we can restrict it to that, but we'll see how we go. Can I start with a general point? And this, I suppose, is where the NPPF becomes relevant. And it probably is worth just turning it up, just so that we have the wording. We're not then going to be disputing what it says. And obviously, paragraph 11 is the starting point for this. And at the bottom, certainly of my copy of July 2021, page 6, paragraph 11D, this point about policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date if footnote A applies, one of the things which, of course, we are agreed does in this case. So the most important policies determining the application are out of date. And as I understand it, there's no dispute that I suppose the policies that we've been talking about, in particular SP 21, 22 and 23, in particular, would fall within that category.
Well, I think what you have to separate, as made clear in my evidence, my interpretation of policies out of date is I refer to it as a procedural trigger. Yeah. So where there's no 5-year land supply or HDT has been failed, then I see it as a binary switch. Policies are deemed out of date by virtue of that.
because this is what I wanted to check, within the way in which the NPPF is written, the application of that says the policies are out of date, which is why I wanted to just check the division between us. If they're out of date, they cannot then be said to be up to date, can they? For the purposes of the NPPF.
Well, I think what you're referring to is weight. So, a policy is deemed out of date by virtue of the fact that there is no 5-year housing land supply. When you get to carry out your overall planning balance, you then determine where there is a policy conflict, whether that policy, where the weight to ascribe to that policy, if there's been a deemed conflict, bearing in mind that that policy has been deemed out of date by virtue of the framework.
Yeah, and as you say, that then goes to the weight within this balance that then needs to be struck. Yeah, and because there were obviously some arguments in the past that you then left the development plan policies on one side. Indeed, it's a case by Gladman in the Court of Appeal this year that it was confirmed that's not the correct approach. But I don't think there's a division between us. Right. What I wanted to ask, though, is really this partly philosophical point. As a result of 11D saying they're out of date, surely the 11C test can't apply. It's neither or. It's because the NPPF has told us they are out of date. They cannot then be up to date, and we can't use 11C.
That's not my interpretation. I think your starting point is obviously the legislation. And the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act makes clear. In fact, we'll go to it in my evidence. It's probably helpful just to read it for members of the public.
Well, I'm quite cautious about obviously repeating things that are there, but please do for this purposes. I'm just conscious in terms of our timing.
Yeah, sure. So I'll be very quick. 3.1.2 of my evidence. If regard is to be had to the development plan for any purposes, determination must be made under the Planning Act. The determination must be made in accordance with the plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So as set out in my evidence, my starting point is the plan. You carry out the assessment in accordance with the plan. If you're in accordance with the plan, then planning permission should be granted. If you are found to not be in accordance with the plan, then you switch over to material considerations, or the second limb of that part of the Act.
Yeah, but I suppose that I say is a philosophical point, because in terms of the NPPF being a material consideration, it tells us the development plan is out of date, and how to apply in terms of paragraph 11D the approach that one should take to the development plan and other material considerations. I mean, 11C doesn't arise, does it?
I disagree, unfortunately.
Well, so I need to put it
point is the plan.
Because as you know, of course, the council's officers, and indeed the council's case, has been concentrated on 11D, where, of course, you've also addressed the point. But you understand that's why 11C has not arisen as the issue.
Well, it may be the council's point, but that's not my point, and that's not my evidence. My starting point is 11C.
Okay, as I say, I just wanted to check that, because then in terms of the NPPF itself, I think we agreed that I suppose the policies that are most important, the SP 21, 22, 23, still carry considerable weight. But it's not being said by you, as I understand it, that there are material points in the NPPF that suggest that they are not in substance up to date.
Well, I haven't carried out that test within the evidence, which I acknowledge. But bearing in mind that the plan was only very recently adopted, I think you can conclude that the most important policies, given that they were found sound within the past year, can be given very considerable weight in the overall planning balance.
Yeah, that means I don't need to go into much, but can I just check in terms of the NPPF a couple of points? Paragraph 63, can we just go to, which deals with, it's in the section on delivering sufficient supply of homes. You may have it as page 17 of the document. That it makes the point that affordable housing expected to be met on site, isn't it?
Well, there is the caveat at the end which says, and expect it to be met on site unless off-site provision or appropriate financial contribution in lieu can be robustly justified. That's clause A.
Yeah, because that's one of raised. I know there is the ability in this instance to review the level of affordable housing, but that would be sort of very much a plan B, wouldn't it? It's not the preference for creating the mixed and balanced community on this site if more affordable housing can be justified. I mean, the provision of further money doesn't address how this site will work, will it?
Well, the allocation expects 30% on site. The review mechanism was requested or suggested by DSP. It would still deliver affordable housing, albeit not on site.
Yeah, but in for a strategic site, you understand the intention is that 30% should be provided as part of the site itself.
Unless development is unviable.
Yeah, but the local plan, as you say, recently adopted, considered that was possible, didn't it?
Delivery of 30% on site, just to clarify your question.
Yes.
The local plan obviously says at SP23, 30% on site, unless it would demonstrably make development unviable.
Yeah, I don't want to press it because obviously we can see how the mechanism works. The other thing I want to pick up here, and it's sort of been in the background, paragraph 65 mentions for major development to be available for full home ownership. Now, that hasn't really featured in this case, but I just wondered how you approach that. Do you consider there's a sort of a bottom line of 10% in terms of the policy now? Because there's been much debate in the past, but how do you approach it?
Well, I think it makes it clear in the opening sentence where major development involving the provision of housing is proposed, planning policies and decisions should expect at least 10%. So when you are setting planning policies, the NPPF in effect creates the baseline of should expect at least 10%, but it's a policies and decision making.
Yeah. I'm slightly jumping ahead, but just wanted to check in terms of the initial submission in 2020. Was this the reason for providing 10%, or was it the viability evidence?
As made clear in evidence in chief, it was the culmination of a year's worth of examination work and background work, and working with officers and looking at what the site could optimize, how you could optimize the site to provide the quantum of housing and affordable housing. We've never had the starting point that we're going to have X percentage of affordable housing. When we looked at the site at the outset, it was a blank canvas, bearing in mind planning policy.
Just so I can understand, Mr. Ball, in terms of your approach, you didn't, for instance, say, well, paragraph 65 is our starting point.
Our approach on first instant was look at the site, look at the policy, look at the constraints, and begin to build up iteratively. You
understand the question. It's not that you said, well, we need to meet paragraph 65. That's not how your approach.
No, our approach was to try and achieve 30%.
Oh, thank you. That's great. I don't think I need to do more in terms of the NPPF, so one of the documents one can move away from. But can we pick up then the local plan, please?
Sure.
And can I, sort of dealing with the housing policies, therefore move within this document to where it talks about location of housing. It's page 36 is the start, I think, the chapter location of housing. And sorry, I think actually I can go a little further on than that, be a bit quicker. Page 38, we have strategic housing site allocations. Yep.
PDF page 38, sorry, is that right?
Yeah, and the paragraph number within it would be paragraph 317 onwards.
Bear with me.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
At the moment, I don't think I'm on that
right.
page. Bear with me a moment. Sorry.
Which page are we on? Sorry, Mr. Upson.
Sorry, within this document, the internal numbering would be page 38.
Do you have a paragraph reference?
And paragraph reference would be 3.2. particularly for this 1.8, but section starts at 3.17, and it's strategic housing site allocations.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, it's a question that goes to, I suppose, the extent of the site that's being used. It's 3.18. It explains for all of the site allocations a point about their geographical extent. Indicated for site allocations represents the anticipated maximum land requirement. Proposals which will be expected to consider and, where possible, accommodate notional maximum dwelling capacity is indicated, together with all the relevant policy requirements within a lower level of greenfield land take. Now, obviously, this is a greenfield site, but it doesn't appear to have been part of your consideration whether a lesser area could be used. Is that correct? Lower level of greenfield land take.
Just to clarify your question, did we, when looking at the site, consider, well, we have all of this land, could we therefore not bring forward all of it to deliver the policy allocation?
In a sense, yes. So to be clear, as it says, given the notional maximum dwelling capacity, in this case 550 for this site, it asks you to consider whether a lower level of land take for the 550 would be possible. And my question was, is that something that you looked at, or did you basically deal with the whole site?
We dealt with the whole site to optimise the whole site.
Okay. But it's, as you know, I suppose it's point, it being agricultural land, being greenfield, one seeks to, I use the word optimise, certainly something else to come back to. If you're going to develop on greenfield, one should use it to the best. But equally, one shouldn't take land if you don't need it.
I think this goes to the point of the MPPF of efficiency of use. So we have an allocation. As part of that allocation, it sets the overall site boundary. The policy SP21 sets the requirements of the allocation and the expectations. You use what's within that site boundary to achieve what is set out within the allocation policy.
I'll ask the question in general point, but if it turns out that in this instance that you're providing more open space than might be seen as the minimum for 550 houses, why is that then included within the site? Because one way of doing it would be to leave it out of the site.
No, I don't agree with that based on how the parameters of the site work from a constraints point of view. As part of the site, we obviously have to have a drainage solution that works. There is a large swathe of open space that's lost to the surface water, or a large swathe of land within the northern parcel that's lost to the surface water flow pathway that cuts through.
Okay. Can I then move to I suppose the first one, the general housing policy requirements, is quite a useful point. The SP14 hasn't really featured because I suppose it's like a sort of catch-all policy, but it is a useful, therefore, summary that I can just ask a couple of questions on. Because this obviously applies to this site and has a number of requirements, and additionally for proposals over 10 units, it then lists what should apply. And that's what I just wanted to check, that under the second list of criteria, first one, number one, is provide an appropriate mix of dwellings to meet the requirements of policy SP22. Now, in your instance, I understanding that's something that can be picked up at the reserved matter stage is your approach.
That's what's set out in my evidence, yes.
But equally, in terms of when that comes, and as I say, as a sort of hook for some general points, and if we need to go further, we will. But in terms of working out the appropriate mix of dwellings, policy SP22 and its supporting text refers to the SHMA, doesn't it? The housing mix, the evidence from the strategic housing market assessment.
Correct.
And the stage of this policy, when it was written and adopted, there was the 2016 document, and that's reflected in the text in policy that supports SP22, isn't it? I mean, the two tie together.
So I'm just going to SP22. I believe it is, but just to double check.
Thank you. Please, as I say, I'm trying to take it quicker, but sometimes one can't.
Apologies. Yeah, you are correct. 3.2.7.
Yeah.
3.27. Yeah.
And as I say, the SHMAS. Now, you've taken a, I'll say taken a point. You've responded to this point about whether there has been an update to the SHMA, because we've now referred to the 2021 housing needs review. Can I see if I can take it shortly? That's a document as a piece of evidence that's been published, but there's a consultation regarding the local plan review as to, I suppose, overall what the local plan review should contain. So when you've referred to consultation, meaning that the housing needs assessment carries less weight, it's in that context, isn't it? It's not that the housing needs is out for consultation, it's the policy point that is.
The housing needs document is out for consultation as part of the evidence, because we're preparing reps to it.
All right, well, good to know. But okay, then it's a theoretical question, isn't it? That once you're satisfied it is the document, that would then be the document to which any decision maker would look when looking to judge SP22.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can bridge the gap between us. My point is a fairly simple one. It's a consultation document at the moment. I think in Mr. Hester's cross-examination, he referred to it, or possibly evidence in chief, as being given significant weight. I don't see how a consultation document can be given significant weight without making that consultation entirely tokenistic.
But as you heard, he drew the distinction between it's a document that records the evidence, and that's distinct from consultation on the local plan review.
Well, the council is consulting on the contents of the local housing needs assessment 2021. If we assume that nobody's going, well, the council can't just assume that there's going to be no relevant comments. And at this point, because it's a consultation document, you cannot therefore give it full weight, because to do so, I mean, what is the point of a consultation?
Okay. Well, as I say, I think it's a short point and useful to pick it up there. The other thing, of course, that this general policy SP14 refers to is the SP23, which obviously we know, well, as well, so just check. And for the approach that you're taking, you consider there is adequate financial information to show that the lower level of provision is justified by the viability evidence. That's your approach, isn't it? That what we have from Mr. Couldry is enough to satisfy SP23.
Yes, that's correct, from application stage throughout, yeah.
It's not the case, I just wanted to check, that you're saying that even if the inspector were to be satisfied that that evidence was too weak, that the affordable housing requirements would be outweighed by other benefits that the housing scheme produces. That's not the argument, is it?
Now, the focus of our evidence is the fact that we have demonstrated through the exception within SP23 that the affordable housing quantity can be reduced.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, I'm conscious that one thing that isn't listed here is policy QD04, which is about the minimum standard spaces, but I understand, again, it's not a matter of issue. That would be picked up at the reserved matter stage, in your opinion, but equally there's a condition that requires it.
Yeah, it's also referenced, so just for your reference, in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yeah, as I say,
it's 3.1.7, just for notes.
Thank you. As I say, it's worthwhile just picking up at this stage. Now, the other policy, therefore, I wanted to go to is SP21 itself. Now, that comes in this document on page 46, I hope we'll find it.
Okay.
And with this question that's been made about, firstly, the point about the numbers being up to, in this case, 550, split between north and land south of Shottendane Road, but just wanted to check. It was suggested that you can provide up to would still be in accordance with the policy. Just to check how far that goes. That someone came forward with a scheme for 100 dwellings. Would you agree that there'd be likely to be a planning objection that this wasn't meeting the requirements of SP21?
I suppose it'd be on the basis of why the applicant has determined 100 dwellings is appropriate.
But you see, okay, and then, should I say, just another point about the language. A minimum of 4.4 hectares of open space, which is 0.1 is mentioned here. If someone came up with a site that, well, they're providing 10 hectares, for instance, you would say, well, that's still in accordance with the policy on your approach to the language, wouldn't it?
I'd have to say, I think that's a bit of an oversimplification, because it really depends on the evidence that's informed the application. And I mean, in this instance, the wording is clear. We have an allocation that's for land up to 300 and up to 250. We have a minimum requirement to achieve 4.4 hectares of open space. And as part of our submission, as part of our application, we have a very well evidenced application that demonstrates why our development is acceptable and appropriate in line with policy.
But there was a language point, so I want to check with you that being a planner, you wouldn't normally sort of be quite so wedded to up to and minimum. It's, if one was looking at this as strategic allocation and someone, for instance, comes along with this 100 houses and 10 hectares, it would be said to be that's not in accordance with policy SP21's, well, I suppose, objectives, let's put it that way.
Again, it would depend on the reason why. I mean, I think it's a very, I don't really take the point, really, is my comment, because I mean, there is no scheme before us that looks at 100 schemes and 10 hectares of open space.
No,
there's a scheme before us that looks at 450 houses.
But this is what I want to check, because when one looks at what was assessed as part of the local plan and the contribution that this site should make to the strategic requirements of this this district, that those numbers are not intended to be at large. You're meant to get as close as possible to it, aren't you? You're meant to make efficient use of the land and make a significant contribution to the land supply, which is 550 dwellings and 4.4 hectares of open space for those 550 dwellings. There's the sort of benchmark. It isn't just at large, is it?
Well, I think the point's picked up in the planning policy response. CD 6.08. TDC EIP matter statement that refers to how dwelling capacities were determined as part of the local plan examination. Now, the site's obviously been allocated for housing. When you're preparing a planning application, it's for you to demonstrate that you're in accordance with policy.
Right. Well, I think the rest, sorry, Penny Hester, because it could be submissions, but as you heard from Mr. Hester, doesn't consider that your scheme meets the requirements of this policy, given its strategic aim. And this is what I want to explore in terms of this optimization point that you've mentioned. In terms of the contribution that this site makes to the housing, you're expecting other sites to pick up 100 dwellings somewhere on your approach, isn't it? Somebody else has to meet that strategic housing need.
I think, again, we can go back to the planning policy response that's in my evidence, also within the application documentation, and also to the point that was taken, that Mr. Hester was taken to, that when you look at housing provision within the plan, there's an inbuilt flexibility of 1,300 houses.
Okay, but it's clear the issue between us. But in terms of, sorry, rather than about to repeat myself. In terms of the local plan process itself and what was considered, your landowner client promoted 550, didn't he?
We weren't involved at that point.
But his professional advisors, I don't know who they were, but promoted 550 as the appropriate number.
Bear with me. Sorry, my laptop has just said low battery because I've got the power cable in. There we go. Sorry. Can I just take you to Mr. Hester's evidence?
Yes, I was going to say Appendix A. Is that the one you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Give us a moment. We'll get picked up.
There is a reference, an acknowledgement that at that point, detailed investigations hadn't been undertaken within the site.
But at paragraph 1.7, it records the planning agent on behalf of the landowner made submissions and made these points about numbers, thought it could accommodate more than 550, and that obviously would be a development brief, but at that stage hadn't looked at viability, though we know the strategic point was done. But it was promoted, wasn't it? Actually, at one point, it should be more than 550.
Potentially. That I haven't seen the actual submissions, and I don't think they're part of the core documents. And as I mentioned, we weren't involved. But this goes to the point that I made within my evidence that at local plan stage, you don't really know the full design and constraints that you're dealing with until you really start to dig down into them. So you.
I don't want to cut you off, sorry. But I was going to say, it's curious, isn't it? Look at the timing that your application was submitted at the same time as the local plan was being adopted. I mean, this is not something that comes along later. It's basically at the same time as you must have known about the local plan, didn't you, when you were preparing your application?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I make no... there was a representation put in by Gladman as part of the main modifications, but Gladman wasn't instructed prior to that to take the site forward at outline planning stage. By that point of the examination, all hearing sessions had been heard, all evidence had been heard, and we were at main mods.
But you see, it's not just the site is Gladman's site, it's that it's been, in planning terms, considered for the local plan process with a planning consultant. And at exactly the same time as your application, 550 was being promoted on the site. And that's the way the actual history works, isn't it?
And as I mentioned, we weren't involved in any of the hearing sessions, and it's quite clear from with reference to TD 6.08 process in which the council went through to determine its site allocations and development quantities.
Okay.
And as acknowledged at planning policy consultation response, they are notional maximums based on the work that was carried out at local plan stage.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I want to come to that point, but just before we do, can I deal with a general point about housing before we leave the local plan, about the significance of shortfall? I think you've mentioned it's calling it the Hannam Land point, given the case law. Now, we're agreed on the approximate range, and I'm glad we're not having to debate how big or little the actual number is. But just want to ask, as the general question, there is a housing action plan in place. There is a local plan that has sites identified. There are significant steps, aren't there, are already in place to deal with the shortfall. Do that the first point. There aren't other steps that should be identified.
Well, the council's carried out the requirements as part of the action plan, but we still need to see the workings of that.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised that you're consequence of those steps that perhaps over the issue, but the significant steps are in place. But the actual shortfall, in I suppose this context, it's taken, isn't it, with regard to a 20% buffer, not just a 5%. So if one was looking at 5%, it would be much nearer to the 5-year number, wouldn't it?
Potentially, but that's theoretical. We're at 20% buffer.
Yeah. And I suppose this is between us. You seem to attach, ask the inspector to attach significant weight to that shortfall, but it's, I suppose, put it this way, it's not a significant shortfall, is it? We're not talking about, in some instances, you've got authorities with 2 or 3 years numbers. This is 4 and north of that.
It's still a shortfall, and it's still a relatively new plan, and they're at the first step of their trajectory, which is just about to increase substantially.
No. Thank you. But as you correctly identified, the way in which the housing is approached here is that it will be stepped, because the plan relies on delivery of strategic sites, and indeed as hopefully as much as possible on the strategic sites, and that takes time to come forward.
Takes time to come forward. Strategic sites, I think you mentioned maxing the sites as much as possible. Obviously, in relation to this site, my evidence is fairly clear. I'd just like to correct one I take as a misinterpretation of Mr. Hester about step trajectory. And I may be wrong here, but I took from his evidence that it's okay for a council not to have a 5-year land supply when there is a step trajectory in place. That's not how I interpret things. When the local plan examination was carried out and it was found to be sound, it was on the basis that there would be a 5-year land supply whilst those strategic sites came on stream then.
Yeah, and at the time it was, the inspectors reported they were satisfied that there was that 5 years number.
There was at the time of the local planning examination, but clearly there is not now.
Yeah. I won't go back about the point about the strategic points, and you're quite right to pick me up on the way I asked the question, but I think that's all I need to ask in terms of the local plan. So I think I don't need to go further to that document. Could we then deal with this issue of how you did approach it? The design and access statement. And give me a moment. I think there was a revision to it, isn't it? So I think the one that we're dealing with now is 2.05 is the latest iteration of that document, isn't it? What was referred to as revision C, yep.
Post submission. Correct. Yep.
Now, in terms of this document, there's no discussion, is there, of a scheme for 550 dwellings. There's no sort of the way in which it works. You've not, apparently, as you mentioned earlier, started with any assumptions about what could be accommodated on site. Is that the way you've approached it?
From the outset, the site we looked at, I don't like to use the word, but as a blank canvas, as in what can we accommodate on this site, bearing in mind the local plan policy.
Okay, thank you. I think usefully within this document we've got the parameters plan. I'll just see if I got this right. At page 33, it mentions parameters plan, and then 34 has I'm going to hazard a point, see if I've got this right. What we now have as the parameters plan just embedded in this document. So that would be the parameters plan that would be approved. Am I right? I just don't want to start on a false premise.
No, the suggested conditions, I'm sure we'll come to that in the next session, includes the parameters plan as one of the documents.
Yeah,
in the condition.
But just wanted to check that the version we've got here in this document of the design and access statement is the one that would be approved. I just didn't want there to be any, you start off on the wrong course. Well, put it this way, Mr. Ball, if there is any issue, I don't mind you picking it up. I'll work on the assumption that it's the right one.
Okay.
Because what I wanted is just to check is the scope for what it permits.
Okay.
And we can see there the housing areas, and they would total 11.73 hectares, and they're the ones shaded in yellow. And there's a mix of 2, 2.5 and 3-story dwellings mentioned, but obviously depending on the depth of colour of the yellow as to where they go. Can I just check, in terms of how you interpret 2.5 stories and 3 stories, those are two different heights, aren't they, and two different capacities of building in terms of their floor space and height?
Well, they are two different heights, but it depends on what the internal floor space is used for. But I think what we need to recognise is this is a parameters plan and intended to inform urban design.
Yeah, well, it's urban design, but equally it isn't it? It's partly about the capacity of the site, isn't it?
And urban design. I mean, this sets the principles for when the reserve matters come in. There is a requirement to accord with the parameters. So the council knows, although this is an outline scheme and everything's indicative, it can expect to see something like this as part of the reserve matters.
Yeah. And just going to check, there's indicated on the key, and we can see where at Shottendane Road where it is, the safeguarded land for potential future road alignment, the 0.38 hectares area. Yeah, and obviously that came on later in the process, isn't it? If we looked at the parameters plan, I suppose the initial submission, that wasn't marked
Correct.
off. Yeah. Now, as I understand it, just really for clarification, if the road goes ahead in that form, you're still able to accommodate 450 units on the site as a whole. It's not that number has changed.
No, we reorganised the developable area at the south of the site.
Thank you. Because I was trying to puzzle how the two fit in, but the consequence of that is that demonstrates, doesn't it, that you can increase the density on other bits of the site and increase the number of units that a smaller area of land can produce?
No, because the overall developable remained about the same.
Well, the initial 450 did include part of that safeguarded land, didn't it?
Yes, and as I mentioned, we reorganised.
Yeah.
The
So So when you lose part of that safeguarded land for your housing, you could increase the density on other parts of the site.
We didn't increase the density; we changed the design.
Well, sorry, excuse me on the logic, but if I fit 450 into, say, 12 hectares, I know it's not the exact thing, and then I'm expected to put 450 on 12 hectares minus 0.38 hectares, that's an increase in density, isn't it?
Well, no. Well, it depends if your overall developable area has changed. In this instance, we reduced the size of the pocket park to offset the safeguarded land.
Okay, and the ability to use some of what otherwise would have been open space remains, doesn't it? You have still got a sort of a generous provision of open space, don't you?
Only insofar as it responds to the constraints. There is open space within that site that we cannot develop on.
But okay, I think it's take this in stages. The provision of open space, as we see here from the parameters plan, is 6.3 hectares. Yeah?
Yes, although
now that I think I want to come on to. Well, I suppose let's take this stage. I think you're about to say, well, you've now given a figure of 5.22, and
well, it's
that itself is slightly odd because the parameters plan hasn't been changed, has it?
it's a difference in terminology, really. So the 6.3 is the same, but the 5.22 excludes the bird mitigation area.
And I think that, and can I just pause about this point, because it relates obviously to how one approaches the mitigation as well as the open. As you said, it was a question of definition. At the moment, if someone turns to the parameters plan, the 6.3 hectares, that encompasses proposed public open space, vegetation, remodeled land form, archaeological exclusion zone, all being seen as, can I use the broad term open space?
I think a better term would be green infrastructure.
Right. And when it comes to the reserve matters and the phasing plans, those particular areas, will they still total 6.3 hectares? Let's start from that.
Well, obviously that's reserve matters. I think the requirement of the condition is broad accordance with.
Yeah, okay. And so it could be, and I suppose this is why I say I'm just trying to understand it. The bird mitigation area itself is not fixed at the moment, is it? It's just it will be determined as part of a scheme.
No, our suggestion is it's fixed because, well,
sorry, I suppose I need to check because I think a figure of 1.04 hectares has been mentioned, but it's not. We don't find that figure in any condition or any parameter plan, do we?
It's on the updated framework plan as part of my evidence.
This, I suppose, is where I need to check, as I say. But the parameters plan doesn't cover it, does it?
It covers the same area. I think what you may be trying to get at is you could develop them on there anyway, but you can't because that's the exclusion zone.
Well, no, well, I was going to put a different point here.
Mm-hmm.
When we looked at this parameters plan, areas of public open space, and indeed we could see the various walkways, include the archaeological zone, because there could be a bit of a doubling up. If you're not developing the archaeological zone, that's still available for public open space. That's the way it was originally put forward, wasn't it?
Yeah, because you can't build on it.
Yeah. But it did mean that archaeological space actually wasn't a constraint on the development area for housing because it could be used for open space. So you could release if you were to use this land for archaeological area, you could release other land for housing and still get to the same minimum 4.4 hectares.
No, because that, as mentioned in evidence in chief, and I tried to walk through this in some detail, everything on the plan serves a purpose. So the other areas of open space either can't be developed on because they fall within the surface water flow pathway, or they're a heritage buffer, so they serve a mitigation purpose, or they're the pocket park and they're there to break up visual massing for urban design purposes. The plan has been through a very significant level of interaction and detail by our consultants in consultation with council officers.
Well, as you know, one of the points is made is that this isn't the only way of developing this site. And one of the ways that it could also be looked at is if the open space figure of 4.4 hectares is used as the benchmark, not 6.3, and that would mean that other developable areas are available.
And yet, whilst the point is made in Mr. Hester's evidence, there is no plan before this inquiry that demonstrates he is right. The plan before this inquiry is the plan that's been through a very detailed and thorough investigation by ourselves in consultation with the council that takes into account all site constraints.
With respect, this is an outline application. That means there's a much broader level of variation possible, isn't there?
Well, the conditions seek to, for the parameters plan and landscape strategy plan, the development framework plan, broad accordance with. And as I mentioned yesterday, and I think you really do need to take this point, Inspector Cliff, I walked through in detail in evidence in chief because Mr. Hester's evidence seems to be implying we did it wrong and the council did it wrong and he could do it better. But the frank reality is the site has quite a number of constraints that need to be factored into on-site design and master planning.
Fair enough, Mr. Ball, I understand that's your position, but you've already demonstrated flexibility when it came to safeguarded land and ability to thicken up. Surely the same thing can apply to other areas of your site.
In regard to the safeguarded land, it was part of a negotiation with Kent County Council to secure their strategic routes, if you will.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the consequence of that change. You were able to thicken up the development of the rest of the site.
By reorganising how it worked in the southern section. It wasn't a thickening up, it wasn't a increase in density. It was a reorganisation of the overall master plan.
Yeah. Pretty quickly, I just understand this, the 4.4 hectare figure, which is in policy, is based on 550 houses and the needs of those people to 550 houses. If you've only got 450 houses, you've actually got a lesser need for a public open space, haven't you?
Well, there's two policy interactions here. There is the SP21 minimum requirements, and there's also a later policy which sets out the standards of open space. That would dictate what you need to provide, but on this site, you have the minimum requirements set out within the allocation policy. But it doesn't escape from the point that the open space on site serves its own purpose where it is located.
Yeah, but equally, the point remains that the minimum 4.4 hectares in policy is based on you providing 550 houses.
Up to.
But the calculation of what was considered at the local plan was on that equation, wasn't it? 550 houses, what would it require as a minimum?
No, because as I mentioned, you've got two policy interactions within the local plan. So far as I understand from the commentary within the local plan inspector's report, the setting of the minimum was to ensure a high quality design came forward.
Yeah. To ensure that people didn't push the open space to provide more housing.
I think it's picked up in my rebuttal. Bear with me. Maybe better if I go to the local plan inspector's report. There's a comment within the local plan.
Give us a moment to get the right document. Sorry, can you give us the reference?
Sure. It's TDC's core document 6.1.
I'm having to refresh the page as well.
Find the relevant paragraph there.
So I think when I go through 6.1, I go through to the local plan itself. Can I suggest, for the purpose of your answer, I'm happy to do it if we take the reference?
Sure. 122, page 23.
And that's their point about it, minimum being for high design quality, if I paraphrase it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember that. Yeah. And as I say, I think I've asked the question that follows from that they're seeking to ensure that people don't go below the minimum when providing the housing.
No, because we're still on up to and the notional maximums.
Okay. as I say, well, we've obviously covered those points. I don't think there's anything else I need to ask about the way in which the site's come forward, but except I suppose to say, at the time of the Oak Plan, it wasn't it, envisaged that a scheme for 550 was possible, and in the life of the plan, that still remains what the policy would allow for.
The local plan was based on the evidence submitted before the plan, and it was based on the assessments of capacity that was undertaken. The point I make in my evidence is that at that local plan stage, you did not know what we know now, effectively shortening the point. And on that basis, the local plan refers to them as up to amounts and notional capacities.
Well, obviously, the point Mr. Hester's made, that this isn't the only way to develop the site and to deliver the benefits that have been identified. I mean, there's a broad approach. That's correct, isn't it? There are other schemes possible when you're looking compared to an outline permission.
Well, Mr. Hester makes the point, but he doesn't actually provide any plan or any evidence to back that up.
Well, his point about topography is good, isn't it? The fall in the land does allow for different heights of building to not impact. Well, no, because Mr. Hester's misunderstood that part of the site and the engineering operation that entails to build the roundabout on Shottendane Road. Well, so I'm not going to. It's, as you say, there's not a specific scheme to compare it to. It's the broad point that I need to raise. I think we can leave the design access statement. Can I just about to deal with the issue of how one approaches planning term pause, comfort break. I'm sorry, I should have spotted this earlier. We've been going for just over the hour, I know, but as I sort of pause in terms of, I'm about to move to that topic, and I think it will be my final one, and hopefully we'll get through it. I'm guessing something like 20 minutes, but I'm conscious that once I start looking at documents, I'm probably being optimistic. But would it be okay just to have a brief pause?
Yeah, that is fine. Should we break for... But effectively, this will become up until 10... What is it now? 10:38, 10:50?
If that's okay for everybody else. Sorry to sort of break site early. But I'm grateful.
Thank you.
That's fine. Okay, we'll adjourn and we'll return at 10:50. Thank you. Okay, everybody, it's 10:50 and time to resume. Just wait until everybody reappears. There you all are. Over to you, Mr. Upton. You may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Walls has said issues about viability. Can I start just as a side point about Salmonston Grange site? Now, you will have heard, of course, Mr. Hester's explanation as to why there are the differences between the site, and I just wanted to explore how far you still saw it as, I suppose, a relevant consideration or sort of comparable. The site itself is much smaller, isn't it, at 250 and providing a major road. It's not a strategic site like this.
No, I mean, you are correct. It's a smaller site. It provides an important piece of road infrastructure, but it's a smaller site.
Yeah. And when it was originally submitted, it was to provide 30%. I mean, that's the way they initially approached it.
I believe they did. And I believe when the planning application was considered by members, it was deemed very dimly that they came back in after applying for 30% and then seeking to take that down to 18%.
But they still offered a choice, didn't they? It was 30% with a different type of tenure.
They offered 30% on shared ownership, which got no traction with members, obviously because of the need for affordable rent. There were also options in our case to increase affordable housing percentages by decreasing contributions to Kent County Council.
Yeah, but that decreased contribution point wasn't what Salmonston Grange looked at, is it? I mean, there's not something, there's an issue there.
No, the options were 30% shared ownership or 18%.
Yeah. So, in that sense, it is obviously specific to its own facts, isn't it? The way it was approached.
Yeah, each case on the merit. The reason I raise it in my evidence is the acceptance by the local authority at that point in time to take on board viability evidence submitted as part of the planning application.
But the viability evidence there actually followed policy, didn't it? It was policy compliant mix.
Potentially. But as made clear in Mr. Hester's evidence, and as we've continued to maintain, our mix was a market robust mix intended to optimise the site.
Yeah, but the distinction, isn't it, that in Salmonston Grange they basically followed what the local plan was expecting. In your case, as you say, you talk about market-driven market optimisation. Different approach. Yeah.
Different approach.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's all I need to ask about Salmonston Grange then. In a sense, it's foreshadowed the point about what was submitted in 2021, isn't it? That, as you described it, it was driven by what was considered to be optimal for the market. Now, can I therefore ask a question with regard to your involvement as the planning expert? Were you involved in what went into the viability assessment, or was that a discrete part of the project that you then took the result from?
I was involved insofar as providing instruction and liaising with JLL, but JLL as an instruction for, we need a viability expert to come on board based on our findings from looking at the site, the constraints, the abnormals, and the on-site provision of housing that we felt we could accommodate.
Yeah, and as I understand it, what's been through, of course, is what was put forward on the planning side is intending to meet the minimum space requirements of QDO4 and intending to, when it gets to reserved matters, meet the housing mix that would apply in terms of policy. Yeah, do you mean the distinction between a viability appraisal and at reserved matter stage? I suppose that's anticipating my next question. It does mean, doesn't it, that the financial viability appraisal submitted was not a policy compliant, or didn't put it that way around, didn't comply with the local plan policies that would be applied at the reserved matter stage? Well, obviously the policy is termed as have regard to. So it would be for the council to consider at reserved matter stage if that mix came in, whether they deem that was acceptable. That's a slightly different answer to the one I expected. Can I just follow that through? Because there's nothing been said, is there, in terms of the evidence for the inspector that the site would not meet the requirements of the local plan policies? It's not being suggested that it's going to come forward in a different form.
Well, at reserve matters stage, that is when the overall mix would be set. I mean, that's one of the conditions.
Yeah. So in that sense, from what you're saying, Mr. Hester's right, isn't he, that one needs to take into account the scheme assessed as part of the viability work to see whether it complies with policy, because that's part of what you're expecting the inspector to take into account.
Well, I would expect the inspector to take into account the requirements of SP23 when he's looking at the viability appraisal.
Yes, but okay, so can I unpack that?
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously going to take account of viability work, but if one looks at the viability work and it's assessed a scheme that doesn't comply with local plan policies, you still consider that's the correct viability assessment for him to look at?
Yes, because it's the most robust assessment to generate the highest value on the site.
Because you can see there's a division, isn't there? That, and I'm probably not going to persuade you of it, but that for viability assessments to give you an accurate reflection of what is deliverable on the site, they should reflect the local plan policy, shouldn't they?
Well, I think the terming of the policy and the supporting text to SP23 talks about maximising on-site delivery. So what we did was look at a mix that wouldn't try to undercut affordable housing in any way. It would be the most valuable scheme, bearing in mind constraints on site.
Right. But you didn't, when advising Mr. Couldry, limit what he could do by saying that it still has to meet policy QDO4 and SP22.
As I mentioned, it was designed to maximise and optimise. And, QDO4, for example, that's in the statement of common ground, that would be picked up at reserve matters.
But Mr. Ball, let's be clear, that at the time of your consideration by the planning committee and I understand the conditions which would restrict it to the national space standards of QDO4, the assessment alongside that submission was not restricted in that way.
Because that was a viability assessment in line with SP23, not a supporting policy assessment in line with SP22, which makes no reference to viability assessment.
We see, okay. It's helpful that any viability assessment has to reflect what will be delivered on the site. And what you've assessed will not be delivered if the local plan is applied.
What we have assessed is a value optimised site, bearing in mind that this is an outline proposal and the only thing set is access.
But asking you as a planner, not the viability side, just as a planning considerations, if the scheme comes forward in the way assessed in the viability assessment, it would be contrary to SP22 and QDO4, wouldn't it?
QDO4, I accept that there was a variation, which was corrected by Mr. Couldry. I think the scheme, the accommodation schedule didn't include any one-bedroom flats or one-bedroom units, so that part of the schma wouldn't have been achieved. But I mean, I go back to the point that the purpose of the viability appraisal was to present a robust mix, market robust mix, to demonstrate the best case viability scenario.
Okay, that's helpful. I think it avoids land questions. It clearly is a division between the approach that you've taken and what we had.
Well, there's nothing within guidance that backs that up. I think you need to look at what the viability appraisal does, what's informed it, whether it's been agreed, for example, by independent experts appointed by the council, which this has multiple times. And there is nothing before this inquiry that demonstrates a more valuable scheme that delivers a higher level of affordable housing in viability terms is before us.
Okay, but Mr. Ball, in terms of the weight to be attached to any viability assessment, that's the question, isn't it? First, the NPPF and the PPG both direct the decision maker to consider what weight to attach to any viability assessment, isn't it? As a general point.
Yes.
Yeah. And in looking at the weight to attach to it, surely the relationship that the viability assessment has to the actual scheme that will be delivered is irrelevant to that weight point.
Well, it goes back to my last point. It depends on how the viability work has been undertaken, whether, for example, it's been open and transparent, which we have been from the outset, whether it's followed the standardised inputs, which it does, whether it's been independently verified, which it has, whether across all stages we have consistently demonstrated that the viability evidence that supports the application and appeal results in the highest level of affordable housing that the scheme can provide.
Okay. Thank you. Just taking the consequence of it, in terms of what the inspector's then being asked to consider, he's obviously got the planning condition that's been agreed that would have national space standards applied. He's also got the unilateral undertaking suggesting that there's a specific affordable housing mix that will be applied, which is not the mix that was in the June 2021 assessment. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I know we'll come to this, but let me just go to the relevant clause. So there's just for reference, and I'm sure we'll come to this later, there is a definition within the unilateral undertaking that refers to that.
I'm grateful because, as you say, I'm sure you say come to it as in the planning obligation session.
Yes, sorry, my apologies.
I just wanted to ask the planning link, I suppose, because the other planning link from the unilateral undertaking is the way in which the inspector is given. I suppose the way it's written is that it will take account of what the inspector may conclude, that it could be 15%, but it also, in the wording, says could be 30%. That's in the unilateral, isn't it? That could be a consequence.
Correct.
Yeah. And even somewhere in between, if the inspector were to reach that conclusion, is that what's intended?
Yeah. I mean, some more interaction from TDC in the build-up to this would have been helpful, but that aside, the reason that the clause is set in that way is when you strip back everything as part of this inquiry, it is effectively an arbitration between affordable housing percentage. So the way that the clause has been drafted is to allow the inspector to consider the evidence that sits before this inquiry, and on the basis of the evidence before this inquiry to decide the appropriate provision of affordable housing based on evidence.
Yeah, and just to understand the how 30% would be one conclusion, is that where if the inspector is not satisfied that policy SP23, I suppose, the exception to policy SP23, the way in which you could show something was not viable has been satisfied. So it's not been demonstrated that anything less than 30% would not be viable, then that would be why the unilateral would then lead to 30% as the conclusion.
Or in advance of this inquiry, had the council presented something to show that 30% could be accommodated on site?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, you've heard from Mr. Hester that if the financial viability work doesn't satisfy this point about demonstrating it's not viable, then 30% would still follow as the conclusion.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just grateful to understand how you see it fitting together in planning terms, because then I don't need to ask further on that. Can I then go to the way the figures, as you've said, represent the best case? As I say, this is why I was thinking we might need to just go to the June 2021 update, which had as core document 2.22.
Okay.
And I keep on opening it from the core document and see if I can avoid doing that, so I get the right copy. One moment.
Sorry to interrupt while you're looking. Is this the JLL letter, June letter?
Yes, to a colleague of yours, Mr. Black, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through the website. Easiest thing. I have too many documents open, which is a hazard of this. But Mr. Black is, I presume, a colleague at a similar sort of level to you. It's part of the team, isn't it? I think
yeah, project manager. Yeah.
Yeah. And in terms of what this was assessing, I suppose what Mr. Calder was asked. Can I just check before I go to the specific of the letter? The scheme, the accommodation scheme that Mr. Calder was given, he refers to it having been given by an architect, but it sounds like you were actually involved in that accommodation schedule as well. Is that how I want to interpret it?
No, we out instruct. We have, obviously, being a major land promoter, have contacts within the house building sector, and we out instruct all work. That includes in relation to proving layouts, as I referenced yesterday, to architects who work with house builders.
Right. So yes, it comes in, so to speak, outside, but you do then review it from a planning perspective, or not? You'd leave that to them?
We'd have a discussion with them about contents, how they've arrived.
Okay. Thank you. And then one finds, say, this letter, though it's written, though, isn't it, to Gladman, is then put forward on, I suppose, Gladman's behalf to the local authority. It's sort of, this is not just James Lamb-Gassell saying it. This is also you as the site promoter saying it.
Yeah, I mean, it follows, just for your reference, so it followed the planning committee. Obviously, it's made clear in the outset where officers were asked to go back and renegotiate affordable housing.
Thank you. Can I then go to the way that, I suppose, the conclusion, isn't it? Just the second page. Based upon the above, we have calculated the scheme would provide an additional 5%, which is how one gets to 15%. And it says, whilst maintaining a similar residual land value, which equates to about 67, which we know is 68. Now, in terms of that point about the residual land value, you obviously will have heard me ask Mr. Calder about this, but it's obviously relevant to what landowner, or I suppose a site promoter or a house builder is prepared to accept.
Not really.
Well, that's what I want to check, because let's explore it. You're quite right. I mean, I asked it in a broad sense to see if there was that agreement, but the similar residual land value means, of course, approximately minus 1.7 million, doesn't it, in this instance?
Yes, actual terms, yeah.
Yeah. And as you may have heard, when Dixon Searle equated that into, well, that would be a lower percentage on the one way of accommodating that to make the residual land value match the benchmark land value is to reduce the profit that would be expected, and it comes in at 15.2% developer profit, which would mean that then the figures match.
I'm not sure that was Mr. Calder's evidence.
No, so that's Dixon Searle's evidence that that's how it equates, and I asked Mr. Calder about it. But that therefore suggests that if one's looking at the policy test, which I need to ask you about whether residual land value meets the benchmark land value, the way in which that matches is that a lower developer's profit is to be expected on this site. I mean, that's how the maths works, isn't it?
Well, that's what Dixon Searle did in the update note to Mr. Hester's evidence, I believe. We have taken the consistent view throughout to apply a 17.5 developer profit. Now, that results in a negative RLV, but as noted by Mr. Calder yesterday, that's not unusual. It's normal to be in deficit.
Well, okay, that's from his viability perspective, and I presume that's from you also's perspective of Gladman's, that's how you have experienced it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and does that, because when you've been obviously involved with the landowner, and that's been part of the discussion as well, is it, as to what that figure would be?
Well, I think this goes to my rebuttal point 3, which is from a viability perspective and from the government standardised inputs perspective, and Mr. Caudry's point on applicant blind in how you undertake a viability appraisal. Where is Gladman in viability? And the fact is that the negative RLV has no real bearing on Gladman or the landowner. The landowner gets the EUV plus value from the site.
Yeah, because I just explored one, because as you know, at the moment, there's an emphasis on, I suppose, this process being as, I suppose, transparent and to understand where public subsidy goes and trying to be open book and the rest of it. So it's helpful to understand how Gladman fits into the assessment, or Gladman or someone in your position. But in terms of, I suppose, I think you've explained from the point of view of the landowner and Gladman's that the negative residual land value is not of concern here. Is that a fair summary?
Well, it's the outcome of the viability appraisal.
Yeah.
I think we have to separate what is a viability appraisal.
But the way in which, I think, as you said, what the landowner receives or what you receive is not affected by this negative theoretical residual land value.
In viability terms, it's the EUV plus value. I think.
Yeah, but sorry, EUV plus value is also the benchmark land value, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. Sorry,
yeah, I mean,
I'm not a viability expert.
Well, benchmark land value has to be arrived at some way, and one way of doing it is to EUV plus to get to that figure. Because I think you can see my dilemma, Mr. Bull, that if it is, as you say, applicant blind, we do now have evidence before the inquiry that for this site, the landowner is prepared to release it at a lower figure than the benchmark land value would otherwise suggest. So as a matter of evidence, you can accept a lower residual land value and know that this site will still be delivered.
I think the risk in going down that route is that you're verging into hope value, which was specifically PPG guidance and viability and standardised inputs was made so hope never came into it. To make the entire process standardised.
Does bear come into it? No, sorry. But can we just take, because I understand yes, hope value is, as you say, what people might then hope for. We're trying to find a more objective measure, aren't we?
Correct, and that's the current way. BLV.
An objective applicant blind measure, if the residual land value is 1.7 million below the benchmark land value, this scheme's not going to be delivered, is it? It's just an undeliverable application.
Not necessarily, sir.
Well, on the viability, it's just underwater. It's just not going to happen.
I don't agree with that. It's a demonstration that on the basis of the viability evidence, that produces the RLV. And it's for a developer to decide whether to take that forward or not.
But wearing your planning hat, if you had sort of somebody on an next door site and they tell you that the residual land value is below the benchmark land value, you'll say, well, and we were at, say, a local planning inquiry, you'll say, well, that can't be taken into account as a site. It's not going to be delivered. I mean, that's how the logic works, isn't it?
Again, not necessarily. I mean... Well,
I presume you've sat in on local plans and criticise other sites for not being sound and not being deliverable because they're below the benchmark land value. Well, that's we hear 1,000 times.
Well, that's local plan stuff.
Ultimately, it is financial information. We have an undeliverable site, don't we, if it's given full weight?
No, what this demonstrates is a comparison of the RLV, BLV, following guidance on viability appraisals. It's not looking at scheme deliverability. It's it's looking at a viability appraisal and the outcome of the viability appraisal
Well, I suppose
to support the 15% affordable housing that's
but if we take applicant blind, and this is the financial viability assessment, to be more precise, the scheme for 450 homes in this way is not going to be delivered. It's not a scheme that works.
I disagree, because I mean you're talking about scheme deliverability versus an evidential document that's intended to serve a purpose around viability.
Not to labour the point, but I mean that's partly why, isn't it? With the financial viability at the local plan stage, looked at 550 homes, and that's what can deliver much greater value on this site.
But unfortunately, based on all our work and the years that we've spent working with officers and the evidence that supports this planning application, 550 homes can't be accommodated on this site. There's no evidence before the inquiry to demonstrate it can be accommodated on site. And there's no viability appraisal that demonstrates a greater, more valuable scheme can be presented.
Understandably tempting as it is, I'll not go back over those issues, but thank you, Mr. Ball, and thank you, sir. That's what I wanted to ask.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Upton, and thank you, Mr. Ball. So, can I ask one question? There's a couple of questions which will probably sort of move across to the condition session, but on the development framework plan in the design and access statement, this might lead into what we'll be discussing later on about conditions, but I'll mention it now anyway.
Okay.
The area in the bottom right of the site, the open area for the archaeological zone, and also, I think I'm right in saying that's going to become the bird protection area.
That's correct, yes, sir.
On the development framework plan, which I'm assuming was sort of done at a sort of earlier stage than the sort of the bird mitigation area was developed, but at the moment it shows various sort of what look to be footpaths and sort of clear access ways, which it looks to be an area of space that would be open to the public. But as I understood it from the discussions the other day on ecology, this area would be fenced off so that the public couldn't get into it with pets and all the things that we talked about the other day. I appreciate that was in the ecology discussion. Is that because this plan was before those discussions and conclusions were arrived at? And if it does that have any implications at all for the sort of overall provision of open space, public open space that can be provided or not?
Yeah, I mean, in two steps, yes. The development framework plan within the design and access statement predates the latest framework plan that sits in the appendix of my evidence. I mean, in terms of overall on-site open space provision, we're at 5.22 hectares, excluding the bird mitigation area. So we still achieve the policy requirements and in SB21, and also the other policy, the reference evades me within the plan that sets the standards for open space on site.
Okay, so it's 5.2 excluding the bird mitigation area.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is the intention, and this is probably best left for when we discuss the ecological conditions as in the condition session, but it is the intention that there will be an area that is set aside, not as shown currently on the development framework plan.
Yes. I think for reference, just for later, it's the development framework plan revision M in my appendix, which shows that area.
Right, so that actually supersedes the one in the design access statement, which I appreciate was obviously submitted with the application.
That's correct.
So just I've got that now, so I'll keep my train of thought. Which reference is it to the one you just referred to, that later revision?
Rev M, and that's at my appendix 2 of my evidence.
Right. Yeah, we saw that yesterday, didn't we? I think. Okay, I'll make sure I have that open when we get to the conditions section, because I suspect this discussion can sort of be led on to that part of the discussion a bit later on this morning. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions for Mr. Ball from interested parties, or obviously Rule 6, who are opposing the development? No. Okay, thank you. In that case, Mr. Williams, it's over to you to proceed with. Is that a question? No, it's not. With your re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Quite brief, I hope. Mr. Ball, we'll go back to the beginning and work through. Do you have the local plan, CD 5.1, still to hand, please?
Yes, I do.
And in particular, you were asked questions which began by a reference to paragraph 3.18.
Yes.
So that's CD 5.1 of the council's documents, page 48.
Yes. And 3.18.
3.18. Do you have that, sir? Just difficult to see who's got what open when you're on a screen.
Yes, I will do. I'm almost there. 3.18. Yes.
Thank you. And the point was about whether or not Gladman had considered whether it could meet the 550 by taking less land. Do you recall?
I do, yes.
And you replied that effectively this was about efficiency of land use. And I just wanted to be clear, has the council raised any concern either in discussions or in the reason for refusal by reference to the proposals making an inefficient use of land, as that's termed within the NPPF?
No. No.
In terms of efficiency of land use, can we look at SP 21? And within the first paragraph, there's the allocation is to have an approximate average density of 35 dwellings per hectare net. Can you tell us what the appeal scheme provides by way of average net density?
We're slightly above, we're at 38 dwellings per hectare.
Thank you. And what do you say as to the prospect of being able to achieve 550 as per 3.18 with a lesser land take?
I don't think it would be achievable unless you very, very significantly exceeded density.
Thank you. And in terms of the consideration of this, you explained the iterative process, and this relates to the, I think it was termed the sort of thickening up process. Can you just explain in real terms, if this planning permission is granted, an outline application for up to 450 units by reference to the parameter plan and the development plan, you know, what scope in practice is there for thickening up through this planning application or through this planning permission if granted?
If granted, the overall quantum of development might be set by a planning condition which would fix the 450. There would be conditions that would refer to plans, but overall, I don't accept that there's a thickening up scope based on the work that we've done in the lead up to the submission of the application.
And can you take up, please, CD 5.2, which is the officer's report? That's Gladman CD 5.2.
Yes, I have that.
And turn to PDF page 133.
I'm there.
The first new paragraph on that page, this is in the original officer's report, is dealing with the numbers point, and it references the policy team's response, and then 3/4 of the way through the paragraph it says specific factors have been demonstrated by the applicant to impact the capacity of the site due to the nature and topography of the site and the provision of the new road links. On this basis, the reduction in the number of proposed dwellings from the allocation is considered appropriate, etc. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
I just wanted your explanation, please. Since that time, what evidence is there produced by either Gladman or the council that in fact it's those technical constraints have been addressed or resolved in such a way that would alter that conclusion so as to enable a greater quantity of development on the site?
No evidence has been presented by the council that a greater quantity can be accommodated, and our evidence has remained clear that the proposals are fully justified based on our investigation into the site.
I just wanted to pick up and helpfully the inspector raises as well. I think it's worth looking, please, at your appendices. You were asked questions about the parameters plan, which is CD 2.08. And the development framework plan. The most recent version of that is in your appendix 2. It's the first plan in appendix 2. And I just wanted you to explain, please, firstly, in terms of the conditions and how the permission will work, how do those two plans sit against one another? What's their respective roles?
Well, within the conditions, there is a requirement for reserved matters to generally accord with the principles of the framework plan and the parameters plan.
Thank you. And if we look at the most recent development framework plan, please, let's just deal firstly with the inspector's question. To the southeast of the site, adjoining Manston Road, there's a box that has some text in it. And can you just explain? This is the bird protection or the bird breeding area. Can you just explain how the the real question I want you to explain is how the open space operates across the site, because the questions in particular seem to be suggesting that there should only be 4.4 hectares of open space and no more.
As mentioned, all open space on site serves a purpose. So in this area of the site, it was previously, prior to the bird mitigation being included, intended to serve as an archaeological exclusion zone. The mitigation area would fence that area off, but there'd still be the ability for recreational footways and routes to bypass that adjacent to the development parcel. In the northern section of the site, although land is dedicated to public open space to deal with the surface water flow pathway, it still serves a purpose, providing a trim trail through the site.
Thank you very much. Very short point. You were asked some questions about the shortfall, housing land supply shortfall, that is, and there was reference to a 5% buffer. What's the role of the 5% buffer in relation to the calculation of the council's housing land supply?
It's not relevant at this point. It's 20% buffer.
Thank you. Just on the viability questions you were asked at the end, you were asked questions about whether or not an FVA had to comply with the SHMA mix. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as a result of Mr. Couldry's work, the appellant has assessed both the 2016 SHMA mix put forward and the 2021 LHN consultation draft mix. In terms of the SP23 point, the viability point, what's the consequence of having regard to those viability appraisals in relation to whether or not greater than 15% affordable housing can be demonstrated?
They don't support the greater than 15% affordable housing can be accommodated. Both the 2016 and 2021 SHLA results demonstrate that the residual land value of the site would go down, i.e. become less valuable.
You were then asked a question about the weight that can be given to FVAs and whether or not the scheme assessed is policy compliant. I think this way it was put. Do you recall?
I do, yes.
If, therefore, greater weight were to be given to the financial viability appraisals based on SHMA mixes rather than the applicant's mix, what consequence would that have for FP23 and the appellant's case?
If greater weight was given to the 2021 and 2016 SHMA mix, less affordable housing would be provided. Our mix demonstrates the optimal level of affordable housing that can be provided. But in terms of SP23, the overall requirement has been met in the exception, as it's been demonstrated by evidence that the scheme is unviable.
Thank you. And finally, you were asked some questions about points going to benchmark land value versus residual land value. And obviously, the viability evidence as such was addressed with Mr. Couldry. And you might not be able to deal with this, but I just want to understand, in terms of the way that the PPG operates, is benchmark land value intended to reflect the particular price that an individual landowner will accept, or through a contract or obligation or option might accept on commercial terms?
Yes. The disposal of the site, yes.
Thank you very much. They're all the points I wanted to address. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ball, for your evidence.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right. That takes us to item 12 on the programme, which is a discussion of the suggested conditions. Let's just have not really a proper break, but a little short time out, just so I can get my relevant documents out. So I'm just going to disappear for literally 2 or 3 minutes, and then we can commence on the suggested conditions. Right. If everybody is, excuse me, is ready, who is going to be taking part? This is going to be effectively a round table discussion, and as I think I said in my opening on Tuesday, it's without prejudice to the decision that I will make. So discussing conditions does not mean to say that I've made up my mind on the appeal, and also for representations from the council and the interested party, please feel free to take part and make your comments. It doesn't indicate that you agree that planning permission should be granted. So it's purely without prejudice. So who is going to be taking part? Is it all those people that I can see in front of me? So
obviously, from our point of view, Mr. Livingston was going to take the lead, and I don't think hopefully we'll need to say much. But.
Okay. Is that the same for you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Ball, or?
That's certainly the same for me.
I'll take the lead, sir.
Okay, excellent. And Mr. Dickman, we've got you as well, which is useful because I've got your submission that you made a while ago now with your suggestions on surface water flooding, biodiversity and green infrastructure. Can I just check, have Mr. Ball and Mr. Livingston got that as well? It's a 2-page submission.
I have got it. I just need to find it. Bear with me.
Mr. Dickman, what was it provided with? Was it with your position statement you did just before Christmas, or was it with your statement of case? I can't remember either now. I've got it, but you're on mute, Mr. Dickman, I think.
I believe it's with the position statement. Having said that, I can check with Mr. Hand to clarify that.
It was just to help Mr. Ball locate it.
Sorry, as is always the case at Inquiry, I've got about 3,000 emails since the event began.
And Mr. Hand has got his hand up. He may be able to clarify.
Yes, Mr. Hand.
So it was sent separately, not with any other statement. I'm just trying to find the date that that I emailed it to Holly.
I don't know if Mr. Livingstone, you've got a copy that you could email Mr. Ball, perhaps. I don't know.
I can, yes. Thank you, sir. I've just located it myself, and I will just email it straight across.
Thanks. Yeah, I've just found it as well.
Okay.
Literally. There we go. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. So, Mr. Ball, hopefully you'll have that shortly.
I do, yes, sir.
Good. Okay. So the documents that I'm working from, I've still got the original committee report list of conditions, only because that's the sort of document that I've scribbled notes on. But I've also now got the updated list of conditions, which was emailed yesterday or perhaps the day before, which, as I understand it, is the agreed conditions, certainly between the council and the appellant. Perhaps not so for Mr. Dickman. I'm not sure how they've incorporated your amendments or not.
Not as such, not as yet.
Okay. Well, we'll come on to those as we go through the discussion. Okay. Are those all the documents that I need? And what I propose to do, I'm presuming the suggested list of conditions are in the same order. So if I go through, and as we go, we need to go through, it's a fair canter, because there's 44, actually it's grown now, it's 46, hasn't it? So it may be slightly less when we finish, we'll see. But yes, so I will go through and I'll raise any comments that I've got, but feel free to, obviously, sort of people chip in if you have any sort of particular concerns or anything you want to say about them. Okay, so condition 1, fairly standard outline condition. My only comment on this is, does it need, what I will do is, I'll just explain my approach on this, that if the appeal was to be allowed, obviously I have to impose conditions, and it will be for me to sort of decide what the most appropriate condition is, bearing in mind the actual the relevant tests, And there are some things that I may well make very small changes to without even referring back to the parties now, if they're very small changes to sort of wording. But anything of substance, I will raise with you now. Okay. So the first one is the approval of details condition. I think the standard condition that I'm used to has a clause in somewhere which does say before any development takes place. I mean, it's probably quite a small point, but it just makes it clear that those details need to be submitted before any development. It probably sort of seems to make sort of sense, but technically, I suspect it should have a little clause in to say that.
Well, from the appellant side, we wouldn't have any concerns with that clause being included.
No. Okay.
Nor from the local authority side. Thanks.
No. Okay. I mean, it's a fairly sort of inconsequential point in a way, but I think it just tightens it up. Okay. Point 2, condition 2. If you could just briefly, I've got no particular comments on this, but if you could just briefly explain, I've seen it in writing somewhere, but briefly explain the rationale for the 3-year and the 5-year periods in this case.
I think it was down to the phasing and the size of the scheme to allow sufficient time for the phases to come forward.
Okay. I think that's referred to in your written evidence somewhere as well, isn't it? So I can refer back to that as well if I need any further detail. Condition 3, I've got no comments on that. And let me know as I go along if one of these conditions has been changed in your updated list, because it might not be absolutely as obvious to me as I go through. So condition 4 is phasing condition, which I understand. I just wanted to check, is the phasing parameter plan number 2, is that the correct parameter plan at revision A, or does that need to be changed?
I think it is correct, but let me just double check, sir.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's revision A. Mr. Livingston, are you happy with that as well? I just want to make sure I get these correct revisions because we do have a few.
Yes, I believe so. This one that was checked for the phasing, yes.
Okay. Okay, good. The final sentence of the condition says, this condition does not prevent the construction periods of any phase running concurrently with other phases. What's the reasons for that? And on first reading, it sounds almost like contradictory to the condition itself, which says the phasing has to be set out in accordance with the actual phasing plan. But then that clause seems to allow the whole thing to be built at once, potentially. Could you explain?
I think it was along the basis that where you look at the phasing plan, the natural split in the site is Shottendane Road. And there's part of the infrastructure delivery taking the distributed road up to the roundabout and then the roundabout up to Manston Road. And in theory, it would allow 2 house builders, one to take forward 1A and one to take forward 1B.
Okay. Mr. Livingstone, presumably you're happy with that. Does it not potentially do more than that, though? Does it not potentially allow sort of more to happen than that? And would that be an issue?
I think it potentially could, but I don't think when you look at the other phasing schedules, I mean, obviously we'd be guessing, but the way that phase 1A interacts with 2 and 3, if it was taken forward by multiple house builders, I don't think it would be likely that 2 and 3 would be a separate flat house builder. Because of the interaction between the 2 and the requirements for access through.
Okay. Got some hands up as well. Mr. Hester, have you got your hand up? Did you want to say anything about this, or was it something else?
No, thank you, sir. I mean, at last I agreed with Mr. Ball on something. For a scheme of 450, a house builder is more likely just to keep going. and not, they won't see it in terms of stopping for phases. They'll see it probably as one hit. Unless in the two exceptions are, because there are two sites, there may well be two outlets. That was all. So I was just wanted to agree with Mr. Ball that it's more likely to be developed in one hit.
Right.
So we will see the phases as planners, but the developers will more likely just crack on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hand, your hand's still up from before, which might have been just your previous hand still being up, I'm not sure. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, I see. And what's the, in terms of the reason for the condition or the ground as it's used in this document, to secure the programming and phasing of an orderly pattern to the development in accordance with the phasing arrangements that have been assessed? Is there any sort of particular more explanation of why that is needed? Is it because of, I don't know, potential highway impacts or what?
If I may come in there, it does relate to the highway impact, as you say. There's, when we come on to planning obligations, there's particular reasons behind that in terms of how the highway infrastructure is expected to come on board at different times throughout the development.
Okay. Without labouring the point on the previous issue I raised, is there anything in the phasing plan which actually sort of talks about the fact that phases can be done concurrently?
So I can't see any particular reference to it on the plan.
No, it's just colour schemes which designate the phase areas.
Do you think, Mr. Livingstone, that any sort of further clause is needed, even, I mean, just sort of thinking aloud, even something to say, unless, we're actually becoming a tailpiece, unless any revised phasing is agreed by the local planning authority, just to prevent any risk? Maybe there's not a risk, as Mr. Balls and Mr. Hester have indicated, and I'm maybe thinking too much of it, but
I think actually I might even defer to Mr. Ball on this one, because I think, yes, it would, as you say, it would tighten it up and allow some flex, some minimal flex. I think we obviously would be careful not to depart from the principles of that plan that the condition is trying to secure. But I suppose it's really maybe a question for, well, Mr. Hester's going to come in as well on behalf of the local authority, so I'll probably just go to him.
Well, I'd rather defer to Mr. Ball, of course, but the phasing plans are there in terms of the triggers for 106s and everything else. So the numbers are important because the triggers relate to those. So, so that's my response. But I'm sure Mr. Ball wants to add something to that.
okay, Mr. Ball, I'll let you have the final say on this.
No, I was going to agree with Mr. Hester, actually. The phasing plan does refer to the numbers, so and they do have consequential impacts on the legal agreements.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. So condition 5, this is reserved matters condition. Reserved matters submitted in accordance with condition 1 in respect of each phase shall include the following details. There's quite a long list of details. I don't want to go through each one, but I think a general point about this is that quite a few of these then seem to be repeated by separate conditions. And I've got a bit of an overriding thing about repetition. There seems to be quite a lot of repetition, which might result in a need for slightly less conditions, or certainly more precise conditions. So my general point is that where something's referred to clearly as a separate condition, does it also have to be included in this long list of requirements?
You first, Ian.
Thank you. I think with this condition, obviously this is I suppose it's been worked up from a standardised condition which relates to applications of this scale. As the local authority's perspective, I wouldn't have any issue with anything that is duplicated being removed, because I think obviously, as you point out, so it's, we're over 45 conditions in the application, so if there are particular things that you feel are duplicated in this particular condition in regards to the reserved matters, then I've got no objection for them to be removed.
Okay. Mr. Ball, are you happy with that, I presume?
Yeah, yeah, the less conditions, the better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the line of conditions seems to be still going up in terms of if you did a graph from about 20 years ago. So anyway, maybe that's due to other factors, I don't know. But anyway, on scale and appearance, scale, form and appearance of the architecture within each phase, and it says including frontage design. And I think I know what that means. I think it's meant to mean the sort of the front forecourt of a dwelling, I think, rather than the actual front elevation. But as you first read it, it's not exactly obvious. What does it mean?
Sorry, sir. It is as you interpret, because obviously you're going to get the front elevations of a scheme at a reserved matter stage.
Okay, so it's actually for the sort of the forecourt driveway.
It's an element of detail, indeed, that gives you more of a feel for the development rather than the sort of very standardised sort of different front elevations.
Okay, is there another way that could be drafted in that case?
Seeing as it's relating to detail of architecture, do you need it? Could you end it at the comma?
All these things are within the power of the local satisfactorily.
That is debated at that point. I suppose in some instances, the conditions are, obviously when it comes to reserved matters, are trying to be informative as opposed to sort of restrictive. So I appreciate it's an informative point. It is something that obviously we will be concerned with at the reserved matter stage. So it's not necessarily precisely needing to be necessarily put in.
Okay, I can take away what's been said and come to a view on that. Okay. Thank you. And then condition 6 is right. These, I'm not sure these references are quite correct. Or maybe they are. The parameter plan, is that the correct? Does that need a revision in it?
I think this is where we have the core document title references B, but the actual rev is C.
I scribbled in revision this. Is
that's the correct reference? Yes.
Right.
Yes,
so revision C, is that agreed? Because it's what I don't want to do is get any references wrong. So revision C, and then the landscape strategy plan, is that it refers to one received on the 13th of November. Is that still the correct one?
No, the landscape strategy referred to in 6 is from my evidence appendix 2.
What's the correct? What's the correct revision reference? Is that correct then? Is it F is correct?
For landscape strategy, sorry, is that? No, landscape strategy is I.
I. Yeah. Okay. Is that, Mr. Livingston, are you happy with that?
That's the plan that was submitted, with Mr. Ball's proof.
Right.
Which shows it's the plan that includes the bird mitigation area.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about in terms of. So it's definitely I and not F. Agreed. Is that agreed? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay, moving on to 7. So these are the plans that relate to the highway works. And again, can we just do a double check to make sure that these are the correct versions? Revision E, 12th of March 2021. That seems to match what was in the Statement of Common Ground. As does SK10 Revision A. And SK11, presumably SK11 is just the original plan without a revision.
Let me check. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so everyone's happy that those are the correct references. Good. And there's a final clause in it that says, development hereby approved shall be carried out in accordance with those plans. Obviously, I understand that. Then it says, subject to final design and highway authority adoption requirements. What might these be, and could they change the approved plans materially? Or shouldn't the condition just say it should the development carried out, because this is a detailed matter, should be carried out in accordance with those plans, and any amendments would just have to be dealt with like any amendments to any outline permission? Or
yes, sorry, sir, if I could come in. We're looking at condition 7. I fear that I'm looking at the list that was sent through from Gladman yesterday, which doesn't have that clause in it.
Oh, right. Oh, well, good. In that case, good. Okay. It's just that this. I'm still. My notes are from the
original. Okay.
In the week, so that's good. We're thinking on the same line. So okay. Sorry, because I've got my two versions here. As I say, any condition that's been updated from the original list in the Word document sent through the other day, then let me know.
And just to confirm with Mr. Livingston, the 7 that I'm looking at doesn't have that end clause in.
Yeah. Okay. I see. And also condition 6, there's been an addition to the original one in terms of development framework plan revision M being added to it.
That's correct, yes.
Which is M, which is what we've referred to earlier on, isn't it? So that's correct. Okay. Moving down to 8. So 8's been revised from the one I originally had. And this requires the master plan to be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. And given that there's already a master plan, which has been referred to quite a lot in evidence, what's envisaged by having actually a revised master plan? So the master plan is not actually fixed, according to this condition. There is some movement which could be expected through this condition. What's the reasoning behind that?
I was going to say, I think this was included by Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Chris. This condition and the following one, so is to do with the design code as well. I mean, the master plan isn't fixed, and therefore, with the design code, should actually be a positive planning element to actually coordinate development across both sites. And so the master plan will cover particular features, if you like, but the design code will cover things like community safety, max levels for external lighting obviously because it's countryside location, etc. So it's more about digging into the detail so the two run together. And I think that's a fairly common approach these days to run design code with master plan. The master plan has been submitted, but it is illustrative, so the local authority will need to see a fully worked up one in accordance with principles. That's why those two are put together. If that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah, that is. Thank you. And it's interesting that this condition has got this sentence that says the master plan shall demonstrate how the development would reduce energy demand, promote energy efficiency, and be designed to address climate change and climate changes. So it seems to almost be sort of particularly addressing climate change energy points in terms of those specific things it asks for. And then the reason is to achieve good design and placemaking. I'm not sure the reason quite ties up with that sentence that I've just read out.
Sorry, carry on. You go ahead.
I think this is trying to future-proof where it's all going, because obviously we don't have a timetable for what we do, but issues like energy, climate change, etc., will need to be addressed at the time of the submission, and it's just to cover that future-proof. And obviously the SUDs have been worked out on the basis of climate change as well. So it was really to cover the time lag between reports that have been undertaken and what's actually going to be submitted.
Okay.
At those times. Sorry, Chris.
No, all I was going to say was, I mean, obviously acknowledging that we are moving forward in planning policy terms in terms of good design and energy efficiency. If it is a concern, so there are later conditions that refer to high energy efficiency. That's 45, 46 primarily. Yeah,
I've read those. Yeah. Okay. I think I understand that. It might be this just needs the reason expanding on it a little bit. I see the reasons for it in principle. Okay. So condition 9 on the amended list, this is going to cause confusions because the numbers are going to be out from my list. But anyway, condition 9 on the updated list, is this a new condition as well from the original set? This is design code.
Yes, I believe it will be, sir. And obviously building from the design and access statement.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I've got no comments on that. Okay, condition 10. Open space specification for the phase shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority to accord with the principle shown in plan number. That's revision I, that's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Is this a new condition as well, or do we go back now to the previous list?
I believe this is in the previous list, sir.
Oh, I see, it is, yeah. Okay. Okay. Just reading my comments on this. Does this... First of all, one small point. There's a sentence where it says outline any local plan space to be provided. And then there's another, the following sentence, such plan space shall be provided following the criteria stated in Thanet Local Plan 2020, etc., etc. I almost sort of think that policy, the need to comply with policy is taken as read when reserve matters or these condition submissions come in, rather than having to repeat them in a condition, maybe out of preciseness. That's the sort of sentence that might be deleted. I know it goes back to Mr. Livingstone's point about conditions providing information as well, but I suspect that's why conditions are getting a lot longer now, because I think local authorities are just putting in a long list of requirements, which is very helpful. But anyway, it's probably not a discussion for today. But in terms of preciseness, I just wonder if saying it shall comply with a local plan policy is needed, when I thought that would have been given as read. So
no, I take the point, sir.
I'll leave it at that. I don't think taking it out would remove the sort of substance or essence of the condition in any way, or dilute it in any way. Okay, and does this need to? So there's mention of things like the trim trail that was referred to earlier on. Does this need to also include the bird protection area, or is that covered elsewhere?
That's covered elsewhere.
Right.
There's a separate ecological condition.
Okay, we'll move on to that then. Okay. That must have been one of the points that's been updated later on. Okay, that's... Okay, so condition 11, I don't think this one's been changed. Okay. I've got no comments on that. Condition 12. Fencing around the area identified as the archaeological exclusion zone. Is this just for construction?
So if I may, there are two elements to this condition actually. Yeah. One is the construction part, and the last sentence is a sort of, you know, it does sort of span the development a little bit. Now, obviously, this is one which I wouldn't say necessarily conflicts with the update in terms of the bird protection area, but obviously there's going to be the need to coordinate, as I think was stated in sort of evidence and discussion of biodiversity, about how much planting occurs in the particular area, and when it's necessary, because obviously of the doubling up between the exclusion zone and the bird mitigation area. But primary point of the condition is to ensure that the archaeological exclusion zone isn't affected by construction at all through protective fencing, as the first point. And then there's the second point, which has a minor consent regime if there is the necessity to do anything in that area particularly.
Okay. Is the archaeological exclusion zone, are its boundaries the same as the boundaries of the bird protection zone, or do they slightly differ? Do they differ?
Slightly differ. Right. The exclusion zone's a bit smaller.
Right.
I'm just wondering if the intention of the second limb of the policy relates to groundworks and to avoid the lack of coordination with the planting, if it is no groundworks amounting to development or some way, shape or form.
Yeah.
I mean, just for background, sir, the conversations with the county council about the bird mitigation area, the county archaeological advisor wasn't concerned about planting. So he has no concern about planting in that area, hence the use of the mitigation area.
No, presumably subject to sort of the correct species being put in which attract particular birds, perhaps. I don't know. Okay.
I think Vic's put his hand up.
Mr. Hester?
Yes, sir. I think it probably could be made clearer, this condition, because when you could read it to think that this is the final scheme for fencing around the exclusion area / bird mitigation area. So, as I understand Ian's point, it's a temporary measure to the construction period. So I think probably the first line needs to make it clear that this is a temporary means of fencing the site during the construction phases, etc. Otherwise, it may be construed as the fencing to be erected, and that's the fencing. And I think that's a matter for detail for the reserve matter stage, rather than, if you know what I mean. If this policy is aimed at construction, etc., and safeguarding the land, then I think the reference to fencing needs to be a bit clearer. Or what is it for, and for how long is it for?
So I'm right in saying that the entirety of the condition is really meant just for construction works?
I think it
gets very complicated.
So I think it makes sense that actually it's restricted to that, and the other elements of the requirements are actually picked up as we've stated through sort of the consent regime of reserve matters and other condition submissions.
Okay. I can probably sort of deal with that without really changing the essence of the condition. Just a small point where end of the first sentence it says in the manner to be agreed with the local planning authority I think where it says that, I would probably change the wording to be a little bit more sort of precise in terms of to be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority, that sort of thing. I think there's a few cases where this sort of wording comes up, and I presume you'd have no objection to that, rather than it's just ambiguous in a manner to be agreed with the local planning authority.
No, I'm sorry that wording slipped through, because that's not the wording I would use either. So.
No, I didn't think you would. Anyway, those sort of things I can sort of probably tighten up where I see those without any further sort of reference. So, okay. Okay. Moving on. Okay, archaeological condition, securing implementation of a programme of archaeological work. Okay, I understand the need for that. Seems quite a brief condition for what it's trying to do, but it's going against what I normally say. But anyway, if I need to sort of maybe add anything to make it sort of, I'll consider that. But I think the essence of that seems to be uncontentious. 14. Right. Is this archaeological interpretation? Yes, it is. It says so in the reason.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Very small thing, but I'll probably say the interpretation board shall be rather than will be. I think shall's probably the right terminology. Okay. 13. So this is requiring surface water drainage scheme. So obviously an important requirement. And this is for on a phase-by-phase basis. And I think I asked a question about that, didn't I, during the drainage discussion? So I think that point about, does it need to be phase-wide, or does it need to be sort of done before any development in order to have a strategic approach across the site, was that I can give some consideration to that. But yeah, obviously a necessary condition. This is one where I'd say that that earlier reserve matters condition, where it refers to surface water drainage, this would do that. So it's an example of where maybe there is a bit of repetition, but this clearly is the more detailed condition that I'm sure would be required. Okay, any more comments on that? No.
Not for me, no.
Okay, 14.
Sorry, sir, Mr. Dickman's looking to come in.
Sorry, Mr. Dickman.
No problem. It's my fault. I was a bit slow on the button. Would it be necessary, or is it implicit, that certainly the SUDs, there will need to be monitoring not only initially, but right through annually and biannually for quite a long period of time? Does that need to be built in? Because the problem with SUDs is if they're left, it causes major issues.
Yes, I completely agree with you. It is important. I think it's just looking at the condition. The last sentence says, the scheme shall be constructed in full accordance with the approved details and shall be managed, maintained in accordance with the approved maintenance and management details for the lifetime of the development. And I'm assuming that those management and maintenance details would need to be submitted as part of the package itself. It may be that actually the word management needs to be added into the second bullet point.
Thanks, sir. Right. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Right. Infiltration. Where does this condition? What number is this in the?
On the revised list, it's 16, sir.
Okay. Have I got out of sync here? Oh no, I see. Okay. Okay, 16 seems to be fine. There's an approved in writing point And I suspect the first sentence is probably better saying, other than with the prior written consent rather than just the written consent, but that's a small point which seems uncontentious.
Yes, sir. Could I just, looking at no infiltration of surface water drainage into the ground is permitted, other than the written consent of the local planning authority, given the nature of the land, is that actually feasible to make that statement? Because we know it does drain in from a number of areas, and I'm not sure how you can not permit that in any sense, if that's clear, sir.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It will happen. So
we haven't got a drainage expert here, but I don't know, Mr. Ball or Mr. Livingston?
I think, well, the link is really the second sentence, which reference where infiltration is to be used as part of the surface water flow from the development. And I think it just stems from the fact that the entire drainage scheme from the site is based on infiltration.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. No, thank you for the comment. So 17, no dwelling shall be occupied until the verification report pertaining to surface water drainage systems has been submitted to. The report shall demonstrate the suitably modelled operation of the drainage system such that flood risk is appropriately managed. Okay, so that's to make sure that it is going to do what it's meant to do, type condition. And this has been changed actually from my the earlier. Yeah, how's it been changed? In the revised version, number 17, it says no dwelling shall be occupied until the verification report pertaining to surface water drainage systems. If it's done on a phase-by-phase basis, is that going to be slightly contradictory to interestingly, in the previous version, it was done on a phase-by-phase. It said no building on any phase.
I was just about to say, so does it require that same caveat prior to the commencement of the phase or a link to phase?
Yes, I'd agree. I must admit, I don't know how that bit has come out as such as to what the committee report is. I think it's probably just the number, but yes, indeed, the phase basis is more appropriate.
So what should it say? No dwelling within the relevant phase?
That's wording that I've used before, for that sort of thing.
Mr. Ball, these are the sort of things that can go wrong if they're not sufficiently drafted.
I mean, presumably, if Mr. Livingston's used it before and incurred no problems with conditioned discharge or stalling sites or whatnot,
it may just need. Sorry to jump in. It may just need another link to the phasing after pertaining to surface water drainage systems in that phase, or something similar to that. So it's very clear it's respective phase and the surface water drainage in that phase.
Yeah. Okay. On there. Okay. Yeah. So that link is agreed. And a small little thing, I presume that really the end, which says that the flood risk is appropriately managed and has been approved by the lead local flood authority. I presume this sort of needs to be agreed by the local planning authority, who will consult with the lead local flood authority. Yes,
I think you're correct. I suppose as a procedural point, it's approved by the local authority. Again, I think this is probably one where we're elaborating on to make it sort of transparent about what we're going to be doing, which is to make sure that the local lead flood authority, which is KCC, are happy with this particular point because of their intrinsic involvement with the generation of the drainage solution.
Okay. Thank you.
So you could use the word agreed with the legal flood authority there, rather than have two lots of approvals in the same condition. I think that's what you're looking at, isn't it? The approval is the local planning authority, and then it's with the agreement of the legal flood authority that we're talking about, isn't it?
I think usually I'm sort of content with the local planning authority because I just assume the local planning authority and its duties will consult with and get agreement from the relevant people and then give the agreement.
You have that in the second line. I was just trying to make it clearer. We have an approval to be undertaken by the local planning authority, but the point is that then needs to be shown. Or
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, arguably the second sentence could be left out overall if I was being sort of driving the preciseness thing home, because it's a matter which would have to be considered by the local planning authority in dealing with it. Okay, I think I can sort of, yeah, I think I get what's been said, and I can make any necessary adjustments without changing the essence of what's been required. Okay. No development. So 18. This is for sewerage, foul water discharge. I've got nothing to say about that. Okay. And 19 is all about contamination, I think. So fairly standard contamination condition, I'm assuming. Which I've got no detailed comments on other than perhaps some minor drafting, which I don't really need to raise now because it has no real overall significance. 18 is about contamination found to be present during development. I've got nothing to add to that, other than what we talked about before about the specific approval in writing by the local planning authority. Okay. 19 is, so 21 is construction environmental management plan. Nothing from me on that. 22. Highways work phasing plan. I've got nothing to add on that. And then 23 specifically requires full final details of proposed highway works. Does this not contradict a little bit with the earlier condition which says that the development shall be carried out with those approved plans?
I think it links to the extent of engineering operations for the roundabout. As you've probably seen from your site visit, your first unaccompanied site visit, you've got quite a level of evidence. Yeah,
I noted that. Yeah. It says all submitted details shall substantially accord with the geometrical layout as those submitted in the plans. Substantially accord. Who's going to be the judge of that? Okay. Okay. This goes back a bit to what I said about that earlier condition, in that on the one hand there's a condition saying that it just has to be submitted in accordance with those plans, but then there seems to be a little bit of a get-out clause which will allow further changes, and there's no real, that earlier condition, there's no real way of knowing what those actual changes might amount to. I suspect I know where it's coming from, because they're probably about more technical matters that don't actually change the fundamental sort of location of these things, but they might, as written, they might allow for a little bit more than that. And are such clauses needed because it's either in accordance with the plans or not? And as it's a detailed matter, shouldn't any amendments to a detailed matter be dealt with through a, the right sort of process, rather than as a potential tailpiece to a condition.
If I may, the geometrical layout point linked to the plans that have been cited there, it is, as you suggest, it's very clear that it's not meant to, it's not meant to allow for, as you say, a sort of a change to layout, or indeed the form of road layout that KCC Highways have actually obviously agreed effectively through this. It is that inevitably, when the development is actually built out, there is some element of, through other regimes, be it through the Highway Act, some small technical elements which will change, be it, lines ever so slightly changing in location, or those elements of things. As you say, if it was to substantially deviate from those plans, then it's subject to other regimes of needing to come back in. It's an attempt to future-proof, but obviously I appreciate what you're saying, Sarah, that we can't deviate from those plans in any detail really at all, other than it's just these little technical bits and pieces. It's to try and avoid that conflict, a few years down the line.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. And I suppose it would still be within the local planning authority has to make a decision on whether or not to accept it or not. So, from my point of view, I would be, in a situation where I'm sure the local planning authority would do the relevant right thing at that time. But okay. Any more comments on that? Uh, 24. Right, this is specifically for the link road. Okay. Isn't that in some ways just a continuation of the previous condition in terms of asking for the specific detail? Because 23 requires full details of the link, local distributor standard link road.
I think that it's the trigger is different in the sense of it's requiring details to come in as part of the phase one, so that detail sort of within each phase of the actual road bit, rather than the connection onto the existing network where the roundabouts are, etc. So that those bits are looked at through the reserved matters. It's just that, as you see, the way that all of the conditions is all of the highways things are dealt with in a block, rather than splitting it out into these bits are, triggers before you can do anything. These are the triggers for what happens at reserved matters, or needs to come in at reserved matters.
Okay, I understand. Anything else from anybody on that?
Not from me, sir.
Five. This is presumably just sort of saying what matters need to be included as part of layout, effectively.
Yes, it's I suppose the instructive part again.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, as with all these things, I have to decide whether or not some of these things are absolutely necessary, or whether or not they can just be sort of taken as being necessary to come in, and then the local planning authority can decide if to approve them or negotiate them, whatever, when it comes in with the reserve matters application. But I see the rationale behind it. And are these meant to be where it says access for pedestrians and cyclists for each phase? This is not actually sort of cycle facilities or access facilities for each dwelling. This is for the on a wider basis, presumably per phase.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then 26, requiring safe emergency access. Okay. Again, I'll consider that. And then 27 again is a list of other things that need to be included in the reserve matter application. Right, the numbering is now completely out with my numbering here. Sorry, let's just get to where. Right, okay. Mr. Dickman, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, when it says surface water, does that include the suds as well in 27?
Somebody wants to come back to that?
I only ask because it could potentially be a large area of water that does need to be identified.
Sorry, Mr. Dickman. Is that the reference to surface water outfall?
Yes, sir.
I think that's the follow-on through, because we've got the Suds Basin, but we've also got plot soakaways and swales and things like that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, 28, provision of adequate, secure, covered cycle parking facilities within that phase. Okay, is that meant to be for each dwelling, or there was a sort of a building containing flats for that particular building? Then this is more sort of as a detailed point for each unit or block of flats.
Yes, so it's trying to pick up the point about if you did have flats in this development, then obviously making sure that there's provision made. Again, this is a sort of part of the list of conditions that the Highway Authority requested. They are again, this one is again instructive, because obviously we would, within the reserve matters application, when we're considering layout, consider the issues of alternative means of transportation, in particular with regards to our cycle parking policy.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So 29. Prior to first occupation of each respective dwelling, the completion of the following works between the dwelling and the adopted highway should have occurred in accordance with details submitted pursuant to condition 1. Footways and footpaths, with the exception of the wearing course, carriageways, with the exception of the wearing course, but including a turning facility, highway drainage, visibility displays. Is all this? It just seems to me that this is almost quite a lot of detail that would have to be. No doubt its importance, but as an outline condition, if it says turning facilities, I don't quite know what a turning facility would be if there was on individual dwellings, other than presumably some might have, well, don't know, do we? But some might have a driveway or not. I just don't know. But is it being a bit over prescriptive at this stage?
Yes, so I take the point. We have had issues in the past with developments where all the work done hasn't quite been finalised, and dwellings have started to be occupied, and the trigger of a condition in terms of making sure that those elements are finished before people occupy them has knock-on impact on other things, be it council services like waste and recycling trucks and things like that going through, and and so it's just to ensure there's safe access. Again, this is a condition that the Highways Authority looked to put on as a pretty much standard element. However, I do appreciate, given that the trigger is prior to the occupation and it results in something to do with arguably with how the layout is constructed, it could move to the reserved matters sort of stage, which would make it maybe a bit more precise in terms of each phase could then have a bit more information in it about what's required before anyone occupies any development.
Yeah, there is a general point that there is a line that needs to be drawn somewhere between the conditions required that you'd have an outline permission like this and the conditions which actually would still be able to go on a reserve, because reserve matters permissions could still have conditions on them. So there is a line, isn't there, in terms of what actually, is a principal point which needs to be dealt with outlined in the full plan permission, and what is actually just something which needs to be sorted out as part of a reserve matters. I'm not saying they're not important, but is this the appropriate time for them to be put on? Okay, I'll have to give consideration to that and these matters, so it's useful to get your thoughts. So thank you. Okay, 30 is electric vehicle charging points. Okay. $31. Air quality, deals with air quality.
If it helps, sir, I think the condition also links to the air quality assessment that was undertaken by Wardell Armstrong.
Okay, let's see.
Yes, sir. And sorry not to jump in and interrupt as such, but I just wanted to check. Obviously, in that condition 31, we've referred to the District Council's air quality technical planning guidance. That's obviously discussed in the committee reports, which went to members, which you do have. I'm not sure off the top of my head within the questionnaire submission that we put to you with all the policies and relevant policies, etc., whether or not that has made its way to you. If it hasn't, we can obviously supply it. It's not a matter of dispute about these particular conditions, though. So I don't know whether or not it would benefit you to have that when reviewing these.
It might do. Is there a? It might do. There's always an issue about conditions that, on reasons for conditions, people have policies, and those are the policies you never get as an inspector, and sort of it's like it happens quite a lot on conditions that you don't actually sort of see some of these documents. I mean, as they're agreed between the council and the appellant, you tend to sort of think, well, it's been agreed, so is it really for me to be sort of worrying too much about? But sometimes the detail is relevant. Well, if you want to send a copy of it by, I don't have a problem with that. I don't want to start. It's agreed between you and the appellant. So,
okay, thank you.
Is there a date? Is there actually a? It almost seems like it needs a date on it to be absolutely clear which document that is. Maybe that's all that's needed at this stage.
Is it 2016?
It's the 2016 one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that will probably suffice, because I can assume that between you and Mr. Ball, you're happy with this condition and that that's been looked at. So I'm not sure I'll need to look into the minutiae of the detail of that. So
if you need assistance, sorry, sir, the local plan probably overkill, but it's included in my 6.01.
Right.
So it is in the documents. So
okay, I see. Thank you. Okay, I put a line under something. I'm trying to work out what I meant by it when I was doing this. Just bear with me a second. Okay, it's just a drafting point. I don't think it needs to be raised at this juncture, so that's okay. So 30, this is for an air quality emissions statement. So how does this relate to 29?
I'm just going to double check the Wardell Armstrong air quality report.
Sorry, just to confirm, is it in the most recent draft? Is it how it relates to 31, the condition before it?
Sorry, yeah, you're right. It's around.
Yeah, no, sorry.
You're right. Yeah, it's.
So the first condition is to get the assessment in, which accords with both the guidance and also with the emissions factor toolkit, which gives you the damage cost, which comes in before the submission of any reserve matters. The second one is prior to the occupation of the development, the statements provided showing how that cost, that amount of money, where that has been spent to deal with the emissions, and then that has to be cleared before any dwelling is occupied.
Okay. Okay, I see. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. So moving on then to 33. Right, so this is the ecological design strategy. And does this now include the bird protection area? I know it's not called that. I'm trying to think of what it's actually called, but you know the area I mean.
It doesn't actually say, no.
Where does that come in then?
I suppose it should be here. It's an oversight.
Just on one point, it is partially covered by reference to section 7 of the ES, which is obviously the new submission that's come in.
Yeah.
But it should be explicit.
I think given the amount of explicit things that are in, even though I don't like too much sort of explicitness in terms of all the details, given the fundamental importance of this, it probably is something that should be included in that list. What's the actual correct term for it? Remind me, somebody.
Just check now.
Is it the?
It is bird mitigation area.
It is right. So it is the bird mitigation area. So. Because this condition would actually include the detailed design of it effectively, or certainly the design strategy for it. So it's quite fundamental to its correct implementation, I assume.
Yeah, no, I agree, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Dickman?
Yes, as we've made clear in our conditions, we do feel that an off-site mitigation area should be negotiated and set up. Should that be built into this, just to highlight that?
Well, that was discussed, wasn't it, in the ecology session? Mr. Ball, you're probably best to respond to that rather than...
Well, obviously we can only control what falls within the red edge, and there's no off-site land available.
But I heard what was said, Mr. Dickman, in that discussion where that was discussed. So obviously that's one of the matters I've got to go away and consider. But that's as I say, it's not actually proposed within the site. I think that might have been a question that was asked at the time. But I understand your point. But no, it's not covered by this condition, as I understand it. Well, I wouldn't expect it to be, given what the proposal, as Mr. Ball says, includes. So, okay, but we do need to include that in there. And is there anywhere, maybe we're going to come on to it, that would ensure that that area remains used for its intended purpose, in the same way that the sort of the classic garage condition says it shall remain used as a garage for its intended purpose? Not that anybody seems to do that anymore, but is there somewhere where there needs to be some clause that says that actually such details need to be maintained in perpetuity, or whatever the words are?
mean, it would benefit as part of the condition. It's obviously included in the ES, and it's a factor in mitigating the impact. I mean, the overall management, I think, is set out in the legal agreement, which talks about open space management and how that's maintained.
Actually, it does say actually that all features shall be retained in that manner thereafter. Actually, so probably sort of got. It has got that clause in actually, and I presume that the ecological design strategy, one of the things will need to be in it is how it is maintained going forward, and all those management details to, as I say, coupled with the planning obligation. But that would be an expectation of that, I would assume.
Yeah, because obviously it will control the planting type, things like the beetle bank and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay. Condition 32. Details pursuant. Sorry, condition 34. I'm going off my list again. Details pursuant to condition 1 shall demonstrate compliance and alignment with the agreed ecological design strategy. Of course it does, but I'd expect that to be done anyway, so I'm not quite sure what conditions needed to spell that out. Thinking aloud. (34). You've got in your list, the grid list goes from 34 to 36. Is there any, is that just a typo?
I think it could be a typo.
I think it probably is, because my list goes to 30. The next one on my list is the next one on that list, so it confuses my numbering a bit more, but it doesn't look as though one's been missed out. So, okay, that's for outdoor lighting scheme, etc. Okay, I will consider that. I've got nothing to comment on this at this time. And then secure by design. What are the views of the parties as to whether or not something like secure by design needs to be included now as a condition, or it can be dealt with as a condition of a reserved matter?
I mean, it could easily go to reserved matter.
Yes, so I think I feel I'm repeating exactly the same point. So about what's instructive in terms of what expectations are with regards to local authority. Mr. Hester's going to come in, I think.
Yeah, thank you. It's one of those issues that get caught up with the design code, in my experience. So it can go into that or be considered under that heading if necessary.
Okay. I'll give some consideration to that, and I think it's probably a point that I made you aware of already, that I'll have to consider which of these are absolutely necessary at this stage. I mean, things like obviously contamination condition, things like that, obviously sort of are, but some of the more sort of detailed things, whilst not underplaying their importance, are they necessary at this stage? Okay. So where were we? So light. We've done light. The next one. 38, details and samples and materials to be used. I'm not sure about that one at this stage, because that's just a matter which will be the external appearance, won't it? So, okay. Where are we now? 39. I'm just catching up on my list. Details pursuant to condition 1 shall show no development on land identified as safeguarded land for the potential future road. Okay. And that's already in the master plan.
That's correct, yeah.
And presumably the permission has to be carried out in accordance with the master plan. So is it again unnecessary duplication, or is there a specific need to have this in?
I think the Highway Authority would say it is required because of the purpose of the safeguarding.
Just checking the wording of condition 6 in regards to the parameter plan, just to make it absolutely clear. And I think yes, it's firm enough with the reference in condition 6.
I mean, it is absolutely understand the importance of it, but just trying to avoid any unnecessary repetition. Okay. Where are we now? All dwellings hereby permitted shall be provided with the ability for connection to superfast fibre optic broadband where there is adequate capacity. Okay. Any comments on that one? No. 38. This is the parking restriction strategy detailing the full extent of the proposed traffic regulation order for double yellow lines on Shottendane Road, and the internal link road infrastructure shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority in consultation with the highway authority. The strategy shall be progressed through the applicant's best endeavours. I'm not sure about that last bit.
I think so. This is the, again, it comes down to that conflict between the process under the Highway Act and the process under the Planning Act.
So it's almost requiring some off-site works here, which will require a traffic regulation order, but it also includes, I think, some, from reading it, the internal link road infrastructure as well, in terms of whether or not any presumably parking restrictions are required for that as well.
I think the link the link to Shottendane Road also relates to Margate Football Club, and to avoid parking near the football club.
Right. Okay. Okay. I understand. Okay. 42 travel plan. 43 details pursuant to condition 1. The relevant phase adjacent to designated footpath TM14 shall show the footpath retained. The footpath's outside of the application site, or is it not? Is TM14? Is this the one that goes up sort of northwest from the dwellings, which I think are sort of called as the 20s, or at least on one map I've seen? Or is it the other footpath?
No, that's TM14, yeah, and it's outside the site.
So as it's outside the site,
The first part of the condition could be removed. It's the access points is the key element in terms of the tests of the policy that are referred to in the ground.
okay, so the idea is that the reserve matters showing layout show pedestrian access points from the development itself to the footpath, which I completely understand.
Yep.
Again, it's obviously a layout matter. Okay.
It's just dealing with a very specific clause within the policy.
Yeah. Is there a separate obligation to actually make improvements to the footpath?
It is included within the obligation that the county council could make improvements.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. (44) is the homeowner information pack, which we heard about earlier in the week, in connection with biodiversity. Okay. (42) The development hereby permitted shall be constructed to a high standard of energy efficiency to the equivalent of level 4 of the Code for Sustainable Homes, unless otherwise agreed in writing with the local planning authority. I'm not sure about that sort of high standard, because it sort of seems quite vague as to what a high standard is, but presumably what is meant is equivalent to level 4 of the Code for Sustainable Homes, unless otherwise agreed in writing with the local planning authority.
Yeah, the
tail piece to it either.
Sorry, yes, I appreciate the tail piece here. This relates to the fact that the policy itself, QD 001, which was obviously found sound at examination, but with the inspector, I believe, making a main modification to ensure that it related to an equivalent level of equivalent to level 4, because level 4, strictly speaking, isn't the standard that people use anymore.
Yeah.
So there is a requirement under the policy to ensure the standards meet that previous level, which was on a basis of units of effectively energy efficiency. So the tailpiece element, I suppose that indeed that could come out, and it could be a variation. Obviously, this is, again, to Mr. Hester's point early, some flexibility in both how the standards are assessed with regards to different measures of, say, insulation, but also to acknowledge that actually there may be a subsequent standard that would be applicable or should be applicable.
Is it because sometimes these conditions, I see them as sort of termed, actual details have to be submitted for approval in writing if it's not absolutely clear as to, I mean, I'm thinking about the sort of timescales for this scheme. I certainly don't like to the high standard, because I just don't know who will be to judge at the high standard. That's sort of not, I don't think that's precise at all. I get the bit about equivalent to level 4 of the Code for Sustainable Homes, although even that is slightly unclear, given that doesn't exist, so to speak.
A suggestion then, so is it worth having, actually, sorry, I was going to suggest referring to the policy when looking at the condition, the condition towards the top. I think was it condition 5, where we listed what we expect in a reserve matters application. Whether or not there's a potential provision to go in there, which includes, therefore, the submission definitively sort of comes in, which outlines energy efficiency. I appreciate it's in the master plan condition, but it's not the precision that you get with regards to reserve matters of what's actually happening to these particular dwellings. Whether or not it comes in at the reserve matter stage, and therefore it's assessed then on that basis against the policy framework.
Is the policy still going to be in existence necessarily at that time?
It's. I think maybe that's why it might be prudent to move it into there, because I think obviously we have a local, as you know, we have a local plan review consultation on the, and there are going to be updates to issues to do with energy efficiency. So I think it's probably appropriate to maybe not fix it at this stage.
Okay. Mr. Ball, any comments on?
No, sorry, I was just trying to check the policy. I mean, Ian's suggestion seems perfectly logical to me.
To put the actual policy reference in? Is that what you were, sorry, did I misunderstand?
Yeah, well.
To jump in whilst Mr. Ball's looking at it, I was thinking more about, obviously, the details where you, for example, in scale and appearance, or one of those sort of sections, it refers specifically to the element of energy efficiency measures, using the wording pretty much of the condition inserted in at that point. Again, this is a condition which we do put on new development to ensure it sort of accords with this. And it does go on as standard, given the nature of. I do accept, though, that given the course of this development, that when reserve matters come in, stuff may well have superseded, which may mean at reserve matters we are looking at those things, anyway. And it's that, as you say, so that conflict between outline and reserve matters.
Yeah, and the conflicts, not necessarily the conflict, but the links with the building regulations.
Well, I was just about to raise that. So, I mean, it's one of those conditions that I know why it's there. I fully appreciate why it's there, but there is also a separate regulation system that is, in any event, going to govern, but that doesn't distract from why it needs to be there.
Yeah, and it is a matter which has to be dealt with under the planning policies as well. It's one of those areas where there seems to be a bit of a doubling up of requirements. So, Mr. Livingston, your suggestion was to put the actual reference to the policy in it.
Well, my suggestion would be that if it was felt that it would be sort of difficult at this stage, given the sort of, as you say, the wording elements of, I think the point about equivalence level for codes of sustainable homes is the bit for new development. It's constructed in to be equivalent to that. If that part of this condition was moved into either the condition 5, which required details of it in the reserve matters, or if it's felt like it was potentially possible to get it, I suppose, an earlier stage, whether or not it could, it could go into the design code condition. But I suppose the phase condition may be the better, because it actually relates then to the realities of knowledge of what's going to be constructed at that given point when you get to that phase plan. Sorry, that reserve matter stage.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
And the design code will obviously feed through to that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just sort of have the best way, the most precise way to get it picked up. Okay, I will give consideration to that suggestion and that discussion. Thank you. Okay. Right. So we're now at 46. Okay, water efficiency condition. Presumably this links into policy, QD 04, 110 litres per person per day. Okay, another link with the building regulations. Okay. And then 47 refers to the previously discussed nationally described space standards. Okay. And accessible and adaptable accommodation provided in accordance with QD 05. I presume that's just going to be a matter which will be, again, considered as part of the layout anyway. When the council considers layout, it will have all the floor plans of the development, and that could be considered at that stage. Again, does it need to be absolutely specified here? Maybe it does. I don't know. It's an open question.
I mean, it makes clear that you have to meet the standards.
Yeah.
It's rather hinging on the test of conditions being very precise about what has to happen, but I accept the point. Again, it's the same argument.
Yeah, okay. Right. Oh, right. That's the end of the. That's the end of that list. There's no actual dwelling mix condition suggested. In again, going back to previous evidence given, is that because it's simply a matter that would be picked up at reserve matter stage?
I mean, yes, you would have to meet SP22.
And this permission wouldn't actually set any. I presume there's not actually details on the application form. You know, the part of the application form where you tick or you put the numbers of dwellings in each category.
As it's an outline application, I don't think that section is in the application form off the top of my head.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there is something in that.
It's got it down as unknown. So in the application form. So you're correct. It is that it's got the table.
Yeah. So what are the figures under unknown? In the table under unknown, there's 361, 24. There seems to be there is actually figures that do amount to 450. Although the actual, I see, the actual, that's just the number of houses, flats, and maisonettes, but not an indication of actually the actual dwelling mix in terms of number of bedrooms. So what is the view on, is there a need for such a condition on the housing mix?
Well, obviously, when the reserve matters come in, we're not fixed at this point, and a reserve matters application would have to meet SP22. So, is it strictly necessary?
So it's not, in your opinion, one of those matters, like, for example, like contamination, where if it's not picked up at the outline stage, it's too late at the reserve matter stage?
No, because obviously we're not fixed at this point.
Mm. Do you agree with Mr. Livingstone with that?
I agree that it's not fixed at this stage. It's something that, you know, elements of it certainly the consideration of the policy can be picked up at reserve matter stage.
Yeah, I've seen it put on outline permissions before, but I'm just thinking through, actually, when the reserve matters come in, when you have the details of the layout and the whole dwelling mix, you will know then what the actual dwelling mix is, and then that the local authority can just test that against its relevant policies and whatever else at that time, because it's not fixed at this point. Okay, well, I've heard your views, and obviously it's something I'll have to come to a view on. Okay, but it's not one of the suggested conditions as proposed by the parties, so I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Dickman, have you covered off your points that you've raised in your note, or is there anything else you want to, because you've raised points about surface water drainage,
Yeah. Yes, sir. I mean,
which I think was picked up in the discussion, wasn't it?
It was, and of course, it's that notion of identifying ownership of the brook, and if that isn't done, it should include a specific request that a contribution of Kent County Council's Lead Flood Authority is required. We are still very concerned about the water runoff there and who is responsible for that, and the possible knock-on effect that could have not only to community but any new residents moved in on site. So that is still very pertinent to us. The other areas, all we would ask, certainly in terms of the lighting, the home ownership packs, those smaller issues, if I should call them small issues, that they are very important to us. We would just really like to reinforce that we would hope they would be carried out in a timely manner and in due diligence, and that as Mr. Livingston will probably testify, SWARA are a very active residents association, and not only will we, if it does go ahead, we'll be working with the residents, the new residents, we will be ensuring that all those issues have been looked at.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I understand. Thank you for that submission. Let me just quickly. Okay. Okay, and I can take the points that you've raised into account in my considerations of the conditions as well. Obviously, I've got to decide, as with any condition, what meets the relevant tests, and I will do so at the relevant point, depending on my decision, of course. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think that's everything in connection with conditions. Is there anything else anybody else wishes to raise on conditions before we break for lunch?
Not from me, sir.
Not from me, sir.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. So it's 1:15. So if we break till 2 o'clock, if that is okay, 45 minutes is okay for everybody. And then we'll come back and consider the planning obligation or planning obligations. And I've got all the relevant information in that regard. I've got a few questions that I want to ask. And I think it was the intention, I saw a submission whereby I think it was proposed that one of the appellant's representatives, I don't know if it was going to be you, Mr. Williams, but sort of like talks through some of the obligations or provisions in the obligations. And I've got a note sort of setting out that. So that sounds a sensible way forward, because there's a few questions I'll probably want to ask along the way, and others might do as well.
Super. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good. I think it's high time for lunch for everybody. So if we adjourn now and return at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's 2:00, so time to recommence the inquiry. Welcome back, everybody. So we've got now to the stage of considering the draft planning obligation, of which I've received copies yesterday. Before we do so, any other matters that anybody wishes to raise at this point? Any housekeeping matters? Just on timetabling, just in terms of potential costs application, are we expecting, I know that there's been a cost application foreshadowed by the appellant, are we still expecting that, Mr. Williams?
That's right, sir, yes.
Okay. And are we expecting any further other cost applications from any other party? Just so I can think about timing. Okay, so we'll do the planning obligation session, which will take half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, we'll see. And then we'll move on to closing submissions. And just in terms of the two advocates, Mr. Upton, how long approximately for your closing submissions?
I think I'm looking at about 40 minutes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Upton, Mr. Williams, rather?
About an hour, maybe just over an hour.
Okay. And Mr. Dickman, have you? Oh, yeah, there you are.
New experience for me.
Sure.
I shall give it my best. I suspect probably, I would hope, 30 to 40 minutes, sir.
Okay. And if you have electronic copies available yet, I know some of you might still be.
I've literally just been in contact with Mr. Hanson. He's just finishing it off, and I'm sure he'll get it out to everybody as soon as possible.
Okay. And the same for Mr. Williams and Mr. Upton. I'm aware you might still be sort of working on them, but
there's some fine tuning, yes, and obviously live this morning. So
yeah, that's fine. I mean, if we're in the situation where I'm thinking about an email not coming through to me because the case officer might not be at her desk or whatever, but I'll still be happy to listen. I don't necessarily need the note in front of me. In fact, in some respects, it's actually just easier to listen rather than follow on a note to a certain degree. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if those don't come through to me. I'm just thinking about possible email issues, getting them through to Holly and then to me. Okay, let's continue on then with discussion of the planning obligation. So who is going to be part of this discussion?
So can I introduce Rachel Goddard, who is the solicitor who's been preparing and dealing with the 106 on behalf of the appellant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. And can I just ask, how should I refer to you?
Mrs. Goddard, please.
Mrs. Goddard, okay. Thank you. And Mr. Ball we have here, and for the council, Mr. Livingstone, I'm assuming.
Yes, it'll be probably myself and Mr. Hester maybe coming in as well.
Okay.
As necessary. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Goddard, do you want to sort of kick off by sort of introducing where you got to as the appellant in terms of the
yes, please, sir.
relevant agreements? And I have got your planning obligation summary.
Yes.
No, should I have that? I'll have that
yes,
before me.
That was intended, sir, as a speaking note for me to take you through the drafts.
Yeah.
And what I do need to check is whether you've got the plans that go with the agreement draft and the UU draft. So you should have a site plan, a phasing plan, and a link road plan. And the link road plan only relates.
Go through what I've got. I've got 106 agreement. I've got 106 unilateral undertaking. I've got indicative phasing plan.
Yes.
And then I've got your note, and then location plan.
Yes, that's the site plan. Yes.
Yeah. And then there's a further document, which is the section 106 highways corridor version 4.
Yes, and that's what we've described as a link road plan.
Yeah.
In the drafting.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. Okay.
So just by way of background, this the drafting started off life as a precedent that was sent to us by the local planning authority, which related to a Westwood Village site. And then latterly, we've separated out the affordable housing and viability provisions at the local planning authority's request. But I've done the summary on the basis of both, because they're all planning obligations. So shall I go through the summary for you now, sir?
Okay, if you can go through fairly briefly, and then I can, if I have any particular points, I can interject with any questions. So which, is it the unilateral first or the 106 agreement first?
Well, as I say, in the summary, sir, I've dealt with both together.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because they are all obligations. So I've distinguished whether it's a paragraph in a schedule in the UU or in the agreement by simply referring to it as if it's in the UU.
Right.
And all the expressions that I've used that have capital letters, they are defined terms in either one of those drafts. So I suppose it's just to flag up to you, sir, the what obligations there are to be performed before commencement of development. So that's at the foot of the first page of the summary. And I think the only point that I've made that isn't completely clear is that the notice to both councils of commencement and commencement of each phase, that does appear in both the UU and in the draft agreement. So that's the first point of that section. And then the contributions are dealt with over the page. The first part deals with contributions to the council. These are all on a per phase basis. The additional off-site contribution, that is only payable if a surplus is identified in a further appraisal in the UU. The SAM contribution and the health centre contribution are also contributions that go to the LPA. And I think you'd raised a query earlier on in the inquiry, sir, about the SAM contribution, and there is a covenant by the council to spend that in accordance with the SAM.
Okay.
So you will find that in the agreement.
If I can just
yes,
interrupt at that point, because that was one of my questions. So let's just deal with that now. This is in the Section 106 agreement, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Because what I was looking for, and which bit of it? Because I've seen the bit about the payment, etc., and the obligation on the appellant to make the payment.
Yeah. The council's covenants in Schedule 7.
Right. Has this been added in from the draft I saw earlier in the week?
Possibly? No, this has always been in. So, it's just in a non-specific way. I suppose that's why you might not have picked it up.
Okay.
I'm just flicking through, perhaps.
Yeah.
So it's the use of contributions, and it's paragraph 1.1. So not to use any sum other than for the purpose for which it's being paid, as specified in this deed. And of course, the specification is in the definition of the SAM contribution.
Okay, let me just read this myself. Okay, it probably wasn't quite as specifically framed as I was expecting it to be.
That's why it required an explanation. So.
Okay. I mean, I've already asked Mr. Livingston the question, and we had a separate session. I'm not sure you were listening in earlier in the week on the SAMS issue, and I asked about the question of what certainty can I have that the actual council will spend the money on the required mitigation at the required time to mitigate this development. So I've already got that answer from Mr. Livingstone. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Livingstone, at this stage, but
I'm not really, Mr. Clevinger, in comparison to where we were. I'm going to say 2 days ago. 2 days ago, with regards to how we spend it. Indeed, the covenant in the agreement for this part of things, we're happy to sign up to that covenant that it's spent on the purposes to which it's been provided.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And that does have reference to the strategic access and monitoring plan in the definition, so
Yeah.
if that helps.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
Shall I continue?
Yeah, continue on, please.
So the county council contributions at the request of the LPA are all paid to the council, and they're on a per phase basis, and they will form a contribution pot that the county council can draw from in agreement with the council. And then there is a maximum fixed for each of those county council contributions that the parties regard as SIL compliant. And the county council can prioritise highways and education. And I've noted the schedules and the paragraph numbers there for you to check those cross references.
And I've got separately, and I can take it as being read, the County Council's appeal statement where they give their justifications for the relevant contributions. So I've got that and read that.
Thank you, sir. So the County Council contributions are calculated at £10,338.12 per residential unit, which is a house. And then a lower amount for flats. But those figures vary if there is the county top-up contribution payable. So if the county council gets their funding for their link road, then that frees up the developer from building the link road and further payments can be made, and that's described as the county top-up contribution.
Right, okay. I see. And general question, so I've got details of all the relevant payments that would be applicable per residential unit. Where is the reference to, in terms of making sure that it meets the test in terms of being fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind, is there a sort of document that sort of sets out the formulae for the calculations that results in those figures? Where do the figures come from?
I would have to defer to others. I've been instructed on as regards the SIL compliance statement, I'm afraid.
Is there, Mr. Livingston, is there a SPD or the like that I should be referred to in this regard?
Sorry, I was on mute. So in terms, so is it, just to confirm, is it the individual figures related to the individual elements? So, for example, primary school contribution, is it the individual figures and how they've been generated, or is it the total amount that's been stated on a per dwelling basis which relate to the KCC contributions? You see what I mean?
I think I do. I think it's both. It's just in terms of me being able to be sure that figure has been, obviously that figure presumably has been sort of calculated and the rationale behind that, but the justification for that, so I can be sure that it's, it's fair and reasonable for the dwellings that are proposed.
So all of the projects that have been listed, which are if we take the county council contributions, relate to the specific requests that were put forward during the application stage by the county, which is the statement which you have, which was sent through both the representation during the application, but then the county have separately sent a statement in which you've got hold of. That within it has appendices. Unfortunately, my SIL compliance statement refers to the county statement and provides that statement, but it doesn't actually provide the appendices.
Yeah.
The appendices of that KCC statement has the justification as to how the calculation's been worked out, including which it varies depending on which one we're looking at. In terms of how that's been factored in, the planning committee report from April, which you'll have within all the various documents, goes through the approach that the council and the county had taken with regards to the amount of money that the applicant from their submission were putting forward for the contributions for this sort of lot of which related to how we were working this idea of having a pot which linked to the clear priorities that both councils have, specifically with regards to education and highways, and that is the particular regard to the policy which you'll be more than familiar with, which is P. Button, with regards to the off-site highways contribution, and also SP41, which is the community and utility infrastructure policy. So in terms of how we get to the figures, they're the ones that are generated by KCC and are provided on that basis. That then basically was worked into this method of having a submission that comes into the district council on a per dwelling basis, and to which in the obligation. Obviously, it goes back to the point that we were talking about with regards to conditions, and it's about the time frame that we're talking about with regards to this development will extend with projects that have been, whilst they've been identified, they're in flux in terms of when they're coming on board, and that obviously links in part to how things are progressing with regards to the highway network. And you'll see in the SIL compliance statement, there's an appendix which talks about the most recent sort of advances in the major road network bid, and how that may factor into different timings, which both relate to the top up that Mrs. Goddard stated, but also obviously there's an element of that contribution which is for off-site works could be used to match fund for a bid that KCC are doing for the major road network. So it's to give that clear flexibility, but that is very clearly and distinctly within the remit of the SIL regulations by virtue of identifying these projects and ensuring that the mitigation therefore goes towards only these projects with an upper cap on where, how much could go to each element.
Okay, and the Kent County Council appendix to its statement, which appendix is it? I'm just trying to. Is it a core document?
No, it's not. So this is unfortunately, this is my error in the SIL statement, SIL compliance statement. I'd appended the actual comment of KCC.
Yeah.
But the appendices to that comment, which I have referred to in the SIL statement, are not appended to my SIL statement, but they are with you.
Right.
So they were submitted. Yeah.
That explains, because I think I just probably printed off what you sent me, and I've got page 20, and I've not got the.
I do apologise about that.
Let's see where.
So I can give you the references for future use if that helps, but they are the appendices stated. I think it's appendix 2, 2A, 3, and I think there is a fourth one as well to the KCC submission, because obviously KCC aren't here today, but their submission that they put in as their statement in the November submission includes these appendices.
Yeah, they're listed on the back actually. KCC Economic Development Letter, Education Assessment. So they'll have sent this in with the. Did they send this in separately to? I presume they submitted this separately, or did they submit it via you?
No, they submitted it separately to you, sir.
Right. Okay. I think on that, if I've not got those for any reason, I think I will have to make an additional request for them. But I think I had got them somewhere amongst the many documents.
I think it was all part of the KCC statement of case.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let me just. Just bear with me a second. Okay, well, I'm not going to spend time digging them out now, but if there is any sort of issue there in that they haven't come through for any reason, then I'll have to make a separate request for those as a sort of post-inquiry sort of document, so to speak. But I'll do so if that's the case.
Okay.
Okay. And are there any contributions that I think there might be, for example, health, that wouldn't be covered by the county council, where there is separate justification provided over and above what's in your SIL compliance statement?
So it's the healthcare contribution is, so there are two contributions which aren't county contributions, one of which is the SAMS, which we talked about. The other one is, as you say, is the is the sort of healthcare contribution. So the letter that was received with the planning application has been submitted to you as the appendix in the SIL compliance statement that I sent in, which was the letter requesting the contribution.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Goddard, sorry for that interruption, but I just wanted to get that clarified.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I don't know whether you want to go back to look at the contribution pot drafting, but that is Schedule 7 for the Council's Covenants, paragraph 1.2, and Schedule 8 for the County Council's Covenants, paragraphs 1.1 and 1.2.
Yeah.
And then, in addition, the county council contributions are payable again on a per phase basis and in instalments. So there's 35% prior to commencement, 35% prior to 25% occupation, and 30% prior to 50% occupation. And then I think my next point goes to something Mr. Ball was mentioning in relation to phases, and that the county council contributions for phases 2 and 3 are payable along with those for phase 1A.
Okay.
And then in case those phases, i.e. 2 and 3, haven't yet got reserved matters, then there is a formula to address that position, which involves giving some money and then possibly having it paid back if it turned out to be too much.
Okay.
Next part of the summary just is a list of those contributions that the parties regard as SIL compliant, which are the county council contributions, and they're all calculated on a per residential unit basis. And the county top-up contribution is payable only if the county council construct the link road, which obviously frees up the developer with more funds to enable that to be paid. And you, sir, you have the blue pencil clause, which is 7.28, where you can strike out any contributions that you don't consider SIL compliant.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just. That's 7.28 of the
agreement.
Yeah, of the unilateral, isn't it?
No, of the agreement, sir.
Okay. Let me get that back open. Sorry, too many screens open again.
Yes, I've resorted to paper, I'm afraid, sir.
Yeah. I'm a hybrid. So that's in 7. Let me just turn to that.
Page 15.
Yeah. Right, yeah, 7.28, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I got that, yeah.
Then we go on to affordable housing obligations, and these are in the UU rather than in the agreement.
Okay.
Operative part, Schedule 3.
Okay, yep.
So the percentage, which there has been a lot of discussion about in the inquiry that I've heard, is according to viability, and you, sir, can decide that if there's some other percentage than the 15% that is offered, that figure can be imposed. So it could be 30%, or it could be something between 15% and 30%.
Okay, let me just get to that bit of the agreement. Which paragraph?
This is in the UU, and it's Schedule 3, Part 1, and paragraph 2.1.
Right, affordable housing, Schedule 3. Okay, right. So, a question or two on this. I understand what that does, and there was a little bit of discussion on this earlier on. But effectively, it allows me to, if I was to be in a position to allow the appeal, to say 15%, 30%, or any figure in between, as I understand.
Yes, and if you say nothing, sir, it would end up at 15% by default.
Yeah. What I'm not quite sure about is on what basis would I wish to do so? Based on all the figures, all the evidence before me, on what basis might I do that?
If you'd had any evidence during the course of the inquiry that led you to a different percentage, sir. Obviously, this has been drafted up slightly before and during the course of your inquiry.
Okay. Because if I was to do so, I mean, I've got a number of, I do have a number of concerns about it. But first, if I was to do so, I'd need say, for example, I was to picking a figure out of thin air. I was to say, I think it should be 20%. Where would I get the evidence and the figures for that, given all the variables and there's different, obviously, inputs and I might agree on one thing, I might not agree on other things, but where would I be led to come categorically to a situation where I could say, yes, I think there can be X amount of affordable housing? It just seems to me that the information before me, there isn't any. There's not as though there's an alternative assessment that's been sort of agreed as far as possible, which would lead me to that conclusion. It seems as though I'd be sort of coming to a figure, but without really the sort of empirical evidence before me, sort of leading to that. I know there's indications of things from various parties, but even the DSP submission, that's obviously at a high level. So I just find it sort of difficult to think how I'd be in a situation where I'd be able to comfortably do that. And the other point is, it's not the scheme that's before me, and it's not a scheme that would be before residents in terms of another figure, and other people wouldn't have had a chance to, other parties wouldn't have a chance to comment on it. So I've got some concerns about how that's meant to sort of operate within the sort of within the context of the information that I've got.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely the point, sir. It is down to the information that either you have got or you haven't got, and I suppose it's a question that, were I in your position, I would have directed to the council.
Yeah, Miss Williams, your hand was up. Is there anything? Do you understand my sort of slight concern about it in terms of? I mean, I can choose to, go along that route or not. I appreciate that, but
I think that's exactly the point, sir. To be frank, I mean, some of this overlaps with the closing submissions, obviously, and I'm not quite sure what Friend's going to be submitting, but we came into the case with our position being that you should grant permission subject to a requirement for 15% affordable housing, and from our perspective, that's why that figure is obviously in the 106. And if you don't say anything about an alternative figure, that's the way the 106 operates, is that 15% would be the default position. The drafting allows for the fact that you disagree with that case for whatever reason. I don't want to get into the whys and wherefores of that now, but if you felt that it should be 30%, then that is open to you. And from what Mr. Hester said, that appeared to be his position. The middle ground, if you like, is there, so that if, entirely a matter for you, if you found the evidence disclosed a percentage that was greater than 15% but less than 30%, and that was what was required to make the development acceptable, then you could specify that figure. It's not something that on the evidence I'm going to be asking you to do, but in terms of the operation of the 106, it's there so that if, having been through this whole exercise, you decide that there is an alternative figure between 15 and 30, then that option is available to you. I mean, I totally understand your concerns, but I think they're sort of evidential concerns, if you like, rather than points of legality in terms of how the 106 would operate.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Upson, you've appeared on my screen. Have you got something else you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to just pick it up because obviously, as I believe the last point Mr. Williams made was that what you have before you is obviously a legal contract in a way that is trying to cover off various issues, and clearly it was offered and drafted at a stage where it probably wasn't predictable where the evidence was going to go. So it was trying to cover lots of different options, and I certainly have my concerns about this sort of middle range that somehow you can pick a figure out of the evidence as to whether that's really a satisfactory. Well, I suppose there may be two things here: that it may work legally, but it may not be a wise thing to do in policy terms when it comes to what planning obligations are seeking to do and how certain they should be. But just to be clear, in our approach you heard from Mr. Hester is that if it's not been shown that 30% is not achievable, then that's the figure that should be used. And at the moment, obviously, the appellant is very much promoting 15%. So I wasn't going to propose some sort of intermediate figure, because you're quite right, as it's been mentioned, DSP's work was high level, so it wouldn't form a sound basis upon which you to then pick a figure. I think Mr. Eist is certainly putting a figure to you, and that's certainly one alternative. But I do have a concern about the way this is trying to do everything, and trying to say whatever the results of your conclusions, we can still get our permission. I mean, there's a limit to what the unilateral can really cover. And so that's really my concern. I was slightly worried about what it was seeking to achieve, but I think I would agree with Mr. Williams that in terms of its drafting, it would cover these different eventualities. It's whether that's a proper approach in terms of planning policy, I think is a separate question.
Okay. And just one more question from me, probably to both Mr. Upton and Mr. Williams. If I was to have concerns about the 15% proposal, for whatever reason, are you both saying that rather than actually dismissing obviously there's other considerations to take into account, so obviously ecology, drainage, and all the other things we talked about, but if viability was been the only outstanding issue remaining in my mind, and obviously this is hypothetical, that you both propose that I would allow the appeal, but on the basis of 30% affordable housing. Or obviously it's the intermediary figure, but I'll put that aside for a moment. But is that what you'd both be suggesting? Maybe this is something you're going to address in your closing submissions anyway, I don't know. But
anyway, should I just start off, because I think it's obviously Mr. Williams supposed to give you a more detailed answer. From our perspective, it's really what is it that the appellant is offering. That's what a unilateral essentially does. So what are they putting on the table before you may well determine the answer to that question. Whether it works in policy terms, I have my reservation, but obviously we had sought 30%. If that's actually what's being offered, then as a matter of logic, it would seem to follow that could satisfy you, as long as you're satisfied with the planning obligation that the particular policy requirement or expectation is met. So that's my initial reaction. I suppose I've had a hesitation because I haven't been involved with the unilateral discussions, and obviously as to what is being put forward has been a matter for the appellant to decide. But certainly I haven't quite come across this situation before. I can't say, well, this is something that's been done before, there's sort of one or the other. But as I say, that's where I'm coming from, is that I think it needs further consideration. But it does partly depend on what the appellant is prepared for you to consider.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Well, so the 30% is there, so that if you disagreed with the appellant's viability case, you would grant permission subject to that percentage. And, you asked the question in relation to the viability issue, just isolate the viability issue, and a 106 of 30% overcomes any viability issue, and so logically there would be compliance with SP 23 anyway, and permission would be granted. And it's not quite right to say that unilateral is simply there in terms of what the developer's offering. The role of a unilateral is it's an obligation that would run with the land. And the relevant question for the decision maker is whether or not that obligation is necessary, in that it renders the development acceptable. So the logic is, if you think it's necessary for there to be a 30% affordable housing provision in order to make the development acceptable, it would meet the regulation 122 tests, and permission would be granted on that basis. I mean, the logic's the same, if you like, whether it's 15% or 30%. It's what's required following the evidence to render the development acceptable.
And I don't want to take this discussion much further, but if there was like some concern over one part of the viability assessment, which resulted in concern that it couldn't do 15, but it might do a figure that's slightly more, because if I was to go to sort of 30%, there's probably you would probably say that, you know, well, on the basis of the evidence, that the Pounds obviously feels that 30% is far from being viable. And I don't know how it would sort of sit in terms of making any decision based on 30%, which is not, you know, there's no evidence to say that that is actually viable in terms of allowing such a scheme. That sort of sits slightly sort of uncomfortable with me as well in terms of that approach.
Well, I don't want to get drawn too much into discussing the evidence, because I recognise the concern, but without anticipating the closings too much, even though we're just about to hear them, I suppose. In my submission, if that's the appropriate word, that's the product of the evidence that's been presented, rather than the effect or justification for the provision within the 106. I'm choosing my words quite carefully because I'm trying to be neutral as to whose evidence shows what. But, you know, the 106 would operate in the same way, for example, if the council had produced a financial viability appraisal of the scheme that showed that it could sustain 30% affordable housing. You would just then have to choose between the two. Legally, the operation would be the same. The regulation 122 tests would be the same. And in my submission is that the difficulties that are perhaps running through your mind are more evidential difficulties than legal difficulties.
Okay. Thank you both. That's helpful clarification. I think it's worth sort of raising the point in terms of how that would all work going forward. But yeah, the next stage is for me to actually consider all the evidence in detail after the inquiry. So, okay, thank you both for that.
That's where we can't help you, I'm afraid.
Well, you've both been very helpful so far.
Yeah,
that's all I can expect of you. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Goddard.
Thank you, sir. We've got as far as 10-year split in the UU section of the summary, and that's 80% affordable rented and 20% shared ownership. There's an affordable housing target mix that is defined with ranges of percentages for 1 bed, 2 bed, 3 bed and 4+ bed. And that mix also includes 9 wheelchair accessible units. The affordable housing schedule has to be submitted and approved before commencement, and it may be revised under paragraph 2 of that same schedule. The housing has to meet nationally described space standards. An offer has to be submitted to a registered provider before commencement. and the transfer of the land or units has to be made to a registered provider or the council at 25% occupation of market units. And there's a restriction of market unit occupation to 40% until 50% of the affordable units have been practically completed, and a restriction of market occupation to 75% until all the affordable housing units have been practically completed. There's a requirement for the affordable housing to be used as such, and the council have the opportunity to nominate under a nominations agreement, which is a requirement. There's a viability review, which is part 2 of that third schedule, and an additional off-site contribution would be payable in the event that a surplus is identified in the viability review further appraisal. And moving on to open space and play area, that is Schedule 4. And we're back to the agreement now, sir.
Right, okay, let me...
You're hopping about a bit.
Yeah. Okay, which part are we in now?
We're in Schedule 4.
Yeah, okay.
So the time for approval of the scheme is before commencement. The trigger for its delivery is 60% occupation of market units, and that's on a per phase basis. Can be transferred to a management company after the issue of the final certificate, and it includes leaps and laps in accordance with the planning permission. And then what I've described as other obligations, firstly the link road. This may be provided by the county council, and this is where we've had to be flexible in terms of the drafting. So the county council would provide it if they get the highway external funding, and if they do, the county top-up contribution will be paid. And then the details for the provision of the link road are in the infrastructure delivery plan. That's quite a detailed definition, which shows how matters are going to be addressed in that plan. And then the various obligations of county council, council and owner are covered by those paragraphs that I've identified in the various schedules. Then there is the Shottendane Road safeguarded land. That's identified on a plan, and it's to be safeguarded for 15 years or until the county council say they don't need it, if that happens to be earlier. And then
right. The plan is the plan we were talking about earlier on.
It's the link road plan, which serves two purposes. So it assists with the link road, and it also assists with the Shottendane Road safeguarded land. Yeah. So it's the blue sort of triangular area at the bottom, which is hatched red, which is the safeguarded land area.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Just on the plans, one question that just struck me looking at the plan against the site location plan. The site location plan has got the red edge around the two compartments of the site, and it's not actually as one, it's two separate compartments, and the red edge, obviously the road is not within the red edge site. But
that's to reflect ownership, so.
Yes. Because the revised road scheme obviously curves just to the north west of the road, in terms of how it all fits in with the master plan, are there any issues with the fact that the red edge doesn't include the road, but on that road, where that road is, will be presumably some development shown under the in accordance with the master plan, albeit we're at outline stage with detailed matters to come.
Can I defer to Mr. Ball?
I was going to say maybe something Mr. Ball rather than yourself in that regard. But you see, my point is that you've got this.
Yes.
The red edge doesn't cover the middle of the site, but the middle of the site, because the road changes its alignment, what it is at the moment, it means that there will be something in a couple of areas where there's the kink, if you like. But that's not within the red edge. How does that actually work out?
So I think it links back to the point that in simple terms, you can apply for planning permission on anyone's land, providing you have their permission to do so. That's highways land that runs through the centre of the site. So you would have to serve notice on the highway authority, and a realigned road would then be brought forward in adoptable standards in accordance with conversations with the highway authority.
I was more sort of thinking about the bit which is it's shown actually on the link road plan. The bit which is no longer going to be Shottendane Road. It's going to be, because the road's going to be curve away a little bit to the north. In that area on the master plan, there's sort of dwellings shown fronting that, or certainly sort of the frontages of dwellings, but that's not actually within the red edge of the application site.
The red edge of the application site, I think, covers all for the planning application. The location plan covers the entire area.
Oh, does it? Okay, sorry. This is maybe a red herring then, because I'm looking at the location plan submitted with the 106 and the two red edges. So the actual location plan with the application is different, is it?
Yes, it includes Shottendane Road.
Right. Okay.
Just trying to find the relevant core document reference. It's CD 102. Yeah, CD 102.
Ah, I see. Yeah, sorry. I was just looking at that plan thinking that was the actual, the same plan as the site location plan with the application. Okay.
And the green and yellow section of the plan would apply if council are doing the work.
Yeah. And there's no implications in terms of the 106 agreement that the red edge is, as it's shown on the plan accompanying the 106 agreement.
Well, we are binding the ownership, and the gap in between is highway land. I would say that the infrastructure delivery plan is most likely where that would be mopped up, because the parties have to work together to produce that, to say who's building what and when.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I interrupted. So again, I forget where you were now in your.
I'd just spoken about the Shottendane Road safeguarded land. So I think that matter's been dealt with. And then there's a comment in the summary to explain that there's flexibility for the county council to agree changes to the footprint of the Link Road and Shottendane Road safeguarded land. And I've identified the paragraphs where that flexibility comes in. And Highway Works, the owner has to enter into Section 38 agreements. That's in relation to other estate roads other than the Link Road. And there's the usual release clause, which is 7.3, payment of LPA and county council costs, and my client's given indemnity to the owner, which is standard.
Okay. Thank you. And as I understand it from the emails that I've seen this morning, Kent County Council have confirmed that they are happy with everything that's being drafted.
Yes, sir. They've seen the clean copy that you have, and Nagla Stevens, who is the principal solicitor for Invicta Law, who are the legal arm of Kent County Council. She has confirmed that she's happy with that draft. Okay.
And similarly, Mr. Livingstone, on behalf of the council's now in. Is everything effectively being agreed? Obviously, it's not been the 106 agreement that's not been signed as yet. But is there anything? Are there any still any loose ends between the parties
With regards to the 106, no, that as stated in Mrs. Goddard at the start, that the draft of our previous agreement's been used to start, and we've gone through all the different clauses on that for the 106. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Right, let me just check is that everything you had to say, Mrs. Goddard? Or?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. That was a helpful run through the obligations. Thank you. Okay, one question that I had, probably for you, Mrs. Goddard, on the 106 infrastructure delivery plan. I think it's the definition of it.
Yes, that's page 6.
Thank you. Yes, the infrastructure delivery plan definition, A, B, C, D, and E. And the bit which follows says, and for the avoidance of doubt, where any provisions of the approved infrastructure delivery plan conflict with conditions of the planning permission, the approved infrastructure delivery plan shall prevail. How does that work in terms of the actual planning conditions? Because it almost sounds as though that would actually override the planning conditions.
So this was something that I queried with the council solicitor, the LPA solicitor, because this was a suggestion made by Kent County Council, because obviously you'll have identified that they are looking for maximum flexibility to suit their funding and link road arrangements. And there was concern that some conditions might conflict. So I understand that Mr. Livingstone has approved this particular, for the avoidance of doubt, provision via his solicitor. So that's why it's remained in the draft.
Okay. Mr. Livingstone, do you want to?
Thank you. So this is where the Highway Authority wanted the sort of inclusion of the plan to come in via the legal agreement. Obviously, one of the things that we were doing within the discussions about the planning application, indeed we've gone through the condition submission already, was working with the Highway Authority on the Highway Works plan, which we talked about, and effectively the idea here is that they are supposed to be one and the same. They are supposed to be the same thing. Obviously, we wouldn't agree something with the Highway Authority, and the Highway Authority wouldn't sign it off if it's something subsequently that's going to be different. So in the instance of, wanting, I think this is a clause that was put forward because I think the county wanted it to be very clear about the potential for any dispute at all. But from the local authority's perspective, there will simply not be a dispute because we are working with KCC in every way to make sure that what they want for the highway, as the Highway Authority, is delivered.
Yeah, okay. So in a way, it's not something that I need to particularly worry about. It's more about the implementation, which between you and the Highway Authority, I'm sure can be sorted out.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those were my questions and queries that I had, which I think we've gone through all those now as we've been going along. So thank you for that. So is there anything? Well, obviously the matter of when I can expect the final obligations to be, the final signed ones to be provided.
Well, in terms of our landowner, we have one single landowner. I might need some input from Mr. Livingstone on council procedure in terms of sealing and timeframes for the legal agreements.
Thank you, sir. For the council, this is something that's, within on a procedural note, this is done on a Wednesday in terms of sealing of the 106. So it can be arranged within a certain time frame. It depends. Obviously, it's got to go to KCC. They aren't here. So our time frame is sort of within a week of receipt. We would have it back turned around. Maybe even earlier if it came on a Monday, and we can arrange it for a Wednesday. You see what I mean?
Mrs. Goddard.
Yes, sir. You may have noticed that there is provision that's been left in the agreement for counterparts sealing and signing. I'm taking it that both the County Council and the LPA are happy to deal with counterparts because that provision has been left in. So it could shorten the time to have, if you have counterparts, it's only one signature per document, but you would have a whole pile of documents at the end of the day that will form the agreement. But it might help if we were very short of time.
It's funny actually because counterparts didn't used to be sort of generally encouraged, but counterparts have become a thing over the last couple of years, haven't they? So it seems.
Well, it's helped with the coronavirus issue, hasn't it?
So, if it wasn't for counterparts, when would the agreements be able to be provided to me? The quickest they could be provided in terms of me setting a deadline.
I think so. We're looking at a fortnight.
Okay. And everything could definitely be done. I mean, the fortnight is probably at the far end of my sort of expectations. I was going to say a week, but if it's going to take that long to get them, then so you'd be saying 2 weeks today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that seems fine. I think that probably works within my overall timetable for decision writing. But that's on the basis that there's what I've got in front of me now is there's no further changes of any significance whatsoever. Because obviously, if there were, then that's when the sort of problems start.
Yes, sir.
If I can sort of work with what I've got here in terms of decision writing, etc., my considerations, then that's helpful to me to know that there's not going to be any significant sort of changes to that. Okay. So we'll say 2 weeks today, whatever that date is, the 28th, will it be?
Yes.
28th of January. Okay, good. Any final comments that anyone has to make on the planning obligations? No? Good. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Goddard. That's helpful. Thank you. Right. We're now at the closing submissions stage. What time are we on? 3 o'clock. So in terms of order, it's going to be Council first, Rule 6, followed by the appellant. Mr. Upton, are you ready to do it now, or do you want to have a... Actually, can we just have a short 5-minute break anyway, from my perspective? I wouldn't mind getting another...
Yes, I was going to... I see Mr. Williams has a comment as well. I was going to ask for a little bit longer.
Okay.
I embarked on reordering some paragraphs, which is...
Right. That's okay. I can accommodate that. So we're going to be... We're going to be going till about... Inevitably, we're going to be sort of 5:30, I think, which is absolutely as late as I want to go. Well, I think what it does mean is that I'm increasingly getting attracted to your suggestion, Mr. Upton, about on the costs, that if we can deal with that for the most part in writing, Mr. Williams is in agreement.
Obviously, depending on what he wants to say, but I would certainly mean that you would have a considered response. I think Mr. Williams is intending to do something in writing, and therefore we could give you a considered response, and obviously you can reply to that, rather than meeting, take instructions, or otherwise, or having just to pause. We can. I think I've certainly had it work. We have a fairly tight timetable, and certainly I can.
It would need to be a tight timetable, I think, for cost, definitely. Mr. Williams, what's your view on?
So yes, I certainly don't want my learned friend or yourself to be in a position where at 5:30 on a Friday people are scrambling around trying to get a response together. That's fine. I've prepared my submission. I can submit it this afternoon anyway. The reason I raised, and I'll leave that with you, the reason I raised my hand, and I don't want in any sense to be prying, but I would quite like to submit, I would quite like you to have my closing in writing when I read it out, and because I know that has to go through Mrs. Dutton. If Miss Dutton, what I normally do is I sit and I tinker with it while the other advocates are making their closings, but I'd be happy not to do that and send it in and make oral additions if that meant that you'd definitely have it.
Yeah, I understand. Let me just do a bit of...
Like I say, I'm not trying to pry. Perhaps you can just let me know later this afternoon if there's a deadline, and I'll make sure I've emailed it in by then.
Yeah, I'm just going to... Well, let's have a break now, because in that break I can find out the information that I need to find out in terms of how long my email link's going to be there with Mr. Dutton. So, obviously, if we can't, then we can't. But let me do that during the break. So, how long
you can send it in immediately, and I'll make oral additions.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I know that she's sort of here now in terms of the little green dots that we now get showing who's working and who's not. So, so that's looking promising. Okay. So leave that with me during the break, and I'll let her know to expect that. So if that can be sent as soon as possible, then yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Mr. Upton, so how long will 3:15, sort of 13 minutes break? Is that going to be sufficient, or?
I was going to say, if perhaps we're starting to look at emails in about 10 minutes' time, I'll then have something that's used not too much of a rough draft. So maybe we should have a slightly longer break just so that allows that leeway. But so if you're sort of talking about 18 minutes sort of thing.
Okay. So we will. Okay, that's fine. So I want to make sure, obviously, as I said before, the closing submission is obviously an important document. So, and you obviously need time to consider and get them all into the right sort of shape. And I appreciate that, the way the sort of timing's gone today. So we will adjourn and we'll come back at 3:20.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right, it is 3:20, so time to reconvene. In terms of emailing, Miss Dutton informs me that she's in the office till about 4:30. So we've got her till 4 o'clock in order to send things between us.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's one of the hindrances of virtual working. So, Mr. Upton, there's nothing come through yet via email from yourself, but I suspect that's because you're on mute, Mr. Upton.
I thought I did quite well, but there we are, day 4.
Your first time, I think, yeah. So.
Yes. I hope it's got through to Mr. Williams as one way of checking that it's gone out. And I was going to ask Mr. Ian Livingston to forward it to Mr. Hand as well, because I don't think I had the immediate email, so that I can go through, that he can have a copy. Just so, yeah, to get a rough feel, it's about 17 pages, which hopefully means that my time estimate is going to be about right. But I'm hoping it'll get through, because obviously I've got some references in it, or some quotes that I can almost take as read if you've got a copy of it.
Yeah.
Whereas otherwise I'd probably have to read it out. But that was my ambition. But as I say, I'm hoping it's got through to Mr. Hand now as well. But I can but hope.
When did you send it to Miss Dutton? Was that in the last few minutes?
It is literally the last few minutes. I'm afraid I was trying to reduce repetition and things.
Let me just send her a very quick email.
But we are talking about sort of 5 minutes ago, so I'm sorry that it's...
Right, I'll just wait for her response, and hopefully that will come straight back. While we do, I think we've actually talked about the site visit, so to avoid having to talk about the site visit again at the end, I've just received, I think, in the last half an hour ago, the plan that's been referred to, and thank you for that. So I'm happy to work on the basis of that on Tuesday. And obviously, if there's any other things that I feel I want to see, having thought about all the evidence and what's been discussed, then I can add that in as well. But thank you for that. And in terms of the parties
Is it clear enough?
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's probably similar to one. Similar to what I drew myself 2 weeks ago, I think. So
I'm working very remotely at the moment, so I'll try and scan something a bit better when I'm back in the office on Monday morning.
Yeah, that'll be fine, and send it through.
I'll bring some better copies with me for the walk on Tuesday.
And we'll meet at 11:30. Where shall we meet? What's the starting point?
Well, the starting point was going to go by one of the cemetery gates.
Right,
it's been picked up as one of the heritage assets on there, so it's a good a place as any to start the walk from there and to do the circuit to the site, and then picking the other points that Rule 6 parties have asked to be included as well. So I think it's as central a point as any.
Okay, excellent. And Mr. Dickman, you'll have had a copy of that, I assume. And
I have, sir. I know the area very well. It may or may not be me, but we'll ensure that we have a representative there to go around with you.
Excellent. And I think Councillor Farrens, I can't see her on the screen in front of me, but maybe one of you.
No, but she has expressed an interest, and certainly to the local residents, either or are happy to do it. So you'll certainly.
Okay. Councillor Farrens, there you are. Are you okay with 11:30 at the cemetery gates on Tuesday for our site inspection?
Yes, I am. Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you for confirming that. Right. So that is the site, as far as I'm concerned, discussion of the site visit out of the way, and that served a purpose because I've now received an email from the office, which is excellent. Yes, it's come through. I've got the closing submissions in front of me. So
I'm glad. That's good to know. As I say, there are some bits where I think I can literally say this is what's set out without actually having to sort of read it out, which obviously will help. But certainly happy to start so that. So I have just some introductory points that obviously the appeal site is a strategic housing allocation in a recently adopted local plan that should make an important contribution to meeting local housing needs in the district. It is, of course, that is a straightforward statement to make, but its successful achievement is indeed a matter of planning judgment. And you've had a fair representation of the Planning Committee's decision, which was supported by Mr. Hester, from his perspective as an experienced and independent planning consultant, essentially why that's not been achieved. You will need to clearly consider the other objections that have been strongly made regarding matters such as flooding and drainage and biodiversity, but from our perspective, we have concentrated on the 3 reasons for refusal. And just dealing with 2 of them, we've been able to deal with the 2 that deal with the legal agreement. So we can now say that there is a legal agreement awaiting signature that will secure the delivery of the necessary infrastructure required to support the development if one leaves aside this issue about affordable housing, and also that there is mitigation that can be secured in that agreement against the likely impact of any increased recreational pressures on the protected habitats on the Thanet coast, SPA and Ramsar site. This, of course, then leaves the issue between the council and the appellant about the inadequate provision of affordable housing as part of the dwelling mix, which would not meet the identified need for affordable housing in the district. And that remains a very important planning consideration. And so then I just want to touch on this offer of a 30% in the unilateral. We obviously have had a discussion at the session already, but what I just wanted to note in closing, it's clearly now a provision of the planning obligation on offer in the unilateral that it could require 30% provision. You'll need to consider its effectiveness and check it for reasonableness and ambiguity and also in terms of policy. On the appellant's case, of course, there is not evidence to support that 30%. On Mr. Hester's approach, as you heard, it should be recorded that 30% is still expected on the site and that there has been a failure to demonstrate that a lower provision should be allowed, and that would be a basis by which 30% could be justified. But of course, the submissions I now need to make deal with how that point about affordable housing should be dealt with regard to reasons 1 and 2. Can I then deal, first of all, with the development plan? Because there is this point about the NPPF, and I did foreshadow this with Mr. Ball, but I have to say there was a bit of an element of a classic encounter when the questioning was of Mr. Hester by my learned friend of the classic encounter between a lawyer and a planner, and I hope we can get some clarity. Questions were asked of Mr. Hester about why he had not addressed Section 38.6 in his proof, and of course, as he explained, his proof has been written in the context of the Statements of Common Ground, and he adopted what was said in them, and has then focused in his written proof on the areas of contention. He didn't seek to repeat what was in them, and of course, that's a recommended way of keeping proof shorter. And of course, still remains the case that Section 38.6 remains the starting point, and that was set out in the General Statement of Common Ground. I've just quoted there where it refers to it, and I don't need to read that out. Therefore, we get to the situation where the NPPF is one of the material considerations to take into account, which may indicate that decisions are made otherwise than in accordance with the development plan. And we know that, of course, the policy provisions regarding housing have had a significant effect on how one considers those policies, because as again set out in the General Statement of Common Ground, this is a situation where there is no 5 years land supply that we can point to, and where the housing delivery test is not met, which means that the relevant local plan policies for the supply of housing, and indeed others that are important, are out of date. And in those circumstances, it's agreed that paragraph 11D applies. That's the point about the tilted balance, and I'm not going to read out the whole paragraph. But in effect, the local planning policies for the supply of housing and the other policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date for the purposes of the NPPF. And of course, there is apparently a linguistic conundrum in which we, there's some excess wording in there. So I think you could probably just put a line through which we mean. And what I want to say is apparently a linguistic conundrum when we say a development policy is out of date. The answer lies in treating the NPPF as a special policy point. And the situation arises that policies can be out of date for the purposes of footnote 8 and paragraph 11 of the NPPF, but also not out of date in the sense used in common and ordinary language. And of course, in terms, therefore, the NPPF itself, the way in which it approaches this is clear. If those policies are out of date for the purposes of the NPPF, they cannot then be up to date. We can no longer apply the policies development plan in the way envisaged by paragraph 11C of the NPPF and approve development proposals, quote unquote, that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. The reference to or in paragraph 11 between subparagraph C and D is clear. And so in my submission, you cannot apply both paragraph 11C and paragraph 11D at the same time. What has become known as the tilted balance set out in paragraph 11D applies to this case as a whole. It's also just worth noting a point about the NPPF, because the latest version we have is July 2001, which is after the date of the decision. So I do want to say, and it hasn't really been a matter of contention, that there hasn't been anything in the later versions that's material to the policies that you need to consider that might change their relevance. Indeed, in terms of those policies, it's a matter of their substance and not the timing. And there's a point that the NPPF has been careful to address about this, that none of any relevant existing policies should be considered out of date simply because they were adopted or made prior to the publication of the framework. Due weight should still be given to them according to the degree of consistency. So simply the point about date isn't determinative. And again, it's not been an issue here. But the Council, I would say, has been consistent in the way it's approached the planning framework in the light of paragraph 11D. And of course, it's the way the officers themselves approached it as well. And that's remained the case since. So actually, whilst we take issue with the way Mr. Ball has advanced the first part of his case about 11C, we are agreed with the second part of his case that this is a matter that will be determined in the light of the tilted balance, which is the 11D point. And of course, in answers to cross-examination, Mr. Hester was keen to refer to the way in which the urban plan policies were still not out of date in terms of their substance. Of course, they've been recently found to be sound, and in the light of the NPPF and other policies, and that was the case when the plan was adopted in July 2020. So in terms of their recent vintage and their conformity with the National Planning Policy Framework, they are still up to date in their substance and should carry considerable weight in the planning balance, and essentially a matter that Mr. Ball accepted and it isn't really in dispute. Of course, the other point is that we can read and see that the officer's view was the application was in accordance, in their view, with the development plan, even given the point that the most important policies have to be treated as being out of date. The Planning Committee did not agree with that point when it came to affordable housing. And of course, the reason for refusal refers to the strategic policy for housing and to the NPPF. And that has other consequences, as explained by Mr. Hester, when it comes to considering the degree to which this appeal scheme would comply with policies such as SB 21, 22 and 23. And I know there were questions of him about how the reasons for refusal are framed, but clearly there is no doubt that throughout this inquiry, what the issues have been regarding affordable housing that need to be considered. So having established the decision-making framework that needs to be used, let us turn to the substance, which of course is what all the planners are essentially spending their time on. Can I deal firstly with the affordable housing policy? Did just want to note that though it's one of the ones that is out of date, of course it is one that was adopted in the light of the policies in the NPPF, which haven't materially changed. And I just wanted to pick out some points sort of mentioned earlier that are still important, that strategic policy should set out an overall strategy for the pattern, scale and design of quality of places and make sufficient provision for housing, including affordable housing. That the plans themselves should set out the contributions expected from development, and that should include setting out the levels of and types of affordable housing provision required, along, of course, with other infrastructure, and shouldn't undermine the deliverability of the plan. Of course, that's something that's been assessed. And where a need for affordable housing is identified, planning policy should specify the type of affordable housing required and expect it to be met on site. It remains an important point, and again, our plan covers that. Of course, one matter that's not relied upon, as we heard, is the reference to major development providing 10%, and so I don't need to say any more on that, because in a sense we're beyond that even on the figures we're looking at here. But I do want to just mention that at the local plan stage, it was accepted that the 30% policy requirement was a proportionate one, but its application would still lead to a shortfall on the identified need in the district, and that's something the local plan inspectors state in their report. So it's always going to be the case that it remains important to make full use of the sites such as this one at Shottendane. And again, as a slightly separate point, but it is worth noting that the case has been advanced on the basis that the under provision has been justified by the viability evidence. We're not faced with a case that's been advanced on the basis that the provision is itself outweighed by other factors, so we don't need to look at that point. There is also a review clause in Section 106, but that doesn't absolve us at this stage of the decision-making process in determining what level of that provision should be. And in a way, there is that specific justification for the review clause, which is that there may be funding coming forward for the major road, so that that money does need to be provided for and wouldn't need to be provided by the developer and could be put to other users. So that's really why the review clause is in there. And though there is, I know, a further review clause that deals with later stages of the development, no one's really placed much weight upon that. I think that's right. Because that review clause, of course, whilst it's helpful, it does lead to offside provision, and in a sense is only trying to correct things after the event, and we're all focusing on what should be approved now. That's all I need to say on that policy point. Can I then deal with the site allocation policy? Of course, the starting point is it's agreed that the site is capable of being developed for housing. And that's reflected in the Statement of Common Ground that residential development on the site is acceptable in principle because of the local plan. But there are a series of consequences if the appeal scheme fails to satisfy the housing strategy to provide sufficient affordable housing. As one of the relevant questions is whether this is the only reasonable way to deliver housing on the site. And of course, this is where the issue of whether there are other possible schemes arises, and whether this scheme, we say, I suppose the question whether it does or does not optimise development opportunity on the site. There's a crossover, of course, there's a viability point, but there's also a planning point. And it appears that, indeed we've heard, the appellant does not accept that there are other schemes that could come forward on the site during the plan period. I just want to address that, because it cannot be said, well, I'm sure it will be said, that the scheme delivers the site allocation set out in the policy. On the logic that we heard, the wording of the policy about up to a certain number of houses and a minimum amount of open space would mean that a scheme of, say, 100 houses and 15 hectares of open space would meet the policy as well. Now, policy wording should be read in the light of the development plan as a whole. and the way in which the policy, SB21, and the supporting policies expect the site to be developed. And it comes back to that the reason that this greenfield site was released for development was the subject of discussion in the recent local plan, and it was originally promoted for 550, up to 550 units. And it was the provision of that number and a significant, I should say contribution, not alteration, to the transport infrastructure, which led to the release of the greenfield land being justified. This site, this scheme, I should say, falls short of that. And it is not therefore in accordance with the policy. Now, that doesn't prevent its approval, but it does reduce the support it has from policy SB21. And of course, we have accepted that development in the form outlined in the parameter plan can be allowed. But it's worth acknowledging the scope that this allocated site does offer. More land in this scheme is being used for open space than was anticipated in SB21. This particular scheme provides a greater level of public open space for only 450 houses than what the policy advised for the 550 houses. That's where the 4.4 hectares was relevant. And as a matter of maths, obviously it would be less, and I put it in the footnote. Pure as a matter of maths, it would be 3.6 hectares if it's 450 houses like for like. Of course, we've been offered, I think it's now 5.22, or probably one should consider it as 6.1 in terms of the flexibility. We heard that, as was said in the local plan, that this need to look at how much greenfield land is to be used wasn't really considered. And I say that does lessen the support given by the plan to the impact of developing a 450 unit proposal on the countryside using the full site. And as we heard, the local plan inspectors supported the inclusion of a minimum amount of open space as being necessary to achieve a high quality development. And the reason for including that, the reason to sort of say it, is that the pressure would otherwise be, if it hadn't had that wording, that people would provide less open space on the site, and that's why it is phrased in the way that it is. It's also possible, just a short point, to change the densities involved, and it's noticeable that the planning officers identified that what we have before us has a density of 23 dwellings per hectare, and that's in the report. And now, as for changing the density, we know that's actually happened here. When the safeguarded land for the road was identified of 0.38 hectares, we didn't lose housing. It didn't lead to reduction in numbers, instead of which it was moved around the site. So that was a very obvious demonstration that what was referred to as thickening up is possible and reasonable to expect on a site such as this. And as Mr. Hester also mentioned, there is scope within a site such as this and its topography to allow for greater use of 2- and 3-storey buildings. So that flexibility is there. We say, therefore, we don't have an optimum scheme before us, or the only scheme. But what do we have? Can I just make this point, and I'm sure it's been flagged, but how we should compare the outline permission and the scheme assessed by the viability assessment. Because, as you've heard, we have a situation where the scheme assessed by the viability work is not the scheme that could be properly considered at the reserve matter stage. Indeed, we now have an agreed condition covering minimum standards, the QDO 4 point, and we have a reference to an affordable housing mix to be considered in the unilateral, which isn't what was in the viability work. And so this divide between the planning permission and the viability work is important to identify. I would say the point could be put fairly simply, even though we obviously had spent a little bit longer on it at the inquiry. This is an outline application for 450 houses, or up to 450, where almost all matters are left open to be approved at the reserve matters stage. And indeed, those approvals may be done in phases. As a result, the mix and size and topology of the houses and garages, even the number of garages, are still to be determined. And any apparent errors at this stage can be cured at that stage. So the resulting scheme can still be considered so that it complies with the terms of the development plan policies. And there are no material considerations that suggest that those policies will not be applied in that way at that stage. In comparison, the link between what can happen on the outline permission and the viability scheme is weak. Now, we heard where it came from. I would say the weakness in the viability lies in the assumptions that were given to the valuers team. Because I would say that a proper viability assessment should look for the optimal value, especially when dealing with an outline permission. And yet the sequence of events is clear that the accommodation schedule that we have as an appendix to the report was given to Mr. Couldry, even though this was a time when the parameter plan was available. He relied on the schedule, he wasn't looking at the parameter plan. He made no moves to check the difference between what he'd been given and what might be permissible. And so we don't have any buildings in his schedule above 2.5 stories. And those that are even at 2.5 stories are limited in number to 76, and the rest are 2-story. And indeed, there's no distinction between what's private or affordable in this mix. We also heard that Mr. Ball saw that accommodation schedule, but didn't seek to make it comply with planning policy. I'd say one could say that the schedule is indeed planner blind, but it does mean that that's what they were looking at. And when it comes to what Dixon Searle looked at, it's worth noting when they were looking at that work, they were looking at the values and the figures and the costs, and not at these planning assumptions. And furthermore, they weren't asked to comment further on the 2021 work, by which stage the council was relying upon the work from James Lang LaSalle for that. And again, when Mr. Hester asked Dixon Searle to do a further work, it's fair for them to start with to looking at the Gladman mix as a reasonable comparison point. But of course, that was the first thing they looked at before going on to look at the other scenarios. The other point just to mention about the comparison between the outline permission and the scheme that was assessed in terms of viability is about the housing mix and the minimum sizes, policy SP22 and QDO4. Because, of course, any ills regarding the proposed mix or sizes can be cured as a matter of planning at the reserved matters stage. But what has been assessed in the formal financial viability assessment doesn't pay respect to this, I should say, these policies, plural. It has assessed what I would call an undeliverable mix, and that clearly goes to the weight to be attached to the assessment that's been done. But if it was to be said that a policy compliance scheme was assessed or was assessed enough, we would say there's still been a failure to meet these policies. And we can see that the planning condition that we are now discussing and has been agreed would require compliance with the minimum described space standards. And that has different dwelling sizes depending on the number of people. And what might come forward in terms of what a affordable housing provider would want to look for would expect to meet those standards in any event, as Mr. Hester mentioned. So I just wanted to add one further comment about this point about the housing mix and how it was approached in the viability assessment. That we have some limited evidence from Mr. Couldry's alternative mix that he set out in his proof, where he did look at an analysis of changing the mix of affordable housing, and that gave a greater net income for that mix. And his unit numbers, it turns out, are slightly greater in terms of 2-bedroom terraces as well for the market housing. So it had been 67, it becomes 88. And of course, that can increase some of the value as well. But that's as far as it goes. If we'd had a proper mix of housing, that would have included some 1-bedroom houses on the market housing side as well. Mr. Couldry has not done that. I have to say, of course, it did get a little confused when I was asking questions of him, but it's a simple way that one can check what he had done in Table 8 is to see whether it includes any 1-bedroom dwellings, and of course it doesn't. Whereas, of course, they are part of the mix that would be expected for market housing as identified in the local plan. And actually, when you read his text that supports the work he's done in his proof more closely, he's actually describing a different exercise he did. He was enlarging the sizes of the 2, 3 and 4-bedroom houses only. So it's still the case that there is not, before the inquiry, an assessment by him of the mix or type of market housing that would be expected under the policy in his proof. Can I then turn to the viability evidence? Firstly, some policy points that if one looks at the PPG, we are slightly handicapped because the way it's written very much deals with viability being done at the plan making level, and we're slightly in that transition in this case. But the focus, of course, of national policy, when you read it, is very much what should happen when looking at plan making and viability. And it assumes that decision making itself will also be done in that context. But some general points arise that viability is a tool to ensure that planning policies are realistic and do not undermine the deliverability of a plan. They should not compromise sustainable development, and that proposals for development assessed at the plan making stage are intended to be policy compliant. And that, in those considerations, will, in my submission, follow through to what's expected at the decision making stage. And I've picked out some other points in the PPG about the expectations about costs that you would make, about the landowner selling land for development will allow sufficient contribution that's built in, hopefully, to the benchmark land value, and that all of this should be based on evidence where developments are fully compliant with emerging or up-to-date planning policies. We also know that we're looking for an applicant blind test, was the phrase used, kind of useful one, in policy. In that normally the residual land value should match the benchmark land value when identifying the level of possible contributions or affordable housing. And one way of assessing benchmark land value is to use the existing use value plus, and that's what's happened here. But I do say that that's not the end of the matter. Account can also be taken of site-specific evidence about what a reasonable landowner would do. We of course know that Gladmans are experienced planners and site promoters, and we have a landowner here who has had access to professional advice both from them and from others. So what they accept is good evidence of what a reasonable landowner is prepared to accept, and that becomes relevant to a later point. But can I then deal with this point about the weight? Because we did have it confirmed, and I just want to deal with the way the policy looks at it, but we had it confirmed, Mr. Ball, that he's not looking at a financial assessment that's policy compliant, but he'd say one that's driven by market considerations. But how should we consider a viability assessment that's not policy compliant and not looking at a scheme that is policy compliant? And as the national policy says, the weight to be given to viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker, having regard to all the circumstances in the case. And those will include, I would say, whether the plan and the viability evidence underpinning it is up to date. And the guidance itself refers back to the viability assessment that informs the local plan, so it links back to that, and the expectation that a policy compliant scheme is promoted in the plan and assessed at the decision making stage. And I would say that is further discussed both in the PPG and in the RICS guidance that discusses this point, that in just taking the point in paragraph 10 of the planning practice guidance, that it defines the viability process as looking at whether the value generated by development is more than the cost of developing it. And that includes looking at key elements of gross development value, costs, land value, landowner premium, developer return. And when one looks at the RICS guidance and its general discussion, one of the points it does make, before going on to talk about potential variations, is that a financial viability assessment should determine whether developments are capable of providing levels of developer contributions that comply with policy. And I suppose that's the point I was seeking to emphasise. And that's really the starting point and what the expectation is. And as he goes on to say, more specifically, a financial viability assessment estimates whether planned developments with policy compliant levels of developer contributions are able to provide a minimal reasonable return to the landowner and a suitable return to the developer. So it is tied in. Now, as I understand it, it's still being said by Mr. Ball that what's been assessed here should have full weight. Whereas if that's the case, as Mr. Hester pointed out, then that weight needs to actually be judged in the light of the fact that it's contrary to the policies, and we would say clearly diminishes its weight. And one can see how it was described in the report to committee. I just quoted there from that July report, which talks about this issue about halfway through, we see, whilst the proposal will not be contrary to policy SB3 taken as a whole, if members consider that there is substantial harm created by not providing 30% affordable housing on this site due to the specific housing need and acute affordability issues, then this may outweigh both the viability evidence and the clear benefits from the scheme. And in that consideration was also the point about the weight to attach to the viability evidence. So a very important thing that needs to be identified. And this is one of those cases where that's really been an issue. Because I do, as set out in the description, that will be further refined at the reserve matter stage. And at that stage, there'll be no reason to depart from the policy requirements. And there will also be, by that stage, input from housing provider for affordable housing, for instance, on sizes. And that any developer will be able to make optimum use of the parameters plan. But we don't have a financial viability assessment of that situation. And we shouldn't have to wait for any review or further work for that to be done. We need a financial viability assessment that's fit for purpose to satisfy the policy requirement of SB23. For it is for any applicant to demonstrate why the provision of 30% would make a scheme unviable. And that, as it says, the requirements will only be reduced if meeting them would demonstrably make the proposed development unviable. Now, as we've said, the viability assessment does not test or take into account alternative assumptions around the number, mix of sizes, tenure, or types of homes that could be provided on site. And it doesn't test a policy compliant proposal. It's only looked at the viability of the 450 homes put forward with mix and type set in that schedule set by the appellant. Can I then deal with, I suppose, how one then looks at this residual land value point that's arisen? Because we had a slightly somewhat unexplained by Mr. Ball policy position regarding the lower residual land value being put forward in June 2020 and repeated in June 2021. And as one sees from that 2021 letter that was the update, that they calculated the 15% being offered could be done so whilst maintaining a similar residual land value. And that's how the 68 units is promoted. Now, using that similar residual land value, I understand it was a matter of some criticism. We heard it from Mr. Couldry and Mr. Ball, who seem to be accepting that the residual land value should equal the benchmark land value in the sort of applicant blind assessment promoted by policy. Applicant blind, not bind, by the way. But of course, Mr. Ball was honest enough in answering questions to say that that was irrelevant to his own firm and to the landowner. But there is a relevance to it. The logical conclusion is that a lower developer's profit is anticipated. And as Dix and Searle have shown, doing that still means it remains within the 15 to 20% range. And I'd say that's how the matter should continue to be assessed. Because we're not saying that we should move away from the advice in the PPG to look at the comparison between the residual land value and benchmark land value that's other than something that equates to each other. And we can look at the site specifics. And this site has been promoted on a lower part of that range. And the evidence is that the promoter is prepared to accept a lower premium or incentive to bring the site forward, notwithstanding the identification of the applicant blind benchmark land value. It's also a reason for not looking at the Salmerston Grange situation, the nearby permission, because it isn't comparable, not only because of this residual land value point, but also that it had a policy compliant viability assessment and offered a choice between 30% and 18% on a much smaller site of 250 units. And since I don't think we need to spend time on it further than say that it is different situations specific to its site. Well, when we look at this site, of course, we have this point about the residual land value. So I would say that there is weak evidence to demonstrate that 15% is the appropriate level to fix for affordable housing. And the work done by Dix and Searle, and indeed, as we can read from Mr. Ister Pathfinder on behalf of the Residents Association, that shows that it is reasonable to expect greater levels of affordable housing than have been proposed. And if Mr. Ister Pathfinder is correct, then on simply updating the original scheme that was assessed, then one could get to a 27% provision, and that's what should have been offered. And as I understand it, the Resident Association, drawing on his work, supports the council's refusal on the grounds that the proposed level of affordable housing would not meet the identified need, and that a higher proportion is both required and feasible. And they agree that logically the starting position should be to propose a policy compliance scheme and then to assess its viability, and we're agreed on that with them. There is a point about the updated figures I just wanted to cover, that moving from June 21 to now, or as near as we can, we're using November figures. One can see that the revenue increase has been agreed by experts, but it's the cost increases that are in dispute. And of course, if the appellant's right, those cost increases would cancel out much of any increased value. And we would say in updating the viability work, Dixon Searle and Mr. Annis are correct to look at the geographical location to identify the relevant figure for the increase in value, as well as for the increase in building costs. And that is a reasonable approach to take. And it is not appropriate to seek to impose the costs from other parts of Kent, which are nearer to London and its influence on property, and then not use the sort of values that those parts of the country afford as well. If we are really to compare like for like, and to seek to update the revenue and cost assumptions to bring them up to date, which is of course the whole point of the exercise, then the consistent approach is to look obviously at geographical location. The viability work should reflect the latest available, most locally relevant information, and also be consistent with the earlier strategic work. The sample size for Thanet is statistically significant. It's big enough, and uses data from schemes within the district. And unlike the Kent sample, which includes schemes from all over Kent, including characteristics of other areas such as 7X, Thanet doesn't have that in its data set. So just bringing some of the threads together on what we have before you, there are of course a number of sets of figures. And unsurprisingly, Dixon Searle were right to say that, as they did back in their earlier review, that the size of the scheme means that the viability outcome is very sensitive to relatively small changes in the assumptions that are used. Because we do say the starting point should be that a successful proposal should provide an appropriate number, mix and size and types of homes, complying with policy. But it does mean that what we have at the moment is a financial viability assessment that was submitted, which is fine only as far as it goes. But it only assessed one version of the development that would be permitted by the parameters of this permission. And it doesn't even make full use of them. It also assessed a version that isn't policy compliant. So whilst it's part of the application, it has several shortcomings in terms of what can be said and what it can be said to prove. And any such assessment is only good as the assumptions on which it is based. And of course, we can see the high-level work as described of Dixon Searle that's appended in Mr. Hester's proof, put some numbers on the potential movements in viability from adjustments that one makes to the scheme and the assumptions that should be made. And that, I do say, limits the way it can be attached to the viability evidence. And then I sort of did a brief summary, and I've realised that we ended up with 6 or 7, if not slightly more, different versions. And I've just summarised the figures that they gave, but I suppose just running through it, June 2020, I don't think we need to spend too much time on because it's been overtaken by events. And June 2021 is the one that really set out the 15% offer and this residual land value point. Though, interestingly, it does look back to 2020 and say, well, now that equals roughly the benchmark land value. The updates have been done to June 2021 figures. Of course, you have what Mr. Caudry did, still producing a deficit, but not as big as it would otherwise have been. You have the work done by Dixon Searle in Appendix B of Mr. Hester's proof, which shows a surplus. And a bigger surplus if one accepts that this is likely to have a lower developer's profit. And then, of course, we have figures from Mr. Oust, not assuming a different profit, but other assumptions showing that it would lead to 27% affordable housing. And then, of course, on top of that, you have the point that if we were to look at the policy compliance scheme, whereas the 2016 mix would give us a potentially bigger deficit the more up-to-date situation with 2021 mix would not, and would allow for greater than the benchmark land value. And then the figures from Mr. Caudry and his proof, again, slightly different scenarios, but again, less than this comparable residual land value deficit of 1.7, 1.8 million, clearly well within that figure, and providing more, and that's just on his updates. Now, we heard from Mr. Ball that he looks at what I've called version B initially, the June 2021 figure, as being the best case in terms of viability. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that others have shown that it does have more value in it. But the other problem is that it's actually undeliverable when judged in the light of the local plan. And I've gone through that, obviously. Importantly, we also then have a planning condition in terms of unilateral, which look at something else other than what was assessed. Now, if that's right, then I would say it's not fair to judge this scheme against that mix. And we really should be looking at what the policy compliant mixes would produce. And that's why we have the high level scenarios that have been done. But for all the criticism levied against the lower valuation that might be produced by the 2006 mix, it's clear that the mix would at least, if it was one that reflected the 2020 assessment, would produce greater value and would allow for greater affordable housing. And I suppose just add the sentence, of course, then is therefore not demonstrated that 15% is the correct figure. And in that situation, one's left with the policy of 30%. Can I then look at the planning balance overall in terms of sort of concluding comments? I do draw Mr. Hester's review in talking about this, that one of the points in the balance is about the housing land supply and the shortfall, and what weight one attaches to that. We have some agreed figures to how large the shortfall is, somewhere between 4.23 and 4.34 years, applying the much larger buffer. And as he said, the shortfall is not significant, and well, more importantly, of course, significant steps are being taken to address it. There is a housing action plan in place. There is a local plan that has significant sites in it. And of course, it is a situation here where the local plan anticipates there will be lower provision in the earlier years of the plan period. And that's explained further in the annual monitoring report, and as discussed. So it's that context. One needs to then say, well, how significant is the shortfall? And we say, not very significant, not much weight to be attached to it, but some weight. Of course, it's also recognised the appeal proposals bring a number of benefits. Obvious, but it is worth acknowledging, and should be acknowledged, that it is providing for up to 450 homes, of which 68 would be affordable homes. And that would go some way to meeting local needs in the district. The appeal proposal would also help to deliver a key piece of infrastructure to help meet a highway need and reduce the pressure on network capacity. And the additional homes will have a positive impact upon the local economy. But I did want to note the environmental benefits are not as great as they at first seem. Most of them are actually mitigation in order to address the harms that would otherwise arise. For instance, as we now hear, this newly proposed bird mitigation area. And there is only therefore limited creation of some additional new public open space and ecological benefits in what is proposed. However, even with those benefits, less weight should be attached to them because they're the sort of benefits that could be equally provided by an alternative scheme. In particular, for instance, the key piece of highways infrastructure provided could be covered by another scheme whilst retaining the provision of means of access to and from the site. And I do make the point that a scheme for 550 homes would also go further in meeting the economic objectives behind the allocation. And so when it looks on the elements of the harm, I just need to touch on the point that the consideration of the adverse impact, we say, of the under provision of affordable housing comes on top of the balance about the other harms, which have been already identified in the Statement of Common Ground. We haven't therefore discussed them in detail. They haven't taken time up at the inquiry, but it's correct to record that they would occur. And also to record our view that in their own separate terms, they would be overcome in the planning balance by the appeal proposal, if that was the only issue. And that's, of course, the points that relate to the less than substantial harm to the change in the setting of listed buildings, the loss of agricultural land, and the impact upon the countryside and the landscape character of this area. Obviously, ones that go into the balance, they are harms they need to be taken into account. But if that was all I was looking at, they would be outweighed. This then leaves the important issue of affordable housing provision. In the way it's been presented, and obviously with the caveat about what the electoral seems to be offering, the offer is 15%. The failure to provide 30% affordable housing on the site has not, we would say, been appropriately justified by the work that's been done in the financial viability assessment. So that failure means that the reason for refusal identified by the council would remain, with its harm to the strategic and sustainable objectives of the local plan. It would mean that the scheme would not meet the identified need for affordable housing in the district and not provide the required homes to create a balanced and mixed community. And it's that important consideration that means that in applying the planning balance, that the adverse impacts of granting the scheme, to use the classic words, would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of actually granting it. So that's why we say that affordable housing remains such an important issue. But so that's what I wanted to say in closing. As you will have seen, there's a couple of minor typos, but I don't know if you want me to correct it or you're happy to have it in the form that you've now got.
I took the liberty of making a quick note on it, so I'm happy with that and with those couple of notes that I've made to correct those.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Upton, for those closing submissions on behalf of the council. Right, let me just sort my screens out and make sure that that is saved there. Right. Now it's the turn of Mr. Dickman on behalf of the Rule 6 party. I'm just looking at my emails. I've not, have you sent anything through, Mr. Dickman?
So, Mr. Hand, when he sent this through to me, he said he was also sending it through to Holly Dutton.
Right. I've not received anything through.
Mr. Hand's just put his hand up.
Okay.
Yes, so I sent it through to Holly about 20 minutes ago, I think it was.
Okay. It's not come through. Let me just see if this works again. I know she's on the telephone because there's now a red mark by her name. So let me just send her a quick email because if I can get it through, it'll be helpful. Miss Williams, have you sent yours through yet as well?
Yes, I sent mine through about 8 minutes ago.
Right, let me just send a quick email. Sorry about this, but
I haven't received anything from Mr. Han.
Okay. Right, I'm just going to wait a couple of moments to see if anything comes back from the email that I've just sent. Did you send your costs application through as well, Mr. Williams?
I didn't, sir. I'm happy to. I just didn't know how you wanted to deal with it. I thought I'd wait until we'd talked about the timings of it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to. Why don't I do it anyway?
You can do it anyway, and then, because I'm just getting worried now that Miss Dutton's sort of at the point between 4 o'clock and 4:30 where she may no longer be.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. When I said I didn't send it through, I was thinking she wouldn't get it today because I didn't know whether you might say, look, you know, if we're doing it in writing, why don't you have till Monday or something? I just didn't want to preempt it.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see where we are because we are now on, we're 4:15, so I mean, I think given the times and the times that we've got to go, it probably would be, I think, advantageous, it would seem to me, that if all the cost submissions are dealt with in writing, just because of the time where we are.
I thought that's where you were heading, and if you were going to do that, I was just going to take 10 minutes to make sure I got my references right and things.
Right. Okay. Let's proceed on that basis. I think that's the most reasonable at this fairly late hour. Okay. Thank you. So, right. I've not received anything through. I presume you've not either, Mr. Williams or Mr. Upton. Nothing from Mr. Dickman. I mean, I'm happy. Just in terms of rather than sort of waiting around, I'm happy to sort of just listen to your closing submissions, Mr. Dickman, and then obviously the copy will come through to me, which of course will be very useful when I come to my consideration.
Thank you. No, I won't be deviating from it. So, and I suspect it will only take me about 20 minutes. So,
okay. Is everyone happy to proceed on that basis of doing it? I suppose it's the old-fashioned way where we didn't used to have lots of copies before, I suppose. So if everyone's happy to proceed on that basis, I am. I'm not going to make a note though, Mr. Dickman, so I will, and I also won't be looking at a separate screen, which is probably somewhat distracting sometimes when I do that. So I'll listen to what you say, then I'll get the actual copy in writing.
Thank you, sir. Not a problem.
So, please commence.
Thank you. Okay, so this closing submission summarises the views of the Rule 6 party at the end of the inquiry and focuses particularly on two of the three key matters addressed in earlier statements. That is, loss of biodiversity without mitigation and flood risk. In terms of the third matter, viability, the appellant's expert witness acknowledged the complex nature of the site and the direct impact that has on cost, risk, layout and financial viability. Development thereby results in a level of affordable housing which fails to accord with the local plan policy and does not reflect the high level of need in such a deprived part of Kent. Fundamentally, therefore, its suitability as a strategic housing site remains questionable. And this application should have been subject to greater scrutiny at the examination stage at the local plan. The local plan's general housing policy, SP14, clearly states that the proposals for residential development on sites allocated in the plan must provide affordable housing to meet the requirements of policy SP23. Given the specialist and technical nature of FBAs, additional comment on the matter without further input from an expert is difficult. However, the Rule 6 party reiterate Mr. Orr's point that the FBA assumptions highlighted in his appraisal are regularly agreed by the parties in viability assessment negotiations. That the appellant's expert witness takes issue with each of Mr. Orr's observations on the inflated nature of certain assumptions in the FBA, and which were not challenged in the Dixon Cell review, is a clear indication of the fluidity of the process. 2. Breeding bird survey. The lack of breeding bird survey report was referred to and discussed at all three planning committees dealing with the application. The appellant's ecology witness confirmed that this report was finally produced in December 2021, despite the surveys being conducted between April and June 2020. The reason given as to why it was not made available earlier was that the TDC had not requested it. The conclusion from this is that neither Natural England nor the County Council have considered and accepted the report. It is believed there is a requirement for KCC to sign off the report, but there is no confirmation whether the County Council has seen the results of the survey or the rationale for signing it off. No species of wildlife will remain present on a building site and are not likely to return to a tiny patch of leftover land designated for them. And thinking about this land, sir, where it's situated by the very busy road, Manston Road, which gets extremely busy during the summer months because of the tip and holiday traffic. And given that the other road coming through the estate will run very close to it, what you basically have is an island between two busy roads and houses. The inspector asked Mr. Caldwell that given the limitations of the small proposed area on the site mitigation, whether off-site provision would be more meaningful. The answer given was that TDC had not asked for this, and there is no agreed mitigation plan in Thanet for farmland, birds, wildlife. The RSPB website clearly indicates that farmland birds, even if they nest in hedges, only survive with the access to open land. In discussion, the appellant's witness appeared to rebut this notion. Despite reference in her proof to the importance of surrounding farmland to provide mitigation, Ms. Caldwell confirmed that the appellants had not approached any third-party owners regarding off-site mitigation for farmland birds on adjacent land, and that no survey of the suitability of adjacent land had been undertaken. SWARA therefore remains concerned about the matter of breeding birds, particularly in the context of compliance with Local Plan Policy SP30. SAMS. Success 106 payments towards SAMS provides a warden scheme minimising the recreational disturbance for the winter months on the 24-mile coastline. The legal requirement to protect the SPA and its qualifying features includes the golden plover, which uses inland farmland or functional land. The inquiry confirmed that there is no provision for minimising the recreational disturbance on functional land, all of which is third-party farmland. The appellant's survey did not identify them, but recent records show that golden plover are present on central Thanet farmland. This varies annually depending on factors such as cropping, regime and openness, including fallow land. Please excuse me, sir. Policy SP14 of the local plan includes a requirement to include an assessment of the development's effect on functional land that may be used as a roosting or feeding habitat by wintering or breeding birds identified by the SPA, and provides mitigation where necessary. Mr. Ball stressed the need for each site to be assessed on its individual merits on a case-by-case basis. However, the cumulative impact of this, together with the other proposal central Thanet developments, will lead to all central functions stroke farmland being affected by recreational disturbance by virtue of proximity and close walking distance. Excuse me, sir. Red listed birds. Only a few red flag species are considered in the breeding bird survey report in comparison to those that were identified in both the CSA and SWARA surveys. In order to survive, the corn bunting and other red listed species require a whole farm landscape. Once a habitat is removed, it cannot be replaced with the same. Trying to replicate a habitat will not guarantee that disturbed species will return, as they will not recognise the habitat and food sources will have been vastly displaced. The notion that disturbance to the on-site habitat that should be depleted. The notion that disturbance to the on-site habitat of red-listed species has been categorised as having only local level impact underplays the cumulative impact of site-by-site loss of habitat, which will affect much of the central Thanet. And I would have to say, sir, that I really couldn't understand the notion that loss of red-listed birds locally is acceptable. For me, if a bird is on a red list, it's endangered, and every bird, it should be looked at in those terms. If, as it's pointed out here, if you lose enough birds over enough areas, you lose a whole species. And I couldn't quite understand the notion of localized loss and that being acceptable. Roosting bats. Despite Ms. Caldwell's low evaluation of the site in terms of potential bat roosting features, SWARA remains concerned about the proposed tree removal along Shottendane Road and the fact that new tree planting on site may take 30 years to mature. Additionally, the impact of foraging and roosting disturbance during construction cannot be quantified. Flood risk. Flood events. Mr. Travis mentioned that both the 1973 and the 2021 historic flood events referred to by various parties are well documented and to be expected given the topography of the area. The flood event in 1973 was particularly severe and reported nationally. Some 23 millimetres of rainfall were recorded in 15 minutes. In fact, I do know that over 12 hours, 172 millimetres. At its peak in the Shottendane area, SWARA have contacted SWARA have contacted KCC asking why there's no mention of the 1973 flooding in their flood events records for Thanet. The response indicates that the County Council had only been flood risk management authority since 2010. Although the Council have records that predate the event, the records are reliant on floods being reported and they may not be comprehensive. Figure 1 in the flood risk assessment appendices maps Environmental Agency historic flood extents in the Thanet area, but shows no indication of any historic event in the vicinity of the appeal site. Flood modelling should surely take into account the serious flood event in 1973, when there was threat to life. In fact, a life was lost. However, if neither the lead local flood authority nor the Environment Agency have a record of this event, then we question the efficacy and the reliability of the flood model used. Tivoli Brook. The appeal site is located in the catchment area of Tivoli Brook. Mr. Travis explained the distinction between the ephemeral water course and the occasional flows overland through lower water part of the site, and the culverted off-site drain, which can be located on the opposite side of Hartsdown Road. In spite of the proposals to separate the foul and surface water in the development, SWARA remain concerned that in periods of exceptional rainfall, the on-site infiltration system and the foul drainage may be overwhelmed, thereby resulting in a natural and historic flow path to the culverted brook, which discharges onto Margate Premier Beach. Other matters. Briefly, SWARA would also like to reflect a couple of other matters highlighted by local residents during the inquiry. Loss and damage of farmland. There is a genuine fear that the development of the appeal site will cause a domino effect, leading to a combined loss of 30 to 40% of the landscape character area C2. The central undulating chalk farm. Recreational disturbance resulting from this and other planned developments will affect the whole character of the area. Along with the loss of farmland, its functionality will change due as farmland viability is impacted. This is contrary to strategic priority 4 of the Thanet local plan, which aims to safeguard local distinctiveness and promote the protection and enhancement of Thanet's environment, including the landscape and biodiversity. In addition, policy SP26, pertinent as it's aimed at conserving Thanet's landscape character and local distinctiveness, including that of central part of the district with a sense of openness and big skies. In accordance with this policy, we do not see any evidence that the proposed development demonstrates how we conserve and enhance Thanet's local distinctiveness. GP services. The dire situation with the existing high ratio of patients and proportionate to GPs registered at the time that the Limes practice in Margate was raised by several interested parties. Mr. Ball confirmed that consultation with the CCG has resulted in an agreed contribution through a planning obligation. However, this payment is restricted facility provision will not address the underlying issue of the pressing need associated with the recruitment and retention of health service personnel in Thanet. In conclusion, the site was a late addition to the local plan as an allocated strategic housing site. Its suitability remains questionable, given the significant constraints posed by the topography, hydrology, geology, and archaeology on the development. The potential adverse impact of the proposals on biodiversity in the area is substantial, and the proposed mitigation measures appear to be inadequate to compensate for this. Despite assurances about the efficacy of the proposed SUDs, increased risk from surface water flooding posed by the development and other large-scale housing sites on the adjacent land remains a major concern. The role of Tivoli Brook in drainage of the area, together with the question of disputed ownership, remains inadequately addressed. And we do have just a footnote on that, sir. We continue to have major concerns about the disputed ownership. Neither KCC, TDC, or worryingly, Southern Water will admit to ownership or even take on ownership. So that really leaves any future residents in a very difficult situation. It puts Thanet coastline, which is of international importance, in a very fragile situation. And thirdly, it does mean that many businesses, many small businesses, reliant on the tourist trade, again, in a very precarious position if this can't be sorted out, because they may indeed be looking for some support or indeed future events compensation. For these reasons, and in consideration of the planning balance, SWARA affirms its conclusion that the appeal should be dismissed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dickman. You were pleased to hear the email came through halfway through as well, so I was able to get up your submission in written form as well and follow it in writing. So thank you.
Perfect timing. Thanks, sir.
Thank you for that submission. I've also got through yours, I think, as well, Mr. Williams. Let's just see what it is. Opening up the email. Yes, appellant's final submission. So that has come through as well. You'll be pleased to hear. Okay, Mr. Williams, the appellant's closing submissions.
Thank you very much. So I'm glad you've got it in writing, because I won't in that case read out every word where I've got some quotes. Paragraphs 1 and 2 I won't read out. Turning to paragraph 3, the background and context of this issue, that's issue A, on affordable housing provision, is extremely important. Firstly, the appellant worked openly and cooperatively with the council to agree the highest percentage of affordable housing provision that the site could support, given its site-specific constraints and its strategic role in delivering the on-site highways infrastructure of the link road and making other contributions. Mr. Ball explained that the scheme was arrived at following a number of pre-application meetings with the district and county councils over the course of a year prior to application, pursuant to a planning performance agreement. The progress made through that and the total acceptability of the scheme is made clear through the committee reports. And I set out some references here to the 3 committee reports that I took Mr. Hester to in cross-examination. And I won't read all of these out, but I will draw attention to the position in 4A of the policy department that the housing numbers in the plan allocations were estimates and that inevitably sites would deliver more or less than anticipated but balance out over the plan period, and drawing attention to the primary role of this site in providing the inner circuit ring road, and that there would be no objection to housing numbers if no more housing could be provided on the site. And then B, in the same report, planning officers confirmed that the applicant had demonstrated specific factors impacting on capacity due to the nature and topography of the site, so that the proposed number of dwellings was appropriate and there was no objection to the number of dwellings proposed. I can move quickly over paragraph C and D. You'll read them again in due course, no doubt, and note the conclusion that the scheme was policy compliant and brought a number of benefits, which I've there referred to. Paragraph 5, the second committee report in June 21 considered an enhanced provision of 15% affordable housing in light of the improved market circumstances by that time. And then officers advised that the benefits of the scheme demonstrably outweighed any harm and advanced the council's objectives of ensuring residents have access to good quality housing. The report endorsed what it described as the agreed assumptions within the financial viability appraisal, and that the methodology was suitable and based on verifiable evidence and recognised indexes. Members were specifically advised as to the relevant costs test and advised that the assessment of officers and the council's appointed consultants was that the submitted evidence has shown that the development would be unviable if the affordable housing on site was increased above 15%. And without any evidence to the contrary, refusal on grounds of insufficient affordable housing would be untenable at appeal, as policy SP23 outlines that the 30% requirement will only be reduced if meeting them would demonstrably make the proposed development unviable. An officer said that therefore the reduced amount in this instance, taking into account the other contributions provided and the review mechanism to capture any uplifts, would accord with local plan policy, and any refusal on this ground would be at high risk of being overturned at appeal with costs awarded against the council. And members were warned specifically against turning the site down based on the target affordable housing amount. Paragraph 6 refers to when the report was taken to committee for the third time, and the deferral had only related to the issue of affordable housing provision, which, as we know, became reason for refusal 1. No other concerns were raised, for example, relating to the parameter plan or whether inefficient use was being made of land, and that's set out in paragraph 2.2 of the third report. Officers' advice is very clear. It refers to SP23, it refers to the previous reports and the fact that the council had accepted that the scheme would be unviable if more than 15% affordable housing was provided on site. And then this is important. Following the previous planning committee, the viability information provided has been reviewed to assess whether a lower percentage amount for different costs could reasonably be identified, which would increase provision to 30%, so specifically looking at the costs. This has looked at base build costs, that's the BCIS point, external works, professional fees, disposal costs, private revenue, and developers' return. That's obviously developers' profit. Whilst a lower development profit figure at 15% could be adopted, this would not result in a sufficient increase to allow for 30% affordable housing, with the approach of a 17.5% figure consistent with the position of the council on other viability appraisals within the identified government range. The other assumptions reviewed in the viability appraisal do not clearly show any reasonable limits of deviation, which would increase the viability of the scheme on the basis of the evidence provided by the applicant and independently assessed. Therefore, it's concluded that the development would be in accordance with SP23. Members were also advised that it was necessary to identify substantial harm in order to justify refusal on the tilted balance. It was reiterated that there was compliance with SP23, and the reason for refusal offered was on the basis that SP23 was complied with, but that strategic priority 3 was not. That was the reason for refusal put forward by members. It clearly does not assert any breach of SP23 or any other plan policy. Members were again advised that on appeal, significant weight is likely to be given to the viability evidence independently assessed by the council, and substantial weight to the delivery of housing on an allocated site where the council can't demonstrate either a 5-year housing land supply or meet the housing delivery test. It was again reiterated that SP23 was complied with and there was no policy conflict. So against this background, it's clear that, firstly, the only concerns raised by members related specifically to the amount of affordable housing provided. Secondly, members were repeatedly advised that the financial viability appraisal had been independently verified and was suitable, and demonstrated an inability to provide more than 15% affordable housing, and that the local plan policies were complied with by the scheme. Thirdly, that to depart from this position on viability without evidence would be unreasonable. Fourthly, that following deferral, officers could present no evidence to support taking a different position on viability. Indeed, there were no reasonable limits of deviation from the assumptions made by James Lang LaSalle. That, as Mr. Hester agreed, as a matter of fact, members had before them no evidence that supported taking a different position on viability than that assessed. Therefore, the reason for refusal that the council must substantiate is not based on any breach of an identified development policy, and none is referred to in the reason for refusal. It requires the council to demonstrate substantial harm relating to the scheme that significantly and demonstrably outweighs the very substantial benefits of the scheme. I described the identification of the harm as a will-o'-the-wisp in opening because it is something that perhaps members thought they saw, but cannot be tracked down as anything of substance. At the end of the inquiry, that point is made good. The council has been unable, as officers advised it would be, to identify any substantial harm through the provision of up to 450 homes, including 68 or up to 68 affordable homes, on a site allocated in the local plan and the provision of the relevant part of the inner link road. All this in circumstances where all of the viability work was independently verified, endorsed by council officers through an iterative process, and where there was no contradictory viability evidence before members at the time of the decision, and where no contradictory viability evidence is called now. There's a further important point of context. During oral evidence, it was apparent that Mr. Hester's concerns appeared to relate to what had not been assessed, rather than what had been. On receipt of the council's statement of case, and in advance of the case management conference, no doubt you'll recall, sir, the appellant wrote to the council drawing attention to Annex J of the procedural guidance and seeking confirmation of any scenarios the council contended should be addressed in any viability appraisal in support of the appeal proposal, and seeking further information as to what assumptions and inputs it suggested should be addressed within a viability appraisal. And the council has not at any time during the appeal process identified any alternative scenarios other than those referred to in the DSP note. And I address those below, but this information, those scenarios, were provided for the first time through the exchange of proofs. It's accordingly plainly unreasonable to seek to criticise the scheme for not considering any alternative scenarios when, despite specific requests, the council has not identified any alternative scenario it says should be considered. Indeed, the council does not present any evidence whatsoever of any alternative scheme it says could generate higher numbers or higher value, and does not present a single viability appraisal of any scheme, including the mix assessed in the financial viability appraisal. Thirdly, the appellant has at all times indicated its willingness to include a review mechanism within the planning obligation, so that if viability materially improves, then an additional contribution will be made. And this gives the council the security that if the market improves, then additional affordable housing within the district will be provided. Given the need for affordable housing, the provision of 68 units is a very significant benefit, and if additional units can be provided, then that's an additional benefit. By the end of his evidence, Mr. Hester appeared to be suggesting that an outline scheme could only ever carry a 30% affordable housing percentage. This point's never been raised by the council before and is plainly unreasonable. It simply shuts its eyes to all of the evidence presented. Turning to the viability of the scheme, I suggest that the viability issue can, following hearing all the evidence, be cut through quite clearly. It's common ground that all issues of the appropriate cost and valuation inputs and assumptions are matters of specialist evidence from surveyors and or quantity surveyors. As referred to above, all of these assumptions were made using the professional judgment of Mr. Couldry and were considered appropriate and endorsed by DSP and ERMC. They are the cost consultants. As set out above, officers concluded that there were no reasonable deviations from those assumptions in the circumstances of the site and the application. The council calls no such specialist evidence. Mr. Hester acknowledges that all valuation and cost assumptions are outside his expertise. The statement of common ground confirms that the specialists and the council consider these inputs are reasonable. DSP in its paper, that's Appendix B to Mr. Hester, does not suggest any of the cost and value input assumptions made by JLL are unsuitable, erroneous or inappropriate, and it doesn't offer an opinion that any alternative cost or value inputs should be substituted for those used by JLL and previously endorsed by it. DSP were not called to give evidence and did not produce any rebuttal material in response to Mr. Couldry's evidence. I just flagged this up. The exercise in Malone Friends closing at paragraph 50, setting out different figures, does not recognise that none of the figures there presented, apart from Mr. Couldry's, of course, are based on financial viability appraisals. So the role of Mr. Hester relates only to questions of policy, mix, size or types of units. Now, as to mix and type, the DSP work undertaken on instructions shows that the two scenarios which Mr. Hester considers more policy compliant, versions 102 and 103, are less valuable than the mix assessed by Gladman. The value in a scheme is represented by the residual land value, which reflects the value of the land to a developer with that planning permission. The developer's profit in these appraisals is an input. And so an assessment of these newly asserted mixes, ceteris paribus, actually goes entirely against the reason for refusal. It does not substantiate the reason for refusal, it directly undermines it. It was entirely unnecessary to go down this route. The iterative process of assessment, review, reappraisal and further consideration had already established that the departures from the SMAR mix, in order to provide a higher provision of family housing, drove up value, and as officers put it, was therefore a robust mix to assess a best case for GDV. It remains the case that out of all of the combinations of mix and type put forward, the appellant's mix is the most valuable, and Mr. Couldry's assessment on a like-for-like basis of the three scenarios considered by DSP is set out in his rebuttal evidence at paragraph 3.7.1. Mr. Couldry had also, based on a lack of clarity as to what the council intended to argue, also considered another version, where only the affordable housing reflected the SMAR mix. But that also generated a deficit of RLV against BLV. And when the scenario that Mr. Hester in fact contended for became clear, that further appraisal showed a significant deficit. The point at, sorry, that should be a reference to the TDC closing. The point at Millennium Friends closing at 31 appears to be based on a misunderstanding. Mr. Couldry did appraise the mix that the council through DSP said reflected the two SMAR or LHN documents in the same way that DSP did. There is no missing appraisal and no additional appraisal has ever been requested. As to size, the minor difference in size of the two-bedroom houses has been appraised by Mr. Couldry in response to the council's evidence, and this shows that the RLV remains below the BLV in any event. That is, even assuming the same values per square foot. As Mr. Couldry explained, in reality, due to the reflective quantum discount, the revenue side would have to be adjusted downwards by about £571,000, which would have a broadly equivalent downward effect on the residual land value. In other words, there's nothing to suggest this would improve the viability position, and this is acknowledged by DSP, where they acknowledge that the effect on value of increased property sizes is uncertain because it depends on market response. As to numbers or floor space, the appraisals, as they must, reflect the scheme for which permission is sought. The scheme and its parameters have been clearly justified and the layout considered in order to optimise its value for the purposes of the FVA, even if at reserved matters an alternative mix is required. The council doesn't provide any appraisal based on a scheme of more than 450, which is obviously because it wouldn't be an appraisal of the scheme which would receive planning permission. Accordingly, the starting point is the costs and valuation inputs and assumptions endorsed by the council's advisors. When these are updated on an equivalent basis, that is, not changing any of the assumptions, but updating for changes in value and build cost indices, the scheme remains unviable at 15% affordable housing. And that's the appraisal referred to by Mr. Couldry at 481 and 482. There's no dispute that if the same approach is taken, but simply updated, then the scheme remains unviable in that the RLV is below the BLV. Mr. Hester's evidence, of course, doesn't relate to any of these assumptions or justify changing them. He suggests appraising different variations to the scheme appraised, but it's been shown by DSP itself that such changes actually lower the value of the scheme compared to the schemes appraised, and so undermines rather than substantiates the reason for refusal. So against that clear narrative, these closing submissions go on to pick up some of the clear faults in the council's case. First of all, viability itself. The PPG on viability sets out, for purposes of consistency and transparency, the approach to be taken to viability appraisals in planning. The approach is clearly set out, and it was agreed with Mr. Hester. It's necessary to consider whether the RLV, that's the value of the land with the assumed planning permission, exceeds the BLV, that's the existing use value, with a sufficient premium to induce the owner to sell. All of JLL's assessments have been done on this basis, as has the DSP review and officers' reports to committee. as Mr. Couldry explains, one runs residual appraisals as an iterative process until one arrives at a deficit, and that displays the amount of affordable housing a scheme can support. In the present case, a comparison against a deficit of 1.7 million has no role at all in assessing the viability of the scheme. The fact that a particular applicant makes particular offers to secure planning permission doesn't dictate viability. As Mr. Couldry emphasised, viability appraisal is a level playing field which values the site with planning permission. It's applicant blind. The suggestion that because in seeking to negotiate its planning permission, the specific applicant had been prepared to accept a deficit does not go to the assessment of the viability of the scheme, which appeared to be the suggestion in cross-examination. Viability is, as set out in the planning practice guidance and the RICS guidance, assessed against the benchmark land value. Actually, in this case, the benchmark land value derives from the local plan and is an agreed figure. The particular arrangements between the appellant and the landowner are separate from how viability is to be assessed. The council's never suggested the scheme's undeliverable, which again appeared to be suggested to Mr. Ball, and it's frankly unclear at the end of the inquiry whether the council is asking you, sir, to approach viability by not applying the PPG. If that is the suggestion, then it's plainly unreasonable to ask the Secretary of State to ignore his own guidance. As to build costs, the council's case in relation to build costs is entirely untenable and unsubstantiated. In its original appraisal, James Lang LaSalle used unit costs derived from median BCIS costs rebased to Kent. And that gave rise to build costs of £52.7 million. The council retained specialist quantity surveyors, ERMC, to consider all construction costs. ERMC specifically considered the correct basis for such costs, noting that there was a Thanet index, but concluding on the basis of the specific scheme, site and detailed appraisal put forward that, given the level of design development of the housing element of the scheme, the JLL rate is considered reasonable. They went on to present their own cost assessment, inputting different costs where they disagreed with JLL, and they were on specific other items which were subsequently the subject of agreement. But the sum costed for by ERMC for the residential build costs was 52.724 million. The figure was not only endorsed, but ERMC used that basis in their own costs plan. DSP also explicitly commented on this in their report and noted the conclusion of the quantity surveyors that these costs were suitable. Officers also expressly commented on and endorsed the use of the BCIS median rate for Kent as acceptable. Further, this was explicitly one of the key inputs reviewed in the third committee report, in relation to which officers advised members that there were no reasonable limits of deviation. Now, following review of the council's statement of case, following refusal, the council's statement of case noted that DSP had endorsed inter alia the costs and that the viability outputs accordingly were not challenged, but only points relating to numbers, size and mix. Consistent with this, the council does not call any evidence to justify departing from the agreed use of the Kent-based BCIS cost base, taking the default 15-year sample. It's not the subject of advice or justification from DSP, let alone ERMC, so that advice stands. Therefore, the position on advice of the council is that the use of that cost base is suitable and that advice stands. Mr. Hester's proof states at 3.38 that he asked DSP not to change the appellant's assumptions on costs and values. He accepted that these matters were the preserve of specialists, or dark arts, I think he called it, and he had no role in relation to such inputs. However, it transpired in cross-examination that in fact he had instructed DSP in its note to change the cost base to a Thanet 5-year one. Now, why this is wrong is addressed fundamentally by Mr. Caldry in his proof of evidence at section 4.5 and in his oral answers. There's no concept of considering costs and values on a like-for-like geographical basis, as the values and costs are driven by extraneous figures. ERMC recognised this. Further, to update on this basis gives the ludicrous outcome that the council now assesses build costs at a unit rate of £126 per square foot, which is considerably lower than that used in the June 2021 appraisal at a time of very significant cost inflation. This is plainly contrary to the market and common sense, and shows that in no sense is this an update. Further, the issue of sample size is significant. The change from Kent-based to Thanet-based and then 15-year sample to 5-year sample leaves a 5-year sample reflecting outturn costs from only 15 schemes in total. This is obviously less reliable than a larger sample size, and Mr. Caldry's approach is derived from a sample size of 257 schemes. There's absolutely no explanation for the change of year base from 5 years to 15 years, which is again directly at odds with those figures used by ERMC in its own cost plan. Mr. Caldry's table at 4.5.11 shows the value significance of such changes, and the cost base used in the DSP scenarios is entirely unjustified. But more fundamentally than why it's wrong, Mr. Hester's position is entirely unreasonable, because by sleight of hand, under the cover of an update, he requested a fundamental change to the cost base, directly contradictory to the advice of the surveyors and quantity surveyors retained by the council to advise on these assumptions in relation to the viability appraisals. It is very notable that DSP do not provide any justification for moving from not only Kent to Thanet, but from 15 to 5-year sample bases, and that they haven't been called to give evidence. DSP had advised on the local plan. They knew what assumptions had been made at the high-level local plan stage, and they had specifically endorsed and in their own costings used the JLL figure for base residential construction costs derived from the median BCIS cost rebased for Kent. When asked, Mr. Hester could point to no documentary evidence to support this changed position. He referred only to the PPG, but as Mr. Caldry explained, that says absolutely nothing about a matter of such detail and professional judgment. Once the sleight of hand is exposed as being without evidential foundation, there is effectively common ground that if the previous costs and value inputs are maintained and simply updated, then all of the DSP scenarios are unviable at 15% affordable housing, the highest value one being the mix proposed by Gladman and assessed in the financial viability appraisal. I turn then to questions of constraints and opportunities. As Mr. Ball explained, and also explained by, you heard from Mr. Travis, Mrs. Meara, Ms. Caldwell, there are a number of constraints that must be reflected in any scheme. The scheme proposed is optimised in light of the constraints. The master plan can deliver SHMAR compliant mixes and others, but for the FVA, the scheme put forward was reasonably optimised for value. Officers recognised this, accepting that specific factors relating to the nature and topography of the site, as well as the infrastructure requirements, justified it. The reason for refusal raises no concern in relation to the parameter plans or the form of the outline consent. Although Mr. Hester appeared to suggest that alternative forms and amounts of development may be possible, there are three fundamental difficulties with his position. Firstly, as Mr. Hester acknowledged, his proof of evidence and comments were not based on consideration of the site constraints. Secondly, no alternative scheme or variation on a scheme has been presented by the council. Thirdly, there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that any notional changes would drive value up rather than down. As Mr. Caldry explained, adding, for example, height to a building may well not improve viability, as the additional space created would be proportionately less valuable and would add cost. The council have not asked DSP to consider anything other than at a high level the two alternative scenarios presented, and each of those is less valuable than the Gladman scheme assessed. Similarly, in cross-examination of Mr. Caldry, it was suggested that different schedules of accommodation may be capable of being devised. Mr. Caldry said that no doubt you could have different configurations and schedules. However, he had considered the schedule to see whether it optimised value and was satisfied it did. The planning merits of different mixes are outside his expertise. But again, the council's presented absolutely no evidence in support of the case that a more valuable scheme can reasonably be devised and valued. Turning to developers' profit. This can be taken very shortly. Despite being instructed by Mr. Hester to provide a sensitivity calculation based on a lower level, DSP at all times have considered and stuck by developers' profit of 17.5%. This is the same approach as Mr. Caldry. It's in the middle of the PPG range. It's a matter of a professional judgment by specialist surveyors. Officers advised that not only was 17.5% reasonable as being in the middle of the range, but it was consistent with the position of the council on other viability appraisals. Salmerston Grange is an example of another site-specific appraisal on an outline scheme affected by the pandemic when the council endorsed the use of 20% developers' profit. It's of course unreasonable for an authority to determine similar cases inconsistently. There was some suggestion in cross-examination that the appellant's earlier offer to meet an affordable housing percentage of 15%, despite the viability appraisal showing a deficit, had a bearing on developers' profit. It does not. As Mr. Caldry explained, developers' profit reflects the scheme and the risk-reward for the developer in undertaking it. It has nothing to do with the individual applicant or landowner. The council's closing at paragraph 43, as with Mr. Hester, misunderstands that the developer's profit has nothing to do with the land sale or land promotion. It reflects carrying out the scheme by the developer with planning permission. The developer's profit is on the RLV side, not the BLV side or any action of the landowner. Shortly, the percentage is agreed between the specialists at 17.5%, and that's what Mr. Caldry's used in his appraisals. Local plan. As Mr. Hester agreed, it's inevitable that more detailed evidence will be available to form the basis of an appraisal at the planning application stage than the local plan stage, as is recognised by the PPG. The inputs and assumptions applied here and endorsed by DSP were endorsed in the context of a site-specific appraisal. There's no basis to renege on that advice by reference to the previous assessment relating to the local plan, which was at an earlier stage, at a higher level, at a different time, and which did not relate to a specific scheme. DSP were of course aware of the local plan viability work, having produced it. They nonetheless endorsed the final JLL inputs and assumptions as suitable for the application-specific site-level appraisal. Turning to the SHMA and the LHN, there's a moot point as to whether any mix considered SP22 should relate to the 2016 SHMA or the 2021 paper on LHN, local housing need, to support the local plan review. It's moot for two reasons. Firstly, because as set out above, either mix or type generates a lower value than the appellant's assessed mix. Secondly, because the mix will be addressed as a reserve matter. However, the points addressed by Mr. Ball in rebuttal in detail. In short, SP22 requires development to have regard to the SHMA as to mix and type, as may be reviewed or superseded. The 2021 paper remains out for consultation, and so its recommendations may change. It has not therefore superseded the 2016 SHMA. Outline scheme. There was some suggestion that it was inappropriate to assess viability on an outline scheme. That's clearly incorrect. There's nothing in national policy or the local plan to support such a contention. Salmerston Grange illustrates another example of the council doing just that, and there was no suggestion from officers or members at any stage that there was a fundamental difficulty with assessing viability on an outline scheme. The decision maker just determines the application before it, and the way to do it, as the council did in this case, is to test the assumptions put forward. As to the Rule 6 party's position, the factual position is that Mr. Orst produced a very short proof, suggesting a number of alternative assumptions. As Mr. Couldry said, the points were effectively assertions without any substantial evidence to support them. The assumptions put forward are inconsistent with the position taken by DSP and ERMC, supporting Mr. Couldry's view that they are not consistent with the assumptions ordinarily made in such appraisals, tailored to the site-specific circumstances of this case. Mr. Couldry provided a comprehensive response to these points and those of CPRE in his main proof of evidence. Mr. Couldry provided additional evidence in support of his position and assumptions in his detailed rebuttal evidence. On the Friday before the inquiry commenced, the Rule 6 party sent an email saying that Mr. Orst would not now be given oral evidence. The only expert viability evidence therefore called and tested is that of Mr. Couldry, which must be given full weight. The decision not to call Mr. Orst has denied the appellant the opportunity of testing his evidence at inquiry. As noted, there is very little, if any, evidence to substantiate the points made in writing. Accordingly, the written evidence can be given minimal weight. Overview. At the end of the evidence, the appellant's position is clear and consistent. The scheme assessed against the benchmark land value is unviable with 15% affordable housing. The mix used for the purposes of the assessment, is the highest value mix identified by any party. The council's position is not at all clear. All of the evidence from its surveyors is consistent with the appeal scheme being unable to provide 30% affordable housing. DSP endorsed the position that 15% was the maximum the scheme could afford. That remains the position on a like-for-like updated basis as demonstrated by Mr. Couldry and accepted by Mr. Hester. The variations as to size, mix and type don't change this, as shown by Mr. Couldry and accepted by Mr. Hester. The council does not present any more valuable scheme. It does not present a single financial viability appraisal, only some high-level variations, which only confirm that the assessed scheme is the highest value scheme before the inquiry. Those variations, as now corrected, show a very significant deficit for the 2016 SHMA mix that they say would be consistent with SP22. And that is even allowing for the unjustified volte-face on the cost base. The 2021 draft LHN position shows a very marginal surplus on the same basis, that taking DSP's figure of £140,000 per additional affordable unit would allow for approximately 4 extra affordable units. Given that these are high-level examples, the DSP evidence in fact shows that the appellant's position at 15% is supported, and the evidence substantiates the appellant's position and not the reason for refusal. Such judgments are based on professional judgment. Mr. Couldry's judgment has been endorsed by DSP and ERMC. But even when the council departs from their own advisors' positions on costs and values, the end point is the same. On a range of high-level examples considered at 15%, the council's preferred 2016 mix falls well below the BLV, and its emerging 21 mix broadly at the BLV at this very high level of assessment. At the detailed level of assessment, Mr. Couldry, the only person to place financial viability appraisals before the inquiry, they all show that at 15% affordable housing, the residual value of the scheme falls below the benchmark land value. So questions of weight don't help the council. Whichever FVA one chooses to give weight to, they all support the same conclusion. Mr. Hester, at the end of the inquiry, is not in a position to say what level of affordable housing the scheme can sustain, and he doesn't do so. If in reality the concern is simply a lingering fear that the situation may improve, then that's addressed through the review mechanism, albeit that ordinarily the percentage must be fixed at this stage. So you're left, I'm afraid, sir, with a reason for refusal which objects to the level of affordable housing being provided at 15%, and with evidence from the council that entirely fails to substantiate or identify any higher figure that the scheme can provide. Briefly on the unilateral undertaking, the appellant's position is that the evidence shows 15% is the appropriate figure, and we ask that the decision letter adopts that position. However, if for whatever reason that you would disagree, then the 106 allows for permission to be granted subject to a 30% figure or somewhere in between. As mentioned in the discussion earlier, the difficulties in this regard are evidential, in that the council does not put forward any positive case on what level of affordable housing this scheme can sustain, and does not produce an appraisal in line with what appears to be Mr. Hester's suggestion that 30% should be insisted upon in default. But that's to ignore the raft of viability evidence before the inquiry. As I've said, there's no FVA showing a 30% affordable housing is viable. So for that reason, the appellant submits it's difficult to see how an alternative percentage can, on the evidence, be justified against the Regulation 122 test. But that is a matter for you on the evidence. If you find, for example, that an additional 1% could be afforded by reference to the council's case and the DSP work, then the provision in the 106 allows you to deal with that. There is also a review mechanism, as explained in the 106 discussion. If you're satisfied that 30% provision is necessary to make the development acceptable, then permission can be granted on that base, and this would presumably entirely overcome the council's concern as to the provision of the appropriate amount of affordable housing. I turn then to the second issue, and the SPA. I read out paragraph 50, that's the same as my opening, I won't read it out again. Is at Miss Caldwell's Appendix C. The Statement of Common Ground confirms that the Council has also undertaken a shadow appropriate assessment, and the Council is satisfied that, subject to the mitigation secured, the project won't have any adverse recreational effects on the SPA. And the Council and the appellant agree that the specific requirement of the habitat regulations is met, namely that, subject to the legal obligation securing the SAM contribution, no adverse effect will occur on the integrity of the protected sites in proximity to the application site, either alone or in combination. Further, the Council confirmed the proposed development and level of contribution secured through the legal obligation is in accordance with local plan policy, and Ms Caldwell also explained the beneficial effects of the on-site public open space, the upgrading of the footpath and provision of a trim trail. The County Council were also consulted and advised that they raised no objection, subject to the SAM contributions, and most recently, on the 10th of January, Natural England confirmed firstly that the European sites and their qualifying features appear to have been appropriately identified within the Shadow HRA. Secondly, that the identified avoidance and reduction measures are sufficient to avoid an adverse impact on the integrity of the European sites and relevant features. Thirdly, that the proposed avoidance and reduction measures proposed to be secured through legal obligations, including the provision of financial contributions in line with policy SP29 of the local plan, is an established approach to adequately secure deliverability for the purposes of the strategic solution in line with policy SP29. Ms Caldwell sets out the relevant legal and policy tests in her evidence and relies upon the Shadow HRA. Further evidence was also given by Mr Livingston that the Council is satisfied the identified mitigation is appropriately secured, and as the SIL compliance note and Mr Livingston has said, the SAM plan is established pursuant to SP29, is monitored and effective, and the measures secured are those that are required for the permission that would be here granted. The tariff-based nature of the contributions and ongoing monitoring ensure that the mitigation is appropriate to address in combination effects. The on-site public open space and on-site management will be secured through the conditions and planning obligation as discussed. Accordingly, it's submitted that the Secretary of State can be satisfied that the appropriate assessment is passed, so there'll be no adverse effect on the integrity of the site from the project alone or in combination. And I don't need to read paragraph 56. It's the same as in my opening. Other material considerations. 57. There are a number of other considerations referred to in third-party representations and in SWRA's statement. These are now largely addressed in the range of statements of common ground and the proofs of evidence of Ms. Caldwell, Mr. Travis, and as you'll see, the position statement by Mrs. Meera. The outcome is that the technical issues have been properly assessed and addressed, and that the conclusion of the assessments is that the appeal scheme will mitigate its impacts and will generate a net gain in terms of biodiversity and flood risk. In relation to additional ecology matters, there were particular concerns raised in relation to breeding birds and mitigation in relation to bats. These were all addressed in Ms. Caldwell's proof and in the roundtable discussion. The position of the council is set out in the ecology statement of common ground, which refers to the response of the county council and concludes that the proposed development is in accordance with policy SP30 of the local plan. Although third parties and the Rule 6 party raised ecological concerns, no proof of evidence was submitted on ecology and no ecologist was called to give evidence. The only professional view at the inquiry in relation to these matters is those of Ms. Caldwell, endorsed by the local planning authorities. The position in relation to breeding birds is set out in detail in Ms. Caldwell's proof of evidence, and there's no point, frankly, me repeating it. There's no ecological evidence that contradicts it. Ms. Caldwell answered each and every point raised at the round table session and was clear in her conclusion that in her professional judgment, the impact had been carefully assessed and reflected the low level of territories found by reference to the wider breeding bird population and the proposed mitigation and compensation, which in her professional judgment was entirely suitable to compensate for the potential impacts caused. The presence of corn bunting and grey partridge were assessed at significant at the local level only and skylark at the site level only, and the mitigation has been devised specifically in light of the species potentially affected. An area of over 1 hectare will be set aside, fenced and managed to promote and support the breeding bird species in the area. Its location means it's well located to the adjacent farmland, and the nature of vegetation will provide cover as well as foraging for the affected species. The precise ecological management, fencing and education will be addressed through conditions and reserve matters, but it will be a designated space for these purposes. In addition, the landscape strategy will provide significant areas of other new wildflower meadow seeding and native thicket, tree and hedgerow planting, which will provide new nesting and foraging habitat for a range of breeding bird species. There's considerable usable public open space and play space across the remainder of the site. Concerns as to potential archaeological excavations are baseless and do not reflect the concept of preservation in situ. It's common ground that the ecological policy SP30 is complied with. This policy seeks a net gain for diversity assets, sorry, that should say biodiversity assets, through a range of measures, which, as Mr. Livingston and Mr. Ball explained, should be considered in the round. The appeal scheme provides a range of habitat enhancement, creation of new habitat, creation of linkages between sites, enhancing features of value, and mitigating against the loss of farmland bird habitat, with the agreed result that there is a considerable net gain. Indeed, the biodiversity net gain report not only shows a considerable net gain in terms of the metric, 7% gain in habitat units and 54% gain in hedgerow units, but the measures have also been assessed for functionality in light of the targeted species. As to bats, the assessment work has been thorough and identified the presence and patterns of bat use off the site for foraging and commuting. An appropriate scheme of mitigation has been devised. There's considerable retention of linear features and these will be protected. Appropriate mitigation will be put in place, including, for example, sensitive lighting, bat boxes, etc., to be addressed at the detailed stages of design. And again, this issue is addressed comprehensively in Ms. Caldwell's proof, and there's no contradictory ecological evidence. The impacts are the subject of specific common ground with the county and district councils. Ms. Caldwell also addressed the nitrogen deposition at Charcoal Farm Roadside Nature Reserve. She explained it had been assessed on a precautionary basis. The scheme proposed the creation of an area of calcareous grassland habitat of 0.16 hectares far away from main roads. This more than compensates for the total area of the local nature reserve on a precautionary basis. In reality, the question of deposition is unproven on the interest of the local nature reserve, which will reduce as one moves further away from Manston Road. There is no identifiable residual harm from the scheme in this respect. In respect of flood risk and drainage, this was dealt with by Mr. Travis, and again, all questions were comprehensively addressed at the round table session. Again, there's no contradictory specialist or expert evidence. Mr. Travis explained that the site was in flood zone 1, low risk from fluvial flooding. The issues identified related to pluvial flooding, where in extreme events there could be localised flows of surface water across the site. The historic issues had been fully considered and reflected in the scheme. Without doing any disservice to Mr. Travis's very thorough explanation, the concerns appeared to be based on misconceptions. The parameter plan has been devised to avoid those areas identified as prone to pluvial flooding, and an open space continues across the site to facilitate this. However, all surface water falling onto developed areas will enter the site surface water drainage system. This is an infiltration system where the detained water then flowing in a controlled way as groundwater into the aquifer. As a result, surface water flows will be reduced as water currently falling as surface water will be taken to ground. The foul water system is entirely separate and will discharge into the southern water foul sewers pursuant to the relevant statutory duties, all set out in Core Document 108. The betterment through reduction in surface water flows across the site and so downstream of the site will reduce pressure on the downstream system and on any existing issues relating to the interface of surface and foul systems elsewhere. The concern in relation to Tivoli Brook is also without foundation because of the scheme design and the downstream betterment in surface flows. The scheme is not affecting off-site existing infrastructure other than in reducing pressure on any downstream infrastructure, that should say. Maintenance and monitoring of the scheme will be secured by condition. Mr. Travis also explained how all issues have been designed in consultation with the County Council as lead local flood authority, who not only raised no objection but confirmed the position of betterment. There's also a statement of common ground with the district, confirming no ground for refusal of the scheme on flood risk or drainage. It seems fair to note that a number of points raised by third parties in the Rule 6 party under these headings in reality argue against the allocation of the site through the local plan. However, the appellant's environmental information and evidence of the inquiry show how the allocated site can be developed appropriately, although acknowledging the constraints in a way that appropriately addresses all such issues. The same is true of concerns relating to loss of agricultural land. Inevitably, farmland will be lost through the development of a largely arable site for residential development. However, detailed consideration of the agricultural land values, see the position statement of Ms. Thomas, shows that the site is of grade 3A and 3B quality, so not best and most versatile. All of the issues were comprehensively addressed by the appellant, addressed through the officer's report, and are the subject of common ground with the Council for Agricultural Land, see paragraph 3.2 of the Statement of Common Ground. In relation to other concerns raised in relation to GP services, the allocation is again relevant. The site's allocated for housing development, and the development makes the contributions that the relevant local planning authorities have sought, as set out in the SIL compliance note. There's also a statement of common ground on heritage considerations and a position statement prepared by Mrs. Meara. In summary, following a comprehensive review, it's agreed the impacts are non-existent or negligible other than in relation to Shottendane farmhouse, where there's a very low level of harm. It's agreed that the public benefits arising from the scheme outweigh the harm to designated heritage assets, so that the development meets the requirements of paragraph 202 of the framework. Further, the policy aligns with the NPPF in seeking to avoid and mitigate. Sorry, that's in the wrong place. Can I just put an asterisk at the top of further, sir? And I need to move that to the end of paragraph 60.
Right, okay. The whole paragraph?
No, from further to the end.
Right, okay.
Sorry about that. That's a comment by reference to SP 30.
So what paragraph does that go to?
At the end of paragraph 60.
Okay. Yeah, I've made a note of that.
Thank you very much. So I turn then to the planning balance. It's a fundamental principle of planning law that the decision maker can only determine the application before him. The council puts forward no case, but it's necessary to consider alternative developments, and no alternative scheme is put forward. It's well established that the development plan is to be read as a whole, and that the relevant development control tests are those set by the adopted policies themselves. The appellant submits that the appeal proposals accord entirely with the development plan, and so should be permitted without delay. As set out above, the statutory duty requires an assessment of the proposed development against the development plan read as a whole. This is a fundamental component of determining any planning application. Council officers assessed the scheme comprehensively against all relevant development plan policies and found it entirely compliant with those policies, recognising the outline nature of the application and the ability to rely on conditions and planning obligations. The final officer's report hammered home that on the evidence there was no arguable breach of policy SP23, given the viability position was independently verified and there was no reasonable contradictory evidence to justify altering any of the assumptions. It was made clear that such an argument without contradictory viability evidence, which of course there isn't, would be untenable at appeal, carrying a high risk of a costs award. The first reason for refusal identifies no breach of any identified development plan policy. Decision notices must state clearly and precisely the full reasons for the refusal, specifying all policies in the development plan relevant to the decision. It's clear that in reasons 2 and 3, the council identify the development plan policies that they say are breached, subject to the mitigation. Reason for refusal 1 identifies no such policy because, on the analysis of officers, there was no breach of policy and there was no evidence to support one. This is explicitly the framing of the wording of the reason for refusal. Members' concern and the reason for refusal was simply that the proposed level of affordable housing would not meet the identified need for affordable housing in the district. There was no evidence to dispute viability, which had been endorsed by officers and all advisors. This is confirmed in the council statement of case, which also identifies no breach of policy CS 21, 22 or 23. The PIN's procedural guidance is clear that the case must set out the planning arguments why planning permission should be refused. This was referred to in the appellant's letter to the council prior to the CMC, in which it was asked which additional scenarios should be run to demonstrate compliance, and none were identified. Again, it's clear that the council advanced no argument based on the reason for refusal, that there was non-compliance with the development plan read as a whole, or a breach of identified policies of it. The first suggestion that there was non-compliance with the development plan or specific policies of it was raised for the first time in Mr. Hester's evidence in chief, in direct response to the point in my opening that the council had not identified any breach of the development plan in its evidence. The appellant's opening was correct. The council had not identified in any document before the inquiry, including the reason for refusal, the statement of case, and Mr. Hester's proof of evidence, any identification or analysis of a breach of any plan policy, and had not identified which part of any policy was breached. Mr. Ball made this point in his proof, and Mr. Hester did not produce a rebuttal. It's clear from Mr. Hester's proof and his answers in cross-examination that he had not applied section 38.6 to the development proposed on this appeal. There is no assessment against the development plan as a whole, and no analysis of how or why individual policies are breached. Section 38.6 can't be bypassed as it provides the development control framework. The upshot is that the council itself has not advanced a case of non-compliance with the development plan. Mr. Hester has at a very late stage suggested he has, but his answers and cross-examination demonstrated plainly that he had not. He recognised that he had not considered all the relevant policies in conducting an assessment. The first clear example of this deficiency is by reference to SP21. This is the site-specific allocation policy allocating the site, and it sets its infrastructure requirements. Mr. Hester was unable to identify any conflict with the wording of the policy. His only suggestion was that the outline scheme conflicted with the policy because it proposed more than 4.4 hectares of open space against a requirement to provide a minimum of 4.4 hectares of open space. So this is plainly wrong. He also admitted that he expressed his views without having had any regard to the constraints affecting the site. Giving extreme theoretical examples of, say, 100 units don't advance the case. As Mr. Ball said, the approach is the same. If on detailed analysis there were such site constraints but the site could only deliver that number of units, and it could still meet all of the other policies of requirements of SP21, then it could comply with the policy. It seems very odd that Mr. Hester advances a case on what the site can deliver consistently with the plan that is directly at odds with the joint position of the Council's planning policy officers, who are responsible for the plan, and development control officers who assess the appeal scheme and the site constraints. There's no objection based on effective use of land, and as Mr. Ball said, the net density is 38 dph, and that exceeds the SP21, which advises a density of average 35 dph. The thickening up point, if I can call it that, has frankly nothing to do with the reason for refusal, or with compliance with SP21, or indeed with the permission that would be granted, which would be tied to the description of development of 450 units and tied to the parameter plans in the development framework plan. SP21 is a good example of the deficiency because it means that on analysis, the appeal proposals comply fully with the strategic policy allocating the site and setting its development requirements. On a proper analysis, as Mr. Ball did, that would weigh very strongly in favour of the scheme within the Section 38.6 assessment against the plan, but that's not the approach taken by Mr. Hester. SP22 controls the mix of housing types and sizes. On the appeal, outline planning permission, this matter will be addressed at the reserve matter stage. There's no conceivable basis on which the development proposed on this appeal can be said to conflict with SP22. The mix that this development provides will be determined not on this appeal, but at reserve matters. Finally, SP23 is a policy relevant to the provision of affordable housing. A percentage of less than 30% will be policy compliant where it's shown to be appropriate due to viability considerations. At the date of the decision as explained above, there was no alternative evidence other than that the development would be unviable if more than 15% affordable housing was provided. It's for this reason that the Council identified no breach of SP23. The reference to Strategic Priority 3 provides no assistance. It is the strategic policies that deliver the plan's objectives and which determine whether a proposal accords with the development plan. The strategic allocations are all purposefully expressed as maximum figures, and as Mr. Hester agreed, there will inevitably be variations in what each can deliver when more detailed assessments are undertaken. The Council's policy response also recognises this, and that the allocation figures are estimates likely to balance out over the plan period. The plan addressed this by providing for more than, in fact, over 1,300 units more than, the housing requirement. There is therefore a buffer above what's assessed as required. The appeal proposals accordingly promote the strategic priorities by delivering significant amounts of housing and affordable on an allocated site in line with the site-specific requirements of SP21 and in a way which ensures that such housing is actually delivered. When viewed against SP21 and the objectives, there is no harm from the scheme, only benefit. The site was allocated with an estimated capacity, and a detailed and collaborative approach has been taken to optimise the site to meet the site constraints and deliver much needed housing. This is how the system and the plan is intended to operate, and it's what Section 38.6 promotes. Unfortunately, Section 38.6 has simply not been applied in Mr. Hester's analysis. as above, the council were clear in not identifying any breach of the development plan. Mr. Ball's primary position is that the scheme complies with all relevant and important policies of the development plan, and so should be granted permission under section 38.6 and paragraph 11c. The complex analysis in the council's closing, paragraph 6 to 14, is with respect unnecessary. If the scheme complies with the development plan, then it should be granted permission under both at 38.6 and 11c. However, if there is an identified breach of policy, it's still necessary to conclude whether there's overall compliance with the development plan, and of great importance to that will be that the scheme complies with the specific strategic allocation policy SP21, so delivering 450 units on an allocated site and providing priority highways infrastructure. Mr. Ball's tertiary position is that the tilted balance is triggered, and so the appropriate development control test under the framework is whether or not identified harm of the proposal significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits of the scheme. In this scenario, which is common ground arises, the most important policies in the development plan for determining the application are deemed out of date by virtue of footnote 8. Mr. Hester's position contrary to this simply ignores footnote 8. Officers advised members it was necessary to identify substantial harm. However, as Mr. Ball explains, the council identifies no harm of any substance. Development control decisions are about the land use consequences of particular schemes of development. There's no general principle of considering alternative schemes to the one proposed, and the council advanced no alternative scheme. The land use consequence of this scheme, in terms of affordable housing, is that it will deliver 15% affordable housing. In no sense can this be described as a harm, it's a benefit. And what is even more significant about it is it's been assessed by the council and its advisors as a deliverable benefit. That is the purpose of the viability provision in SP23. In order to provide housing and affordable housing benefit, schemes must be delivered. Any harm is entirely notional in that it relates not to the appeal scheme but some inchoate alternative scheme. As set out above, the council presents absolutely no viability evidence justifying a particular percentage that this or any other scheme could sustain on the appeal side. In reality, the only harm would be caused by refusal of permission, thereby undermining the council's strategy for meeting market and affordable housing needs in the district and delivering key infrastructure improvements. Turning to the benefits of the scheme, these are substantial. This appears to be common ground. Certainly in his evidence, Mr. Hester provides no comments on weight to indicate any disagreement, and no rebuttal was provided. Mr. Hester agreed with officers that great weight should be given to the delivery of housing in the circumstances, and that the link road provided clear and demonstrable benefits, and AH provided a social benefit. The points in the council's closing on the benefits aren't based on the evidence given by Mr. Hester or by Mr. Ball. Mr. Ball summarises his position in section 8 of his proof of evidence. Delivery of up to 382 market units attracts very significant weight. Delivery of 15% affordable attracts very significant weight. Provision of the on-site link road attracts very significant weight. The economic benefits attract significant weight. The provision of open space, moderate weight. The SUDS and betterment attracts moderate weight, and the biodiversity net gain, moderate weight. In conclusion, permission should be granted on any and all of the three bases of consideration. Ultimately, as the above two paragraphs make clear, the suggestion that the entirely notional harm significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits is, as officers advised members prior to refusal, untenable. The evidence comes nowhere near substantiating such a refusal of the scheme. The benefits reflect the pressing need for housing and affordable housing in the district. The appeal scheme represents the only identified means of delivering the benefits required by SP21 on the appeal side, and as a result, it's respectfully submitted that planning permission should be granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'm just going to quickly save my copy of that because I just made a few notes where you advised about a couple of changes. So let me just save that in the right place. Right, there we go. That's done. Okay, thank you. So those are the closing submissions. Thank you all three of you for those. We've dealt with the site visit. So on costs, are we in agreement that Mr. Williams, the appellant's cost application can be made in writing now and dealt with in writing, given where we are with, where are we, 5:45 with time on a Friday?
I think that's preferable.
It certainly would be for me, I think, yeah. So that would be, so can we set out a timetable for that? Because I want to sort of obviously get through that in sort of quite sort of quick order. So if the appellant's cost submission can be made on Monday, by the end of play on Monday, and then if, I was just thinking earlier on, if a response from the council by the end of play on Wednesday, and then final response by the appellant by the end of Friday next week, is that reasonable? Gives you lots more time than you'd get normally if we were doing it. So is that okay for everyone?
Yeah, I wish you could fit around other things. So that
Sure.
From our perspective, I think it sounds fine. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so cost submission from the appellant, end of play Monday, reply from the council, end of play on Wednesday, and then the final response from the appellant by the end of Friday. Okay. Good. Okay. Site visit we've dealt with, no need to come back to that. And I presume there's no other costs applications, as we've, I think, confirmed before. Okay. Any more sort of little bits of housekeeping that I need to clear up before I close? Is in terms of documents, and there's no other outstanding documents, is there, other than the possibility of the Kent County Council appendices? But I think I shall find those in amongst all the evidence. But if not, as I said before, I'll send a note about that. But I'm not aware of any other documents that we're awaiting, or any other documents that need to be sent in post inquiry, unless I've missed anything. Well, apart from the 106, the absolutely, the agreement and the unilateral, which we've put a deadline for the 28th of January. Are there any others?
No, not from our perspective. So I think there's nothing on my list.
No. Good. Okay. Thank you. So that takes us to the end. Thank you for everyone's perseverance today. It's quite a long session, but I think it's well worth getting it completed on the Friday without having to adjourn for another day.